Whoa.
Group stage where the top 16
Well, I should have checked my mic. Okay, it's fine.
Tough fight for our teams. Only the strongest
Whoa.
will make it to the end.
What's
With
up?
that in mind, why don't we start by looking at our groups for PGS 7?
Yo.
In Group A, we have Team Falcons, Team 5, Navi, BB Team, G&G, Bagopa, 4 Angry Men, and New Happy. So what are your initial thoughts on this group?
This for me is probably the weakest group coming to PGS 7.
Whoa.
We definitely expect to see new team
bullying?
roster, formerly the Sonics roster, perform on global stage. They have shown us time and time again that they can contest for any trophy.
Oh,
Beyond Team
that's not
Falcons
ideal.
and Navi, there are a lot of question marks on this group.
Yeah, correct. I agree. And so what about Bagopa? For the viewers at home who might be newer to the PUBG scene,
Bagopa.
Bagopa was a team founded by Peel in 2022 after he left G&G the first time. Now they have returned and qualified with Peel back in Pro PUBG.
Oh, stop
while
flashing.
Peel won't
What the
be
fuck
at
is up
PGS
with you?
this time, and with 2 hard sub it in for him, do you think they can make some waves in this tournament?
To see Bagopa qualify was really surprising. It's an incredible achievement to see so many players come out of retirements to make a squad and qualify all the way to PGS. I think, however, we should temper our expectations for this team. I don't think they can keep pace with the best teams in the world, but if they do it, it will be one of the most incredible stories in PUBG Esports history. We all
There's a
have 2
hater.
of our GPT teams in.
He's also
Where
correct, but
Gen.G
like he's a hater
will
too.
work their roster. This will be a good test for them to see how those changes have worked. But the other team to keep our eye on here is
map
T5.
stream
I
down
was impressed
here.
versus JR's rotations in APAC, and I think they will be a real contender this year. But for the rest of this group, there are
Red
so
Hot Pipe.
many new rosters for teams that have
Like he-
underperformed at PGS. We will have to wait and see.
Yes, we have so much to see in the coming season. So why don't we move on to take a look at Group B, which in my opinion is the toughest group. We have our PGC 2024 champions, the Expandable, our 3-peat PGS champions, Twisted Minds, and the ever-present threat of 7A Gamings, as well as T1, Daytrick Gaming, Furia, and newcomers Bestia and Taikula.
This definitely looks like a top group. Twisted Minds may have finished 5th at PEC, but as you said, they lifted 3 PGS trophies in a row last year, which is a record I doubt will be broken anytime soon. They always find a way to be a threat at PGS, and example put up over 20 kills in PEC Grand Finals, so he still looks dangerous. I think they should remain on our short list of tournament favorites. The same goes for the Expandables.
All right, we're in.
Flores had combined 70 kills. I think they will prove at PGS 7 and 8 that PGC wasn't a one-time deal. I accept them to be strong.
Yeah, sure. So how about 17?
Yeah, sure.
They have a roster change for the first time
All
in
right.
the PGS era. Suzhou has moved to Tylute, and 7-7
Let's
has joined 17
go.
Gamings in the wake of Tianba's breakup.
We're doing it, gamers.
Affect the team on the global stage?
We actually
Furia
woke up
Gaming
in
has
time
been one
today.
of
Let's
the most
go.
consistent performers on the global stage with their previous roster. But we know this is a team that wants to win, and second place just won't cut it when we want to lift another trophy. 7-7 was a great supportive player on Tianba, and the early results have been promising. 17 Gaming has had a more defined identity working around Xiaowu as the anchor. It remains to be seen how this roster will do on the global stage, but I am optimistic, especially with the second place finished at PCL. Also, I think Furia might surprise some people in this group. This is mostly the legends
Furia,
from
huh?
last year that we saw big improvements from doing 2024, and it looks like they've continued that trend. They've been playing more aggressively, and it's really paying off for them. They were
let's
one of
pop
2
this out.
teams to break the 100 kills mark with Team Falcons.
Oh, I don't want
If
that.
they can make it out,
Don't want that on here. I don't want to be Kowo.
So how about our final group? Group
That was silly.
C? We have ROC Sports, Virtus
Silly
Pro,
boy.
Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, Divine, and 3 regional champions, GK Esports, Patrick Roads, and DN Freaks. I know a lot of
Patrick
people are
Road.
excited about Ming Ming joining X-Lab on Patrick Roads. Do you think they will live up to the hype?
Oh, that's the wrong
Xlab and
time.
Miming, 2 of the best of fraggers in the history of the game, and they already look like a world-class duo. On top of that, Xlab had an unbelievable performance in PCL.
No, I don't like that at all.
Topped the charts
We're
in
going back.
every
We're going
meaningful
back. Put it back.
with 45 kills and almost 7,000 damage.
Might swap
which
this
was
around though.
7,000 above second place. I expect Paro to be near the top of
Yeah,
everyone's
that's
power
pretty good. That's pretty good.
rankings
We'll take
coming
that.
into PGS 7. That being said,
Yo,
this is still a
bro,
new
what's
change, and
good?
it remains to be seen if they can repeat this performance against the best teams in the world. Either way, it
Let
will be
me grab
exciting to watch.
my
What about our two other regional champions in the group, GK
Facebook.
Esports and DN Freaks? DNF finished the PWS finals with
Twitter.
4 chicken dinners and 2 second places in a 12-match grand finals, beating second place finishers T1 by a margin of 74 points. Meanwhile, GK Esports shocked PEC, claiming the title with an entirely new roster. How do you think this will change the group dynamic?
GK Esports has a very interesting story already. You have Diffix, formerly of Navi,
Doop,
Quizzy,
doop,
formerly
doop,
of 3P,
doop,
and
doop,
Spider,
doop.
formerly of BB Team and Twist Minds. These are a lot of very good players who just haven't found
Very
their home.
good
This players alone have a
players.
combined 8 PGS appearances. On paper, this is a
There we
team
go.
that looks like it could
All right.
PEC, but for them to go and
Boosting
win
these
their first event
things
was a real
up.
surprise. Spyro
Load 'em.
seems like he might be
Got 'em
back
right
in
here.
PGS 2
We're
form,
good to
and
go.
Diffix
Chilling.
looks like a new player on this roster with 6.8 thousand damage dealt in the finals. I can't remember the last time I was excited to see a roster make their global debut, and I think they have the chance to shake up the power balance among the top teams. On the other hand, we have the Freaks. DN Freaks are far and away the best team from PWS coming into PGS 7 and 8 in my mind. They won the finals
23
by
minutes to pick a team.
74 points, which is absolutely
Okay.
Salute looked unstoppable in PWS with 39 kills and a
So I don't have any
Smoking
points
the
yet
pro lobby with some of the biggest names in
because
PUBG
I
history.
could not sign in for the
Performance
first
recently
2
definitely
days.
makes them one
This
of
guy
the
captains
big tournament
Lou.
favorites.
So now that we have had a quick look at our 3 groups and
That's a
speaking
crazy
of
team.
tournament favorites, why don't we just take a minute to talk about the teams you think will be in the running for the PGS trophy
Hello?
on the final day?
It seems like
see.
Twist Minds has some magic at PGS. Maybe it's the short form tournaments that suit them. Either way, I have high hopes for them, but I predict 2 months ago that Paro would win PCL, and I'm sticking with them for PGS. How about you? Which teams do you have your eye on?
Paro definitely delivered an impressive performance regionally. I agree they're one of the top contenders. I'm also really looking forward to seeing how Falcon performed this year with the original Sonics roster on board. I think they will continue to be strong. Since this is the first global event of the year, every team here is a world-class squad. It set the stage for this year's first true clash, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I have actually one more question for you, Yuxi. Are there any interesting storylines you will be following at PGS 7? I know for me, I'm excited to see the rematch of our PGC contenders. For example, we have Expandables, TSM, Freaks, VP, and T1. They all had a shot at the trophy going into the final match of PGC 2024.
That was an incredible way to finish this year. I hope we can see something similar at PGS. For me, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new and returning teams. We have 5 entirely new teams. Bessia, ROC Esports, Divine,
How much I got left?
Taikula, and GK Esports.
What?
We also have teams
Where did my money go?
in years like Begopa and Forest
Fuck.
Natural Gaming. On top of that, this was one of the most active off-season in PUBG Esports history. We haven't even talked about eArena yet, who managed to sign Narins in the off-season. It will be our first
Purgatory's
attempt
not
to
hot
see
dropping
a
today.
team not caught day trade. Mine, Zilzon, and DraftKings are returning to PGS on the new Bestia squad. New Happy qualified with a completely new roster. 4M brought
Roster.
Hong and Longzi from Thailand. Zhengji rebuilt with a new
Need
roster as
either
well.
an American
There's so much
player,
to watch at PGS.
America's,
I can't wait for the tournament to start.
I agree. I
or
think our first global event of the year,
Korean
PGS7, is set
to
be one
complete
of the
my
most exciting PUBG
one from
events
each
in
region
history.
challenge.
So
I'm
make
good,
sure
man.
you're
Thank
join us
you.
for all the fun. PGS7 will kick off in
Went
Shanghai
out
on
for a
April
run
28th,
this morning.
3 days of group stage and 3 days of grand finals from May 2nd to May 4th.
Super healthy.
Where we will crown our first PGS champions of the year. Then after
Tired.
a week break, we will be back in action
But-
from May 12th through May 18th for PGS 8.
We live.
Also, you can stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports on PUBGesports.com. That would do it for us here on PGS Preview. Thank you again
If
for
I pick him
Yuki for joining
Kickstart, how
us
much
and
money I
sharing
got?
your insight. I'm your host,
Like
Lisa, and I'll
nothing.
see you on April 28th for PGS 7. Bye!
Bye.
Let's juice the hella. Coin flip on Stead. Arrow and DNF go kaboom. You're probably right. Yo. All of DNF is up here, and they're all like dog shit points. They just completely skipped PGS 5. Forest Gaming and EA. Yeah. Okay, APAC, China, Americas, Europe. Can't afford Luca Rooks. Beamies up there. There it is. Alright, we're RNGing the new guy.
And we have got ourselves an opportunity for all of these teams to
Aruzan
put
can
themselves
be in.
a place of strength. Joining me to my right hand side, I have
Sub, I guess.
Solaris, joining everybody around the world to figure out who is going to be going to the grand final here.
Ooh, let's go.
Of the year, yes, let's go.
All right. So on the Facebook giveaway, there's currently 7 people who have entered, right? On the Twitter giveaway, I got retweeted by a Brazilian PUBG page, and now there's 100 people that have entered. There's a whole bunch of Brazilian fans. You're on the Facebook too. Let's go.
Check out them and see what's going on. Of course, we have Aurus joining us as well, our official PC partner, to make everything sure it's squeaky clean up on the.
Why did I do that? I need this one to be on this. That being said, you can go and watch my short.
Zowie coming in here as our official monitor partner to make sure that everybody can see the crystal clear vision of their opponents in the distance.
Which I just put out.
You want to make sure you're also comfortable. Are you here? And you do that with Anderson.
Bada boop, bing, bow.
Sitting. Also, all the other guys that are working here in the back, they're also comfortable.
They're very comfortable. Yeah, and finally, of course, we've got Lexi joining us as our official Memory 6 sponsor and partner here, because nothing's good like being able to remember exactly what's going to be going on, and all these teams.
Canada? Nah.
So, without further ado,
English.
let's talk about all the nitty-gritty of what's going to go on here. For day 3, of course, we had some surprises, I think.
Some surprises. I think it's fair to say. Some surprises.
Day trade getting number 1. I was watching from back in the hotel, seeing what was going on. I'm like, even day trades here at the very top, number 1.
Why would?
But also being able to bring a record into the most kills.
You know, whatever.
PGS, that's
Philippines.
This is the 7th one, and we've had some crazy PGSs with the Twisted Mind there. We had some kind of insane days from them.
Whereabouts?
Quaison
Quaison City.
I talked to some of the players, some of the teams, and all of them said it's kind of scary at that point. Once they've gotten such a good start, you don't want to be running at them. You don't want to contest them because they're just going to run at you and they're going to commit everything to that fight because
Boosh.
they already qualified. They already in.
There you go.
And for a few situations,
Dave.
17 was one of them. Peril was one of the other ones that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got given G-Coin codes. I got given 37 G-Coin codes. So I have a lot to give away. So I'm doing 2 every day from group stage. And in the finals, we're doing 3 every day.
And their region in general has strong foundations, it's fair to say. So maybe, if they can continue this in the grand final...
we're going to do 1 each day on the week in between PGS 7 and 8. And then the same 2 for groups, 3 for finals in PGS 8.
Looking good at the top here, but let's focus on... We thought Group C was going to come in and absolutely blast the lobby. Not to be the case for some of the teams, right? We start things off, of course, with our regional champions. 2 of them having a bit of a hard time that we thought might absolutely destroy everything. Sure. Fury starting things all right, though.
Yeah.
These are the regional champs.
The ranking, as you see, that has played all 12 matches so far. They're not going to stay in 5th. They're probably going to drop down a little bit, but it's looking decent for them. PK obviously missing out. Divix, right? So that's kind of a rougher situation for them. T-Fighter did extremely well, but they're coming today, and I heard that Fuki might be popping off, so let's keep an eye on that.
Well, you'd hope so. They had obviously a great start to their group stage. They got themselves that win from the compound that kind of the circle fortuitously shifted towards them, right? beyond that game, though, where are they sat? It's a little bit of a difficulty for sure. So we'll see if they can kind of like tighten the bolts a little bit. I think,
Yeah,
for this
and then
day.
you have Freaks of Course. They had an absolutely
wish I
terrible
had
day
that.
yesterday, so hopefully they can kind of step it up. And then Pero, a lot of expectations on these
I was
guys,
a
right? They
Yeah,
are in a
yeah.
home
steal
turf
all
here. They don't have to travel. They just did really well in PCL.
She doesn't have a G-Coin code spreadsheet. Not worth watching. GG.
Thinking, okay, these guys might be able to come in here and really ruffle their feathers a little bit at the very top.
Let's focus in on Petrichor Road, actually. I want to talk about them a bit further because obviously when you
C5
look
and
at,
DNF
this
need
is
big games.
PCL
Yeah.
day one compared
C5
to
started
PGS,
off day one with a
day
win, got them
one, right,
18
in terms
points, and
of
then the rest of the day they had
we were
like 6 points.
expecting huge things coming out from Petrichor Road
Not
for their first
good.
day. It did not materialize.
Ah.
What do you think that came off the back of?
I mean, first of all, you have to point out it's 77 points in just one day for the
They're capable.
PCL fans. They're very capable of doing great things,
Yeah.
but they are greedy. And you can see here, one of them, day trade, punishing that. It's basically a 1-1-2 split for it, and they're getting punished from it. They're not expecting...
Oh no, he's getting
Panzerfaust
spencered.
on T1. No, easy kill for that. Pero's out before
It's
the
always
second.
tight with
Another pull-up
Panzerfaust, man.
where
It's
kind of a
always
late
tight.
rotation, and that's the big thing for me, is they pull up quite late. and
I'm adding that to the list because it was a replay from yesterday.
in some of the things here. This is phase 5. They're doing basically a full clown car, driving towards some of these compounds, expecting some places to be open.
Yeah.
Phase 5 has nothing that's open at that point. Phase 4 has nothing that's open at that point, right? That's really the unfortunate thing for them. They had that, obviously, the big game where they're able to take a win home. That's where most of their points came from yesterday. And they're able to also put the hammer down onto Freaks.
Yeah, of course, a lot of expectations coming in from DN Freaks, but it really didn't come together either. Now, there is
Yeah,
a world,
Clories
as
is
we take a look at
a
their
little nut.
PGS finals day one compared to PGS day one. Like,
What?
we
How does
know
he
that
not get
they're
run
also
over by that?
Unbelievably capable. They absolutely destroyed their region. It gives rise to the idea, though, when we were talking about it before, these league stages of regional tournaments, we saw it in PEL back in 2019.
Same day as yesterday? I hope not.
It feels like, I mean, it's only one day's game, so it's maybe a small sample size. However, is there a correlation between them just getting comfortable playing against
Oh,
their
Tigger,
region
you
and not
idiot.
necessarily playing international
Ran straight past the
competition in
guy.
some of those games?
It just feels like it's too far apart, right? They were able
It's
to
very
dominate
different.
Korea so much. They got 92 points in one day of PWS finals, right? Here, 18 points and same amount of games. Like, it's vastly different, right? And that's where, as you said here, you got to realize this is not regionals. You can't do the same things. You have to adapt. You have to
Oh,
be
he got the
slower,
AT.
slower, because
That's sick.
in the global series and what has been kind of globally across PGC as well, it's been way more chaotic. It's been way more unpredictable. You have to play as much as you can, backs free, play towards the circle. If you're not able to get one of those center here we see
60 points is
we're seeing
usually will be enough to go through.
we're seeing situations where there's just getting
PGS 5 was a weird one where it was like 63 points or something to get in.
Honest, watching PWS, there were some moments where they got away with criminal amounts of control for like circles and splits and stuff like that. That's not going to happen on the international stage. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard so far and confirm our suspicions about probably who ready is going to be getting into that grand final. We are expecting
89 kills in
maybe
12
a little
games
bit
is
of a
crazy.
twisted cutoff
Giving
point
away
at the
codes
moment.
today?
Day
Yeah,
trade
every day.
guaranteed through. Twisted
Every day
Minds,
of
Tiger
PGS.
Woods, guaranteed through. The Expendables, our world champions, gonna be
So
in
2
that
codes
final
today.
as well.
and this is one of the first
Grand
times where
finals,
the
3
teams
codes
that are
each
not
day.
playing
I
are
can't
literally
stream
the A teams that are
on
top, right? So we're
Saturday
looking at a
because I have to
case
babysit
of 56 points, the next step is
for
64,
my
64,
sister.
65.
But
Depending on
I
how
will
many
still
teams
choose
can
winners
go
from
through,
the
we can see
Facebook
that
and the
some
Twitter
of the teams
posts
right,
and give
right.
away
But
3
we
codes,
only have one
even if I
team currently in
can't
top
stream.
division. I know we have 298, but still,
No
that is
problem.
kind of a rare occurrence that we see that. We usually have a few teams that are in triple digits.
Now let's talk about that cutoff point, right? When between what is going to be here. Top 16 will advance to that grand final. And if we take a look at the cutoff point here for a moment, I want you to kind of talk about what you're thinking we will maybe see about a cutoff point and relative to that one team that has sponged up some points.
Sure. I mean, historically, I always say it's between 55, 60, right? And that's kind of
Usually,
where as you see here in the graphic, it's only been one time before where we've been above 60. It was 63, and I think actually again with only one team being up there, unless we.
I
Navi
will pick
7,
winners
7,
after
we're
game
gonna get
6,
100
so just make sure that you are following the Twitter page, or if you have your DMs open. So if you do win, I can send you the codes, because I've had one person that won that I can't send them a code. So if they don't follow my account, then I'd give their code away, an extra code.
And kind of drop that off.
So
So,
T1 potentially
unlucky.
under threat is what you're saying here. Let's take a look at our 13th through 24th teams as well. And actually there's an extension of that really, because unfortunately for South Korea so far, a very, very rough start to this tournament, right? Obviously we expected DM Freaks to blast Begapro and Genji. I think maybe we expect a little bit less from them here. Divine's the one that might be able to try and make a big jump up. I mean, technically they all have capabilities being able to make a jump, but if Korea does not advance into the finals in its entirety, that would be a disaster.
It'll be insane, never heard of before, right? And also you have to remember half of these teams here on this lower half, well, half of the 24 teams, the majority of the teams today, they need to more than double what they did.
That's funny.
Play better than they did to be within that kind of close in distance, because you know,
Glory's post-match interview. He wins against TKL. All of their screaming and shouting pissed me off, so I just wanted to shut them up. So I clutched 1v3 against them. It's funny. Yo, get out of here! You can't have my drops. Angie.
8 of the teams playing today here very likely could be some of the teams that are not going to be qualifying here today. And it's
There you go.
Kind of rare,
Exclamation mark giveaway. It's on there. Stupid. The drops are not enabled until the finals, but I've got it in my title just to bait idiots into clicking the stream anyway. But don't tell them.
Of which Group A is kind of, well, they are going to be trying their very best here to deal with Group C. As much as Group C, let's be real, pretty much floundered a little bit yesterday compared to what we were expecting.
It's smart,
I
it's smart.
do think there is extreme power here. They just
You want me to leak my my G-Coin sheet?
Group A is still got to be very careful.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the wrong folder. Hold on.
Navi contested 17 for a long time, right? And it looks like they're going to be.
Where's my G-Coin sheet? Oh, I'm on the wrong account.
And that will change up everything, right? Because they're going to go out and we're saying, yeah, we're getting 80+ points today. They're going to have to sponge up quite a bit. We're starting a wrangle, so
Here we go. My PGS 7.8 G-Coin giveaway sheet right here.
Figure it out on the map, right? And that's really the thing. You still need to get your averages on that map, right?
Well, almost
See, because I planned ahead.
As if a lot of teams kind of
I'm not a big stiff idiot like Koa.
because it is so thought.
And it's being metagame to a degree where people are overcommitting.
Koa fully leaked his whole set of codes. Had to delete his VOD. Can you give you one to give away? Somebody won one, but they don't follow me on Twitter, so I can't send it to them. So you can have their code. I'll give you theirs.
All right. Well, we are just moments out before we get to it. Who do you think's making it through out of those teams at the bottom?
Oh, I think Navi's gonna make it up today.
Yeah, you think so?
Sure. Yeah, I think Navi's gonna make it up today. So that's gonna be cool to follow.
No EMEA bias there at all. No. They are a good roster. We'll see how they're going to fare. All right. Well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you for tuning in around the world. It is time to get day number 3 of Group
let's
Stage.
go.
Well underway here for PGS 7.
Huge. Get verified to message this user? What the fuck? Okay. I guess you can't have it either. Holy shit. Only verified users can send direct messages requests to people that don't follow them. Wow. Wow. That's outrageous. Holy.
Everyone knows us in Europe as the Avengers, so now it's time to show it on PGS.
Alright, I'll go on Instagram. Surely there will be no videos that autoplay of Asian women cooking food in the kitchen that pop up when I go on Instagram, surely.
Sim, a gente deve ser considerado time favorito para esse campeonato, por conta que a nossa região é muito forte, onde a gente tem Falcons, Liquid jogando.
Oh, that's not you.
E a gente acabou de ser campeão.
Fuck, why is there a brand that has the same name as you?
Levar esse troféu.
Same as mine, actually. There you go.
Such a victory for PGC champions, the Expendables.
There you go. You can have it. It's on Instagram.
Bọn mình sẽ đến với giải đấu PGS thì cũng là tem Việt Nam duy nhất ở PGS này, thì bọn mình sẽ
whoever wins that can't win my giveaway anymore because they're linked to my stream. You can only win one code per streamer, so unlucky. Tell them to enter anyway. Just don't tell them it won't work. Or they can give it to you again if they win. Oh, I need to put that shit on my story actually, damn. Nice one. GLHF. Enjoy Falcons POV. Oh, that's the wrong one.
PUBG is a team game, and experience leads to team chemistry. So the top
You bet.
teams being rock solid is just, I think, a symptom of team chemistry being one of the most important factors in game. You could have players like Himas or Example pop off.
Himas, he's not even here.
If you're performing, then you're not going to win the tournament.
Nice. Shout out to the Brazilian guy who fumbled his victory, so your chat could thrive.
Я считаю, что тиммейты все по-настоящему уникальны. У всех какая-то своя особенность имеется.
I know that every single team is 100% prepared for us, and I know for sure that it's going to be 100% sweeter when we're going to win.
Sweeter.
Вы скоро будете уничтожены.
I mean, they gave me 37 codes. It ain't much. I think it's like 300 or something. Yeah. In the middle. It's not too bad. You can buy like a pair of shoes or maybe a contraband coupon. Or an emote or something. Hey, check this out though. I got this for my birthday and I don't really know when I'm ever supposed to use it, but I got a cat-shaped pancake maker. So I can make pancakes in the shape of cats. Sick.
Groups A and C today. All the other days have provided nothing but entertainment, lots of individual performances. And what will today bring us today? I am porous.
I've never used it.
I am porosaurus. I am porous.
You're porous. I mean, you are kind of porous.
You're porous. I'm porosaurus.
But joining me is Matchroom, and we are here to bring you all.
Lives in a hovel down in Tennessee.
We'll make it to our grand final.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line. Like analysts were talking about the chance for Korea to maybe be kind of knocked out of this one unless they can get some stuff together. We've seen kind of a couple of problems at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Not a lot of point generation coming over.
Good luck.
So
Have
there's
fun.
The potential of maybe having a pretty big day depending on how good the research has been going. We've only
Rooting for you, XOX.
group stage. Each team is only playing 2 days of them. So there is a capabilities that maybe sure day one was trash or day two could be great, but I mean we've got Petrichor Road in here, we've got Falcons, a lot of opportunities for those squads to really step in because this does feel like this might be the weaker of the 3 days of lobbies.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, nobody was expecting. I think everybody was expecting Group C to come out here and just kind of dominate on everybody, but it was a little bit of a slow start, maybe a little bit of rust coming into international competition. Again, this is still the
Pass the biceps. Thanks for the follow.
So not too terribly surprising to see you guys having a little bit of a slow roll, especially teams with new rosters. But you can't stick around with that. You got to fix that and start getting points immediately, or you're going to find yourself.
Can VP make it to the finals? Yeah. I think if anyone has like a 60-point day today, they're in the finals. Doesn't matter where you're at the start.
Exciting angle once again.
Yeah, because it could be sometimes a bit like, I don't know, formulaic.
Like the highest cutoff point that we've ever had in a PGS was 63 points. And you can do that in a day. VP definitely can. Falcons there? Probably, yeah. Falcons and Pero today? Yes. They're both playing today.
If you had to pick one team that maybe had a
Ming
little
Ming?
bit more of a rough start.
Yeah, dude. Ming Ming's very popular.
That you were expecting to kind of turn it around here in day number 2, who would you go for?
Ooh, I mean, Freaks.
That would have to be at the top of my list.
Freaks would probably be up there. T5 actually wasn't as spicy as I was kind of expecting them to be, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them mix it up a bit more today.
Well, we get to get right into the games now.
We had when I was in Shanghai, we stopped doing this for PGS 4. We had like a balcony outside where players could go to take a break. And every time Ming Ming went out onto that balcony, there was a crowd of fans outside that just started cheering.
Right off the bat, players going from the southwest to the northeast. I didn't see any potential hot
he's a
drops
popular
in the
guy.
drop channel here today, but
nobody saw
nobody saw yesterday.
So,
exactly.
I mean, you know, well, there was a lot of them that we did expect, but then we
That's
didn't know the
crazy.
ones that
So,
we
okay,
expected.
they've at least been listened to
So I could be
by
wrong, but we'll have to see.
Crafton or Hero
playing
on some of the
fact that
feedback.
we've got the
Because
playing
last
paths
year
starting
we
to come over
asked,
the
as casters,
itself.
can we
The fact
be
that,
put in the
we're gonna see
Discord
commitment
where all the players are?
Island,
So we can like talk with the players, we can see where they're like posting hot drop spots, all of that stuff. And they were like, you don't need to be in there.
off the get-go has been kind of the theme. I mean,
So
gambler's fallacy, right? Oh, we've been seeing this happen a lot, so it could continue to happen or it could never happen.
we'll go
With this kind of
in the next country PUBG, the Nations Cup.
expectation that we're kind of looking up into the
Any hot drops? I don't think so. Not on this group.
I'm sure all the Navi fans in the chat very happy to see that their boys are all alone and by themselves in their Pachinki hot drop. No
Nations Cup
unwanted
2025.
visitors or guests this time around. At
You
least
have
so
a,
far as our circle will pop in
Philippines?
Nations Cup,
Let's go.
just a little bit off the east.
Philippines got added in because
So at this stage, you just gotta
they
get
expanded it, so it's 24 teams. So a lot more countries got in. Philippines has a lot of teams.
Start, given positioning, though, do notice the fact that we did see
We
H1
could
as I say,
we can do
itself
this.
a vehicle and a pretty centered spot. The rest of Falcons are kind of caught up around.
Actually,
DK as well as
Master
Megapod, so
Series.
there could be a potential for something weird to happen over there.
That's a really
MS?
interesting drop spot for both GK and Falcons.
Masters.
That's not something you see very
Master
often.
Series.
So you gotta wonder what these guys are gonna be sitting on as far as loot
Well,
goes. But H1's already
So
set
from the
themselves
grand
up for
finals,
this, and
this is a Vietnam
teams that's
Philippines
out of play, so I
team.
don't think Falcons are planning on
This has some
Yeah, this
Philippines
feels like this is
players.
just maybe secure some vehicles, get some rough loot to start, maybe do some
This
fast looting, because
has
Falcons
Philippines
in the region
players.
tend to play pretty
Pinoy
similar.
Online Gamers is
They've got
obviously
17
Philippines.
teams, been nothing
Kurotong
about that,
Balileng,
so
Philippines.
Instead, they're kind of shifting away from their norms, so no big surprises on that. So that they might have to kind of
Quite a lot.
figure out some stuff. Mansion's good, specifically for 2 people. So
All of them were playing in the qualification for this. Happy Squad was almost qualified to the international
I would guess.
Yeah,
qualifiers.
PK,
Roy
meanwhile, down in
Esports
vehicles,
used to
headed
be
off the
Philippines.
north, so it doesn't look like they're too
they're
terribly
not.
interested in sending it right towards the center position.
16
Instead,
points.
They'll play from the edge as we see those Navi
Well,
boys hanging out in Pachinki all by themselves.
Even if you
Nothing
do,
to
you
shoot
can
at.
say you're as good as
I mean,
Virtus
yeah,
Pro.
this is- what do you do if you're Navi? You're so used to instantly
moment.
fighting somebody. Now you had to like warm up for an extra 10 minutes before you're starting the matches, right?
Exactly. Hey, look,
That's
17 seemed pretty happy about it yesterday.
That's pretty good.
so I'm sure
Dude, the
Navi-
points
Navi
on
are pretty
all
happy
of these
about it.
teams are so low.
Petrichor Road starting to make their way over towards
What if
Potato
Group B
Mountain.
was like the GOAT
Death
team
Row
all
area.
along?
Looking down, it looks like maybe he got
Not
by
one
some
single
H-Twin.
team has 50
Taking out
points
tires, I think.
Might be
in
tires.
6
Yeah, I
games
don't think he got
from Groups A or
eyes on
C's.
H-Twin proper, but if
First
nothing
day
else,
of
he knows
games.
somebody's there.
Okay, Petrichor Road, I like.
Only
this.
2 teams
Petrichor Road
got
also
anything
from generation
significantly
four to
above
day
5
one
points per game.
is
That's
in a good
really
position, and
bad.
We've been talking about like
Feels
the
bad.
potential of like 60,
really
maybe
bad.
60-ish points, a little bit above that.
All of
Maybe
these teams
cutoff, but
sucked on
managed to
day 1
generate
and 2.
themselves 33 on their first day of play, so they had
But
really
on the
just
bright
had to replicate
side, for
what
a
they
team
did.
like Virtus
But
Pro,
that said, I had a lot higher hopes.
I
than
mean, they're
30 points on the day for
36
Petrichor Road.
points
they do. So
behind
them
New
coming out
Happy.
and at least getting some early aggression, even if it's only
If Virtus
tires,
Pro
it's
wins the
they're starting
first
to
2
try to
games,
assert
which
some
is
control over
definitely
certain
possible,
positions. I
they
like
could
this.
end up
Yeah,
first
I mean,
place
remember yesterday, I
of
mean,
this
the majority of
these
the
2
points
groups.
Petrichor Road got, they got in the first game when they got that
True.
win,
It's
and they
that
weren't able to really build off of
that
it,
quick,
but,
that fast to
kinda
turn this shit
keep
around.
one eye on them because it looks like they may be setting up around. They may have
We're
figured
in
out
1080p. It does not feel like it.
himself, but they're okay. They look comfy in a 2-2. I think they should be okay. Gen G, meanwhile, well, they've got a lot of work left to do, don't they? Sitting in 22nd overall with 17.
Arsenal sucked
points,
yesterday.
not
I
the start that they
I
had
did
been.
not watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's going to be a little.
I did see a clip of Martinelli falling over like
Two
20
teams
yards
in
outside of the
desperate
penalty
need. I'm
area
talking
and still
like
diving to try and get a
anything that they can
penalty.
get at this
I
stage.
saw
And
that.
Rock, we know, can play the early games pretty aggressive. It just hasn't felt like it's been cemented in yet. There is a lot of experience on the Rock roster. We just haven't really seen it gel yet.
But don't worry, though.
Stage. So, if anything, this could be a. I guess
Tottenham are going to play worse when they play against literally no one from Norway.
That's not what you want to see them do.
We'll find a way to go down 4-1 at home.
I mean, look.
It's not the best gun in the game, but you know what? What it does well.
It's better than nothing.
It's
It's better than nothing. And right now, RBN just kind of.
It looks like a spaceship whenever you got a scope on it, though.
It does.
It looks like something out of Star Trek. And
DP is like horrendous to use at
so
long
RBN
range.
kind of getting a read on exactly
Like the
where
drop in the
JG
lead
but
is
I think
so
he knows that
crazy, but it
spot
does
two, but you have
massive
no
damage.
idea where the other guys are, right? So
But
taking those shots kind of makes
just the
it a little
rate
bit
of
scary.
fire is
Tosi, on the
really
other hand,
dog shit.
does not care. He'll spot somebody, take the shots immediately.
Oh
I
no,
mean, it's called
Bappo's
Death
dead.
Road for a reason. We can see Irina's going to spot out Barpo off the start, and that is a harsh start for Divine.
What you doing there, bro?
No, that is on the southwest, on the edge of the zone. Barpo, the forward man, doing a little scouting, trying to go up to the high ground, see where the next guys could go. But Irina leaving two behind. They end up getting a nice little free point for it. So Divine now having to reconsider their options, maybe thinking about sticking towards the coast.
Or at least it looked like they might have been eyeing maybe going on that western bridge and just using Millie.
Arsenal got lucky.
Around, which couldn't be the worst idea. But Forest isn't really moving too much out of Milta itself. The crossroads. They finally hopped into some vehicles.
Damn.
There is also like the, what is it, Toffees likes to call it, the ice chest that's over there just to the north of the western bridge. So maybe go for a stop off. Begapa under a little bit of duress, but I mean, I would say a very little bit of duress.
What do you mean Real Madrid is in the worst position?
Teams that are not yet inside the circle. We've got Geek up to the north that managed to make a commission.
It's like their manager is like halfway out the door.
That's going to be coming in from the north, pretty much tailing in back behind.
They haven't figured out how to put Vinny and Mbappe on the same pitch yet.
Yeah, for the most part, we hyped up the fact that Erangel has been so nasty and bloody.
What happened to
and
Poro's
dirty,
mic? It sounds like
and
he's
then all of a sudden
using a
out
headset.
Here today, it's just turning into everybody's friends. Everybody's happy. Everybody's just going to hang out and.
It's an off-center circle,
and
right? Not a lot of chaos to be happening yet. Wait for the second circle. Also, this is a lot of teams that really need points. So playing a bit more passively at the start is kind of what you see happen with safety.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of people on the move. Despite the fact that everybody's kind of made their way into the zone already, they're still kind of flexing out, seeing how much real estate they can take
Where's
up
my map stream?
and kind of
What do we got?
secure position, find themselves a little bit more information if
Have
they can. PWD.
2 fully fit centers, left back and right back combines. You know who that sounds a lot like?
Scouting
As a Tottenham Hotspur enjoyer.
And the rest of the squad coming in behind. He's just going to feed that information over. It looks like Luka Rux might have been.
I find that situation highly relatable.
Shots actually coming through.
I mean, people inside of vehicles, see if we can get something out of it. No big surprise on it. VP, they should have a couple of areas to play, most notably Heaven, Sky Garden, whatever you want to call it. Looks like it's going to be available. They're going to play up on the southern section of that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, that's where Beamy's making the cut in. Nobody's taking shots at him, so maneuver in, get themselves into a safer position. A lot of focus around Death Road itself. Seems like a lot of teams think that that's going to be the focal point for the in-game positionings. But we still also have
Virtus Pro.
a ton of stuff that are going to be available for this one. Even Bachuki itself. So, do have Irina that's also playing right along the coastline. And pretty close to them is going to be New Happy. And New Happy has been having themselves a pretty decent run at the start of this one. 44 points on their one day so far. Puts them at the top of the present leaderboard for the day.
The dance continues on the top of Death Road as neither side really wants to fully commit to this because they know that it's a 2-2 split, and I don't think they want to fully commit to taking Death Road. I think they prefer both sides to keep this 2-2 as long as they can. So in order to do that, you can't really fully commit to taking a fight here unless you get that knock.
It's two teams also that are very nervous about taking a fight, so don't want to make any form of commitment until they feel like they've got something. That's the problem, though. Until they feel like they've got it, that means that there's going to be a lot of third-party harassment that can start coming into play. We already see BB. Looks like they're taking a couple of shots at what's going to be going on with Rock over there. Freaks, you can see taking a couple of shots into T5's positioning. This is going to be pretty far north in the circle. We also do have an emergency pickup that has been dropped by VP's Nixie. I think that that might just be a safety play in case the circle cuts really hard to the south.
Yeah, it could be a scouting maneuver.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Arsenal was lucky in the way that they played that game. Maybe they there was some fortune in the situation
This is
where
been
they
the nicest and kindest
played that
circle
game.
one that we've seen in a long time on Erangel. It feels like
Which I
a lot of
think
these teams
is
are really
probably also fair
realizing
to say about
how much
Tottenham
work
when
they
it comes
still have
into
left to
the next
do,
round of
and they
Europa,
don't
where
wanna
they're
take
playing
any
against like
unnecessary risks
a
just
Norwegian
to start
team
off
who's
the day.
never
And I mean, that's
qualified
kind of
to
the
a
downside, right?
semi-finals
If you're playing
of
on the
Europa
last day,
before,
you're now playing catch up against everybody. You've got to make sure
and
that you get the points. Your point generation
apparently
is in.
they
So it
thought
makes it a
that their
bit more
yellow
stressful.
card
Yeah, the guys that
record
are
would
kinda
be
sitting
wiped
back on
out after the
benches, there's a
Lazio
different
games,
level of stress, but you've already done your job. Now it's on everybody to see
but
if
it
they can
wasn't.
usurp up. Oh no, Gike is going to be running
So they've
right
actually
into
got
the
like
thick of
3
quickly
players
jumps out.
suspended that
That's
they
gonna be
didn't
Pian
realize would
Ayadi.
be
That man
suspended.
gets the knock on one. Has to be careful. Juking around, but it's going to be a tongue move for 4 angry men that gets the drop on a PWD.
Isn't that always the way in these international lobbies? As soon as you start fighting, you think you're in a 1v1, but in fact, there are 2 other guns looking right down that barrel at you. 4 angry men in a perfect position to take advantage of this fight, and they will pick off at least 1 point for themselves. Virtus Pro
And we're still gonna
down to
lose.
2.
It's wild. Oh,
And,
what
PK
are you
looks
doing,
like they've got
brother?
1 knocked. We'll see if PWD can get back on his feet.
This is very far into the northeast of the safe zone, so everybody is just trying to do some damage control.
Out
over
for
here.
the season.
DK does have this
That
hill
season's
front that
nearly
they
over.
can recover, but I mean, it looks like it's going to be a bit
Know what
more
I'm saying?
problematic to get out of, as they have put themselves in a pinch position. With VP being down to just 2, they did manage to at least get to a.
And I
draw away
mean,
from, but
realistically,
BP's gotta try to
the
regroup,
title
and that's gonna
is
be
already
DK's
over in La
Spyro,
Liga.
taking a couple of shots at him, at least shooing him back over to Nick's
So, you know.
And looking
May
at
as
the
well
map,
go
looks
for
like
surgery,
DK was
'cause
able to get the res onto PWD and
can't win anything.
escape the
Teehee.
fire from 4 a.m. So
But they're
back to
leaving
having
the
to
circle.
reset.
Yeah, they had to leave the circle in order to regroup. This is an interesting play, just to say, okay, that's a bit hotter.
Okay,
than we
Pero
wanted,
has
so
like a
instead, let's
goat
step back
split.
out. Let's see if we can reset and reapproach.
It's a bit hard to hold on to both sides of the 2-2 that Pero has. However, they don't need
It'll
to.
be interesting to see where Gike decides
They
to
just
go
like
here.
get
It
a
looks like
shift,
they're
and
opting
then
on going
either
north,
side of their
wrapping
split
around
is
to the north
strong.
side rather than continuing on that eastern edge.
It wasn't past
knowing
what
that 4
issues.
a.m. and Virtus Pro were already down there,
Stupid,
so
stupid.
we'll see if they end up running into Theraton 5. That's about the closest one to him. Arena, meanwhile, Sizzy all by himself, just spotting out those players for Gen G off in the distance.
There is a bit of this situation brewing over here around farm, where we do have Forest that's holding down one position. I mean, how apt is it the fact that we have Forest hanging around
Forest
farm?
in the farm?
Yeah, I mean,
I got
the
them
new
without
happy is
because
gonna
that
be very
shit too
close running a
played
2-2
out.
split, but
Yeah.
this is a defendable position for both sides. So if anything, this is just trying to see if they need to make sure if they get a shift. This is pretty close to the edge, so there might be a potential brew that happens whenever the next circle hits. But oh, Aaron Gell, I loved your chaos, and now we're back into the chess match, right?
Yeah.
It's all about trying to feel out and figure out
That
positions,
shit
which is
not
fun in its own
shocking
different
here.
way. I mean, but it's a lot headier of play than we've been seeing.
Bitch,
For
I
True,
already know that I'm good.
Well, New
I don't
Happy looks
need
like they'll
you
leave
to
Forest
tell
at the
me
farm.
that I'm
Forest
cocky,
are
ho.
out of their element. They're out of their element, Donnie.
Anyone else
But
listen to
they get the
Midwest?
farm
I'd
to
be very
themselves.
surprised
New
if one of the
Happy
10 of you
will
did.
just kind of play off in the compounds off to the south side. Everybody really just kind of happy with where they're at, just waiting to see where the next rap is going to be. And look at this PWD now coming down.
Went to
far on the
a show
eastern
of
side.
his
He's gonna run
in
right
London
into the
last
middle of
year
the
by
Vegas
myself.
split here.
A room full of
Needs to be careful, needs to have his eyes on.
sweaty
You can see-
teenagers.
Oh, he's got he's got Haruzen with him, so they will hear the engines.
But it was
Vegapod
a sick show.
right
It's
in
good.
front of them. But
Not
Quizzy
because
and
of the
Spiro
teenagers.
Still way off to the north. Gike kind of coming up with an alternative solution for how to approach this.
Pero could still hold this.
problem.
All right, so it is going to be Death Road with a bit of potato still.
Okay,
in
they're
play.
gonna
You can see the
favor
connections
playing
at
up
Metrical
onto
Road
the high ground.
to
It's
the
harder to
right
hold.
side of the
There's
field.
more
So you're
places
gonna
where
see
they can be
back
crept
there,
up from.
there is the open compound that just got
DN
circled.
spot
Looks like
them
that's gonna be
leaving,
side
and they're
by
just gonna
Morgan.
backfill.
Trying to make a run into BB, trying to bend in. They're
Ooh,
gonna spot out
shit,
Vegapod
that's
in
a
their
fucking
rotation, but BB down.
bro.
Nixie on
Nixie's
Nero,
sense
no
has
way,
got to be
he's gonna go
crazy.
down.
The fucking
BP, the
freak
troubles
flicks that
continue.
man's just doing.
Another fight happening there as Virtus Pro trying to go in their rotation. They end up losing everybody that time around. Begopaz should be able to get their man back on his feet, but they do lose one in the process. Now there was another fight as well as
What the
Forrest
hell is happening
ran into Rock, and now
with
Irina
Irina?
right
Yeah.
on top of
Holy
Divine.
shit.
Hella the last
Yo,
one up.
a-
Hella is down, and
A
Divine
bee
is
just flew
eliminated.
past my window,
Irina
and that
should
shit
be
was
able to get all these
huge.
reses.
Death Road leaning into its name right now.
Man.
Gen G did hear
Let's
that.
go,
Looks
they're
like
making a
they're gonna be
comeback.
Pretty close to Irina's positioning.
They
Meanwhile,
gotta
up to the
go.
north,
Come on, Orca.
gotta be careful. We have T5 also
Just-
jockeying
yeah,
up
go throw
position
your
for
nades.
Angry Men. let's not
Go on,
forget,
pussy, you want.
we still have Geek that
Go
is
throw some
separated
nades.
out into a
You got
two
3 of
that
them.
could be kind of
Go.
broach
Go
into two
and
different
throw your
positions.
nades.
I love this from Gen G.
Okay,
I love this from Gen G. They need to get
well,
in
if-
there. They need these points. Bean from
I
distance.
mean, yeah,
is gonna
if
provide
Bean
some
could
cover
like
fire.
get a position
little
where
bit
he
of
can actually
Overwatch.
see
They
anything,
need to
he
just
could
get
cover,
Orca
but he
in
can't
grenade range
see
if they
shit.
can.
Because
But they're
there's
being,
just
they're being a little
Do
bit
it.
soft about it.
trees.
There we go. Okay, Orca will try to get there. He's going to
That ain't
toss the
reaching.
first
Too
one.
short.
It's going to be a little bit too short, though, and they've got that shelter around there as well. So if Gen G really, really wants this, they're going to have to commit a little bit more than it looks like they're willing
Well,
to.
Americano isn't with the rest of the squad. He's holding the low ground positioning down along the road as it dips off of
Yeah, but
position.
you're holding the low
So
ground
now we've got
position so your
T5,
team
looks
has
like
the
they were
freedom to
kind
make
of
these
maneuvering
plays.
off of this, but we can see that 4 Angry Men are still dipped down on point. 4 Angry Men
And they're not
do
making the
are- seem
plays.
to be aware of where T5 is playing from, and they're trying to shift down into the south. But that means that GK is going to be coming up
Why
right
you
behind West. He's gonna take
hesitating,
a couple
huh?
of shots right after HS, and that's going to force them
No
right
pain,
into
no
GK
gain,
line.
no
GK already has a
risk,
4 Angry
no
Men. They're in a
reward.
crossfire. Very few options to rotate from, so even if they continue on this pathing, that puts them in a Vega pass. So
That's a
GK
hard
now
accent.
has to shift away from this point. Trying to shift out, maybe finding a path, but they
Reward.
have to be careful. They're going to be going on the opposing side away from Vega Pod, but that means that that could put them next to BB.
Yeah, they got
My
themselves a little bit of
God,
fortification
ah.
here right on the edge of the circle, and that is going to be enough for the
Get
time
me
being.
put
They
marker.
need to get a little bit more idea
I'm
of what's
gonna
going on
marker.
inside this part of the zone before they try to progress any further.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I think
gonna
they're
bomb.
already taking shots
I'm
from
gonna
Bagel
bomb.
Pa. 4 a.m. meanwhile, you got to give credit where it's due. They
Don't
got the
party
wheel shot
cool,
off there,
it's
but
like
I think it was
cool,
Longs still
Nico
managed to
Tam,
keep the
Nico
US
Tam,
going
party
straight
cool,
and didn't end up spinning out. So well done by him. That could have been an easy knock for 4 a.m., but they have 4 up still as Theraton 5 is starting to sniff a little bit close.
We also have BB that's lined up
Yeah, for a
pretty
little bit
close to
close.
Rock down into the south.
Poro's mic
This is
sounds like
not
he's
a lot.
casting online,
Around it, Solz is gonna get knocked
which
by
is
Solz.
strange
First,
because he
this
isn't.
is pretty close up. New circle's gonna pop, and it is gonna lean over
Hard
into the
shift.
east. That means the fact that you're gonna have to work around these points.
Yeah,
pretty
the
heavily.
Falcons
Rock
POV
is
stream
gonna
has to be
recover
really
his
fucking
knockback
boring
over
right
the
now.
first
They're just
half, second
chilling. They're
Wildfire has
not
is
doing
down, so it
anything.
means that
But
the rest of BB
that is
has
the
to step away and try to
correct.
commit into the reds.
that
All
is the
this gonna
correct
be really
play.
interesting.
Is
What
for them
Navi
to do
decides
nothing.
If they push right into E Arena, Gen G needs to get Americano up on Death Road as quickly as possible so they can
No
third
reason
party
to
that
risk
fight if it
anything. They only
happens.
need 20
While
points,
EK,
and if they
they're
win this
trying to
game,
send
they've got it.
Shots down range towards 4 a.m. They're so
So,
low.
play it
that they
safe.
can't afford to leave their compound just yet. It doesn't look like to go really engage in this fight. Long's the last one up. He's trying to
Maximize.
survive in that smoke wall, trying to see if he can maybe get the revives
Don't
off.
die for
But
one.
Godvi at least will be one to go down.
Play for 10.
So this circle is mostly open as we see the recess sections from the northern side of Death Road. That means that Petrichor Road, Navi already having to fight. Freaks are going to have to make a move of their own. 4 Angry Men under a ton of duress. They still need to maneuver into the circle themselves with Geek holding down that one angle.
Yo, let's
and
go.
Vega
Stead got a
Pod
kill.
already holding down the dip at the crossroads. It's going to become more complicated. Let's not forget about T5 up on top of the hillside, looking down into this, seeing if they have an opportunity to get the shots into what's going to be going on. But so Loot for the Freaks are maneuvering into a point very close to where T5 is going to be at.
Makatoli. Oh,
And that fight
we're
with E
replaying
Arena and
this
Divine
fight.
continuing is now Zizzy will go down. Jacob's going to go down. One more there. Larix will pull up. Can he spot out Hella? Jacob
he hasn't
trying to do the
realized
seat
this is
swap.
a
I think
replay.
this is oh, it's a replay. I'm an idiot. Good lord. There's so many fights that I'm waiting for them to kick off, and this one was the one that E Arena wins. But they have the biggest rabbit's foot in their pocket.
You
This has
little
been,
bitch.
like, the
What are you
third
doing in my
time
room?
that E Arena has been knocked down to like one player,
Yeah, shit.
and
Yeah,
nobody
get
has
back out.
pushed on that. This happened to them yesterday too.
See that now T5 having to shift back and look into the Freaks. So Loot kind of leading the way right now, but T5's doing a very good job of using these recessed hills, finding some new cover. Petrichor Road also kind of extricated out of position. They're not maneuvering over here, so they're going to shift away from it. Gen G's going to be looking at Petrichor Road on their shots. Remember, they were playing more on the southern side of the hill, so it's just going to be Bean over here. Not a lot of shots that they can take just quite yet. So Petrichor Road going to find a stop-off, but it is so close to Gen G.
Okay, I
Gen
guess
G
I should
needs
close
to
my
now
window a little.
deal with E Arena in the close
The
line, and
Philippines
Petrichor Road,
teams?
both so close.
Come on,
There's gotta
Gen
be
G.
a link.
Gotta start flexing your muscles here a little bit.
Oh.
They're holding on to that western side of Death Road. They've got E Arena pinned down. They've got Petrichor Road pinned down. Nice grenade from Tosi. We'll get the knock on Anon. But this is going to be time for the smoke wall to get laid out. Ming Ming will get healed up. Ike's left as well. But they've got, at some
if
point,
I
E
give
Arena,
you
Navi, they're gonna
this
get involved
link,
as well. Gen G is just
this link's
kind of
probably better.
shouting everything
'cause
off
this
the
one
board.
has
Well, here
like
comes E
player
Arena back behind
nationalities
Petrichor
on it,
Road.
so
They're
you
gonna
can
have
actually
to
see
retaliate against this quite quickly. Smoke wall is down, so
who
E
is
Arena's
from
not
where.
gonna push too far, but Navi is also kind of usurping position back behind E Arena and forcing them into this path. Gen G still has Americano out trying to take shots into E Arena, so that means the Petrichor Road has got some breathing
almost
room, but not a
definitely
lot.
half
This
of the
edge
Happy
fighting is
Squad squad players will be on the team.
squads over there. But
Zen
within the circle,
Esports might have a
that means that
couple.
all of these
Korotong
teams are going to have to
Balaling,
know
probably
they
not.
need to finish these fights very quickly.
And you start wondering when
Love
that,
Esports might have
third-party
one.
variable of the Falcons might come into play. They
Pinoy
start
Gamers
flexing
Online,
out,
maybe.
get involved here soon as Ferris will go down, and now Navi down to just 2. And now looks
There's
like
definitely
they
enough
may
players to make
spot out
a
as well.
pretty
The
solid
Arena, they
team.
have just been knocked and
Some of
battered.
them have been playing
Still alive.
competitively,
Jacob
like international,
will
for a
go
long
down
time as well.
in the end here, and it looks like Larix will as well. Sizzy and Nurens will spot out
Yeah,
Sosin, so that's opening up a
Stead
little bit of a
is
door. Now it's
on
just down to Stead, but
unpopular.
Gen G starting to be a little bit more aggressive.
I love this. Push
I
down.
know what you mean by
know the
play
knocks are
style.
coming through, so see if you can jump into it. Looks like Petrichor Road also leaning into it. Bean tries to get some shots into Nurens, but he's going to maneuver. He's going to get away from
I
that
think he'll
point.
get there.
Gen G now
Evil
lines it onto
Patrick
Navi, but here come the nades on the backside of it. E-Arena
will
with so
almost
few
definitely be
options, they
there.
have to commit into one of the fights, and it looks like they're going to lean
There it
into
is.
Navi. They're going to
One
step in,
more
and now
from
it is going
Happy
to be
Squad.
E-Arena eliminated. Navi has
Algin
some area
bots,
that they can kind of control around.
probably.
Gen G, do you continue
Could
to
be
fight? Do you go
Aya
after Petrichor
as
Road, or
well.
do you focus on trying to get control over Death Road and move after Forest?
Ooh, now, yeah.
But probably Evil Patrick and Algin bots from Happy Squad.
Still has about half left. Nobody really pushing
CJ
onto
from
this.
Pinoy Gamers.
As Petrichor Road, they are down to 2, but the 2 are
And then maybe like Crazy Nine. Crazy Nine was pretty
kind of
solid.
terrifying. Okay, Ming Ming will finish off Sosid, so it's going to be just Stade, the rookie for Navi, on his own.
Check the player
As the
stats.
grenade, oh, that's going to be perfect. Yeah. Goodbye, sweet prince.
Goodbye,
Not
sweet
much else you can do
prince.
from that. So
Oh,
now
10 Trip
what
actually
can
was
you
top
do?
ranked for
You
Happy
one
Squad,
knock
so
in
maybe he's
return,
got a
some shots
chance.
come out, and
Maybe
now
10 Trip
Orca,
gets
the
in
rest of
then.
Gen G has to follow in back behind this. So it only feels like a matter of time. Yep, Petrichor Road is
Zishuan
going to get
from Zen.
eliminated. So Gen G has the positioning that they can
Crazy
now
Nine,
make their way into
Hachi.
the circle, but Forest is still going to be holding on. While all this is going to be going on, we do have the freaks up into the north. They're hopping inside of a vehicle, and they just have to send it into the circle right along the crossroads itself. Falcons get vision on it. T5.
That one has all
as
the
well.
individual
Stop off, going to
stats
be in
from
a
that
very
tournament.
Small section of a recess. Got a bit of a dip that they can play from, so going to find
So you
some
can,
safety for now. Let's not forget, DK's on the other side, still inside the circle as well.
Check that out there.
Paul also can't really look up into this point, so this is about as safe
I'm
as
gonna
you can be
move
for the time being.
this
It's really
over
just T5
to-
that has good angles, as well as BB all the way across the circle.
There you go. Navi will go down in 9th, but not before they collected 5 kills for themselves. Not too shabby considering what they had to deal with on that western side. So not a bad performance for the first game. Then Gen G
Yeah.
still trying to make their
Try
way.
there.
These freaks just trying
It's
to
not
survive.
blocking
As you
the
said,
player
they
cams.
had the smallest of ridge lines to work with and a little bit of hard cover from the car as Deal bravely going to go for the res, but Orca going to get popped out of the car. Forest really starting to show out here on this eastern side of Death Road.
I mean, Forest has got the high ground from Death Road. They can watch
Oh,
everything
good,
that's gonna be
mate.
maneuvering down below them, so they can just really handle anything. Tosi is just
Now,
over here. Blue zone coming up back
as
behind.
payment,
He's
you
in
have to
position
watch a Nations Cup
for just a
and
moment.
cheer
Blue
for
circle
Team
pops.
Philippines in the
This is gonna
chat.
be very
BB
close for
team.
Forest, but that means the fact that BB, how are you going to play around this? Are you going to go
Sometimes
after
they sell
Forest and
jerseys
try to get control
of
the high ground,
all of the
or
teams.
Are you just going to shift in? And it looks like their eyes are on Forest.
Yeah, they got the initial knock
They did
on the
one where
Baron
they
as,
sold them online
Lucas and Kiz were all keyed
one
in on Tosi.
time.
BB team
Most of the
came
other
over
times,
at the
it's
perfect
only
time
at
to get
the
that
event,
initial
though.
knock. And that's going to
But-
open up a little bit of a door. Okay, Kiss will get the kill, though. So that's another point in the bag for Forest. They're up to 6 already, but now they've got to turn their full attention over to how to deal
pretty hype.
with this pressing matter of a 4-man BB team.
I wanted to
BB
buy
team
some
pressing down
when
on
I was in
I mean, Forest is doing a
Nations
great job
Cup
on point
Thailand,
generation
but
off the first game.
I
This
did
is
not.
a phenomenal start for them, and if they can manage to rally, but they have to deal with BB. BB is chasing just 1 point behind Forest right now, and this will decide a lot for the leaderboard and the pacing. in
That's
and
what
of
I was
itself for the
gonna
day.
do.
Looks like they're trying to come after Vega Pass, see if they can get him out of that dip. Notice Too Hard up on that high side. Looks like he's trying to line in the nades, drop them right on top of Ruzen, but not going to get it. This
Things
is
you
how you
love
can
to
push
see.
down into a dip. Can you find it? Can you find the angle?
He's waiting for it, though. He's got the rest of the boys with him. They're going to stop down, heal up just a little bit. They've got time. It looks like Begopa still has a little bit of utility,
Begopa,
but
yeah,
Park Pro's
Pio's
kinda
team.
holding onto that grenade.
Pio was
Figure
playing
that's a good
in the
grenade.
qualifier,
Unfortunately, they were on their
but
feet and they were
he
ready
can't
for it.
travel because of his
Once
military
again,
service.
Another good grenade from Park Pro.
So
Quizzy knocked a little bit low,
he
but
has a
that
sub
utility just not
playing
getting
in
enough
his place.
done here for Begopa.
I mean,
That one does.
Oh, shit, yeah, that
finally
works.
Connects in. Haruzen, the last one up. Here comes the Vega Pot push. Blinded,
he's so
nowhere to
blind.
go. He's going to go down. Begapod gets control over that area, but they still have to push into the circle, and that's going to be with T5 and Falcons both watching.
Not Park Pro wearing the headphones with the cat ears on them. Oh my God! You just
Yeah,
that almost feels worse getting wiped like that. You get double naded by a man with cat ear headphones. Well, that is exactly what just happened to
That's
GK.
kind of fire though, no?
Begapod still has that ditch line that they can work with before they have to deal with their Ton 5 BB team. Meanwhile, just finishing off what's left of Forest. A great game for Forest so far. 7 kills overall, but this looks to
I wouldn't
be
say that so
the end for them.
simple.
I mean, BB has been quietly garnering.
This is the guy who 1v3 Twisted Minds yesterday. Never mind.
Forest finished that off, and now they have a lot of this hillside that they can play from. Falcons don't have the best vision up from that compound that they're going to be playing in, and are far more focused on what's going on with Begapa as well as the remnants of T5.
I mean, Falcons, they knew what their win condition was here. They were sitting on enough points. They're like, you know what? We don't have to go out and get a bunch of kills. If we win, we're probably good to go for finals. So that's all they needed to do. So let's just hold down the compound until we have to leave. That's all we really need to do. So that is exactly what they're doing. So now they have to get that win, though. That could be a little bit more easy said than done. As Begapod
Okay, Falcons finally get to start shooting people now.
Aggressive here, trying to get rid of Fluky.
Fluky right on the edge of the zone. Falcons and Begapod both wanting to kind of shift into the position that he's holding down for the time being. So both jockeying around on it. BB now starting to exploit that high ground, looking down onto Fluky as well. Everybody's got eyes onto Fluky, and he's just trying to jump around, find some form of cover from something, but there's nowhere safe. He's just got a tree and a car, so it's only a matter of time. Kickstart's going to take him down. So, BB, you've got vision, everything you can see, you have control over. Falcons, you've had the compound. Where are you going to go? Begapod feels like the odd man out.
Good performance from BB team here. 9 kills, 8 for Begapod. Falcons sitting on 3, and it's a 4v3v3 for the win. Begapod trying to use that smoke wall to get to a little bit of cover here on the ridge line. Still only phase 7, so all these teams have to move and get in, and there's a couple of circles left that these guys can
I'll do it after this game.
Yeah, okay, so Begapod moves into where Fluky was at. That means that Falcons are going to have to eye a bit more south. They've hopped inside of a vehicle. Looks like they're shifting directly into BB's position. But look how they use this hillside. Park Pro. He spots out H1, gets the knock.
Dude, these little jiggles on the shot.
To assault BB, but was so
he's not shooting the chair.
The man with the cat ears striking once again from the silence. As looks like they're just going to try to go for the exploding car. And no, Tingleton, he said enough's enough. We're going to go ahead and turn it back on you, and they will get the knock on the Park. H-Win looks like he will get flushed out by 2 Heart. And
on Park there,
sir. For a little bit of a flank here while Shrimzy driving through to create a little bit of a distraction. This is all
He's not
great
got
news for BB
much ammo
on
left.
top of that, with BB now getting so much more control. This rock
I feel like BB is just going to hard focus Falcons
you can see all the
unless they can get flushes.
Get away from BB's sightlines. Tiggleton has to try to find a way
Probably the more important team for them to kill. Kick's just sending it. He actually got it the kill as well. What a fucking Giga Chad.
With this Begapod has managed to go down. Tiggleton, are you close enough to do something with it? Does manage to get still locked down. Shrimzy managed to find Molodok. 2 members up on one side. BB now down to just 1.
He just ran through with 3 guys just shooting at him at the top of the hill.
But nice shots from Shrimzy, gets him low once again. Tiggleton will
Been in
have the time
meetings
to
for
heal
10
up,
hours.
just collapsing as they know exactly where he is. Tiggleton will get the shot.
Let's go.
Falcons get the win.
Stacking it together, finding the kills at the end, and a ton of damage coming up from the Falcons. I think it was right around 1,800. So that was a very hard shift up that hillside, and to see Falcons split off, see Kickstart move after Begapod, and then kind of send the other ones up after BB, and that open up a circle and survive for as long as they did. Really, I mean, kudos to Kick for drawing so much attention out. He did die for it.
He did
but
die.
That was his job.
Yeah,
all right.
And he executed it.
Bad joke.
That was his job.
How do you stop a rhino from charging? I needed to sneeze, but I couldn't find my mute mic button. So I just stopped needing to sneeze instead. Fuck, that's crazy. Anyway, how do you stop a rhino from charging?
I don't know. They like retain so much info.
You unplug it.
Because Take does all the kill feed reading. And then they all like remember.
I have a giveaway on my Twitter and on my Facebook. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. This was supposed to be just for day one, but then it got reposted by a Brazilian PUBG community page, and then everyone just used this one. So fuck it, we're just going to use this one as the entry for PGS 7. So yeah, just leave that a like and comment which team you're cheering for. I'm drawing 2 winners per day during the group stages. 3 per day during grand finals, and then I will do 1 on each day in the week in between. Because they gave me 37 codes, and I had to get creative. There's also the Facebook giveaway on my casting page as well. Same thing. Mainly for the sort of Southeast Asian viewers who don't use Twitter, but that's also there. So if you want double chance of winning, enter both.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary for the teams that are playing obviously today, because
You can only redeem
highest teams in terms of the points that are playing today. Right? So
one of my codes per account, but you can still win codes from other streamers and use them. These codes are locked to my account. So if you win more than once, you can either use it on an alt or give it to someone else or
The boys are not afraid to
something.
start exerting themselves on the lobby, right? It's like, okay, well, you know, we've been able to do this. We are basically through now. Let's take a look at some of the final moments of this as well. So, I mean, you were saying you were potentially concerned about all those angles that they took, but in the end, it provided immense pressure on even just BB team up on that high ground to try and move off the top of there.
It wasn't the sexiest win of all time. It was kind of like T5's day 1 win, where they just sit in a compound. The zone ends on their doorstep. Maybe it was a bit sketchier actually for Falcons, because there was a team on the high ground. Hick had to do some Chad shit to go and clear out Bagel Par, and then kind of a 1v3 at the end.
Now, of course,
Never won one before? I'll
I'll
rig it for you, don't worry.
A start for them. 20 smokes used to try and get them to where they needed to be. 13 lethals off the back of that too. But Falcons, 9 kills go their way. 1,700 damage as well from that compound. Everything we were.
Yeah, it's a much better game from BB team as well.
Go, but at the same time, you just be asking them,
Now I'm sad because I was thinking of picking Spyro.
What did you do for 20 minutes?
But
what are you talking about for 20 minutes?
nobody gives a shit about fantasy, so it's fine. That sucks for H-Win. 400 damage, 0 kills, but I mean, when you're playing in a compound like that, it's going to happen. You're just spamming your DMRs at people. Even if you get enough damage to get a knock, it's unlikely you confirm the flush.
When then here H-Win is about to reload out of bullets.
But H-Win also won't be upset about getting 0 kills because he doesn't really give a shit about how many kills he gets as long as the team wins the game. So
his move towards the
chilling.
north side of the circle against Bakeopa was just, I am sending it. I know I'm in the line of sights of BB team, but he knew no fear.
If he did not knock them out, if he did not take that, that would have not been the Falcons win. That would have been a Falcons 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah,
because they had the
that was some Chad maneuvers from Kit.
Enabled the other guys to lock this win in here. 19 points coming their way, 16 for BB team. That's also huge for them. That's 29 in their first 6 games. So this also puts them up into a very comfortable spot. With this kind of striking distance.
Funny seeing you here.
I think you make a good point, and it's something that is kind of like conceded in a lot of thought process when it comes to PUBG Esports, which is it wasn't necessarily man advantage, but every man is a resource, right? If you can send someone out, like a Kickstart, who was capable of getting it done for a 2-man in an overall position, and then know that your other 2 are in an advantage
so
against the BB team, why on earth
64
not do it, right? If you know
to get into top 8.
Way, so you try and
Not
go
that it
for that. I
matters.
think that's brilliant.
But basically, we said Falcons win that game, 20 points, and they're in finals. They got 19, but
our bottom 12 teams,
99% it will be enough.
have a long road ahead
62.
of them here. Vegapop put themselves in 35 points. That's huge. They are now in the top 16.
Get
but
2
teams
points
can
for the rest of the day, and they're higher than
Never
any
in my
historical
wildest
PGS.
dreams, with 7
cut-off
games down,
points.
would I think DN Freaks was here though?
No,
This
That
is
is
a shock.
that
to
is
me.
true. DN Freaks being down there is
there's just no way.
Pretty
you were like trying to justify it in your mind, then you were like, no.
GK Navi as well, VP.
Absolutely not happening here. Also, only 9 points versus
EMEA fell off,
in the last
damn.
game, so yeah, they're gonna have to step it up. They're gonna have to start.
Even
getting
Pero
traction against
being down in
Singapore.
14th
Magical
is
point that every one of these guys are aiming for. Some big names still here that we
Cook
know
the-
eventually he's
cook
gonna
the-
pop up today. Navi, I feel like is definitely one of them. Petrichor Road.
CPU
Eventually,
coolers
they are
on the
gonna
way.
Have that big game. They are gonna have that game where Ixlev just goes Super Saiyan and goes unstoppable.
That's
drops
fair
those
enough.
7 or 8 kills. Boom, that's the qualifying game for them, and they can kind of relax a little bit because that's a team you definitely want to be.
I had a free trial for YouTube Premium that lasted 3 months. I was watching so much YouTube stuff,
in that kind of
like
Navi
streams,
package and pawn, right? Because
like
a lot of
long
those teams
form
there
videos,
have
like
quite a few more kills than some
all
of the
kinds
teams
of shit.
above them.
And then it
Generally, what I
expired,
would
and I
say
started getting
is
ads. I just
eventually,
don't
if you
really
get
use
kills,
YouTube
the
anymore.
waivers will come down the line somewhere somehow. And 7
It
games,
lasted like
technically, it's a small
just
sample
long
size.
enough
So things can go awry
so
from
that
time to time. So, you know,
when the
big game will
NFL
come along
draft
and easily
happened,
project them
like
and
last
propel
week,
them into the upper echelons.
I could watch all the like streams. Of there's a guy I watch called Bengal, Big Game Bengal, and he is like unbelievably knowledgeable about college football in America. So he is like the guy that just knows. Like in the draft class, you have 7 rounds where 30 teams are picking. So there's 210 players, slightly more, that get picked. 225 roughly. And he could give you like statistics and analysis on every single one of them, plus more of them that didn't get drafted and went into free agency. Like he just knows every college player, their strengths and weaknesses, which teams they would be a good fit for, and why, like how their play style suits and stuff. Like he's a psycho, but
Did you? I liked it. Did you like it?
I
yeah.
liked it.
Brave browser.
Okay. Well, this one's a little.
I see.
I think it's a little bit farther
Cheeky.
south this time.
The problem I have, I was watching it down my we have the smart TV downstairs. I was watching it on the YouTube app on that, and the ads on YouTube TV are just ridiculous. It's not too bad on PC. Phone is like 50-50. Sometimes it's pretty annoying, but on the TV it's insane. I was watching one video. I had a 50-second unskippable ad break 1 minute into the video, and then another one at 3 minutes. I was like, you know, it's not even worth. I don't even want to watch this video that much.
Emergency pickups in the air, everybody landing at the same time. Like that was the wheels offness that I really enjoyed.
Well, also, if it does go Millie, Forest, Arena,
A lot
and
more
Freaks
teams.
already down.
A lot more teams this time. Forest.
No
not
car
by
for you.
themselves. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
Razer laptop I got in 2020. It's still alive. It always had
looks like nobody else is getting really close to each other.
like heating or airflow problems, I think. Because if like it's marketed as a gaming laptop, it has like a 1070 equivalent or something. But if I use it to play even like a simple platformer game for like half an hour, I could like fry an egg on the side next to the touchpad is how hot it gets. So every time I take it to my niece's when I'm babysitting, and she we played Trackmania on it, and she keeps asking to play, and I'm like, I don't know if I can handle it. And also, it gets hot.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Pretty well.
Just sort of by default.
The exact same thing again.
So like I do
I do love watching though these like
I play Dungeons and Dragons at like a tabletop cafe nearby. I take the laptop for like character sheets, and sometimes I run games because the guy who does like a children's D&D session thing, and he asked me to run them. And last time I ran one, it just got mad hot, and I was just sweating because my laptop's on the table in front of me. And the ventilation in that place is pretty rough because it's a massive abandoned silk spinning mill.
Good stuff there from
it's alright.
I know
It still
that
works.
You're a fan of him because you've always said that by far your favorite anime of all time.
This is
Yeah.
a problem for me, okay? I know that I'm known for making a lot of anime jokes, but I don't know Inuyasha all that well. So
They're literally in the same building. Hatred is just like, hey, we won the game from here last time. I'm just go there again.
Look, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I might get flagged for it, but I hated that. I hated that anime. It was one of the first ones that was on Adult Swim, and I was always just, oh man, this is so lame.
I mean,
Like,
you
I
are
just did not
definitely a
enjoy
more
it.
isekai trash, punchy guy.
I mean, I'm a simple man. What do you want from me?
Give your power fantasy, right?
Exactly. Well, well, I don't want to say speaking of power fantasies when we're looking at Theraton 5, but they're right in the middle of the lobby, sitting in 16th place right now. Oh no, yeah, you don't like that. You don't like seeing that. Genji
That's unfortunate.
picking off a boy from Navi, and what a player to lose early on too.
That's big, but Genji was very excited about that.
They were.
Genji, you need to get way more excited about that, way like several, I don't know, dozen more times.
Yeah.
Get you some points generation, because right now it's the Freaks at 19 and Genji at 22. And yes, Navi is.
I mean, it's not just VP that's underperforming, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that last game with Genji was
GK,
Death Road. I feel like they had a
Navi.
number of pretty good opportunities to.
Navi was hot dropping, so they sort of have an excuse, but like,
more points, and they just
not really.
opted not to take
It's not really an
from that
excuse.
top side. So instead, opting to play a little bit more
Like,
defensively, and as a result,
you could say it's part of the reason why they're doing bad, but it doesn't make it okay.
Still sitting in 21st overall, currently 22 points. I mean, it's a good start to get a kill on but they still got a lot left to do.
By the way, I love the fact that they showed
Big
like,
Tig, the frag machine.
Yeah, over there. That is a cool little feature that we've added in, and I want to see that more.
So much
What do we-
stuff on our leaderboards. Get to see all the plus minuses and where they.
Yeah, like the points above the cutoff point.
Where everybody is sitting right now.
Yeah, that's really cool. It saves you from having to do literally half a second of maths, but that is difficult for a lot of Twitch chat viewers. So.
That go on to the grand final, so you can see Theraton 5
And probably
currently
YouTube
in
viewers too.
16th place with 30 points, but we still have four and majority 5 left to go.
So looking out, we do have an emergency pickup that's coming from Forest. Looks like they're going to try to get themselves off of Military Base Island and maybe try to make their way up along a pathing that could put them along.
So historically, if Falcons get 2 points, they're above any PGS cutoff point ever.
Side of Death Road, we presently have Petrichor Road, Falcons, Genji, Navi, New Happy, Freaks,
But
and
if we go on like average values, we'll say about 55.
Southern side of Death Road. Good luck, man.
Still, any team could get in,
For the most part, it does seem that all
and
of
any
these
team
teams
could
are
drop out.
thinking that this is going to cut back to the north, but they're not nearly as spread out in that circle as they were last time. Like, they are still kind of.
If we say 55, there's only one
here
team that's safe.
because just in case it does come back to the south.
And
5
can I
games
say, I
left.
don't- like the bridges being all nice and painted with the blue for the 8th anniversary and stuff like that. It throws me off every single time I see it.
Does it?
It's just like I've gotten so used to just the gray. It's like, can you imagine being the guy that has to go out there and paint everything on the map whenever there's just like constantly like death and destruction that's happening on Erangel and being like, oh, look at my beautiful paint job.
I'm gonna leave that one to you.
Not picking up the DBS?
This is the way my brain works. Look, okay.
Hey, Trent,
Like,
bring a
have
car over there and
the
put that
common
DBS
working
in the
man.
car.
This is
If anyone
true,
tries
I
to
do.
breach you,
Common working man that
you
would have
pick
to
it
go
up.
out there and do bridge repair post combat.
Shrimpsy just got a knock,
see
but
Arena has
we
made
didn't
it
see
across
who it
the
was on.
bridge.
On 4 a.m.
And now worth
On the
noting that
north.
Forest
There you go.
had an E pickup, and they
It's a good shot.
looked
Oh,
like
of
they
course,
set
it's got to be.
Scappy up, and then none of them took it. So they're going to be cutting across on that western bridge, maybe running into Divine. Right now, Shrimsy spotting out Longs from range as Godvi has eaten a bullet once again. And Long's just going to throw him in the whip and get on out.
roll off into the distance is this is pretty much our most northern team right now that's inside the circle, so they've got some places that they can kind of shift away, probably get their meds back into a better position. Looking to see where we saw Forest go. It looks like they're doing a bit of a drop-off over into the west, so there's nothing really going on over there.
Falcons split
That's going
is...
to be pretty close. Teams that not yet made it inside the circle are going to be VP that's coming in from the north, maybe along that Mansion, Lippo route.
It's one of those where it's like it could be a little bit risky, but there's no one in a position to punish it. No one's actually playing on Shelter. If there was people on Shelter,
I don't know all of them, but I just run 400.
whenever they tried to regroup phase 2, they could have been in danger, but no one's there, so they're fine.
I can't aim the sniper rifles unless I have the low DPI.
That's fair.
I do find it interesting though whenever we look at like it says a lot about like a player based off of like their DPI, right? If they have the like 1600 or something like that, they're going to want to go for like I guess a lot more like spray control shifts and stuff like that. Whenever they're lower DPI, they tend to go for range.
And while we're talking about DPI, did you see that Belmoth uses 2.0 vert sense?
It's like I could just do it all.
Yeah, I think I've always just been 1200 just because that's what I've always been.
That's an interesting one, 1200. How'd you settle on that?
I didn't. That's what it was out of the box, man. I don't think I've ever changed it in my life. I mean, I have adjusted the settings in game a few times just to see if I can get a little bit better control. But you know what? I've always had terrible aim. So
look,
it's going to take a lot more than DPI to fix this. Is all I'm saying.
Well, it's going to take a lot more DPI to get lyrics out right now as he's kind of roaming around trying to get some more information.
I'm messaging Belmoth to confirm whether the graphic yesterday was true.
They're pretty all right over there in the east. The new circle is going to be kind of the deciding factor.
It wasn't.
And simmer, but once we get to the next circle, I don't think there's going to be no options.
Please let this thing cut south. I'll do anything. Just let it cut south. Well, Virtus Pro, they have made their way into the zone on this eastern side. So everybody's in, and everybody's kind of right around the same general location. Everybody. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, that's still.
Okay. Right? Confirmation.
But the interesting part about it is that all of a sudden 50% of your circle is just completely unplayable. So now all of these teams that are left are all fighting over the same real estate.
Well, luckily, southern sections of Death Road Farm area have all of those small compounds, those roads. There's a lot of dips. You even have the tower. So there's a lot of options for these teams, but they have to condense in fast. And that's why you can see so many people hopping inside of vehicles. Over to the west, we've got Forest. They have to try to regroup over there. They're going to have Navi that's getting in pretty close to them. Meanwhile, over in the east, T5 has a bit more options of what they can rotate around. Begapa is going to go ahead and make their way down to Milta itself. Entirely open except for Geeke right now, but they also have BB that's got a bit of a foothold in there. Rock's going to be very close to Falcons in their positioning, and this is going to be in Farm itself. T5 looks like they're going to be rotating down into it, and that's going to be Falcons taking shots at 4 Angry Men.
Confirmed.
On the higher end of that hillside. That means that it is going to be T5 at least managing to get far closer than I think that Falcons wanted them to get.
Yeah, T5 actually entering inside of the farm as well. So Tiggleton will go down, and now it's just down to 3 for Falcons. Rock might be able to get their man up once again, but this is all fighting happening around farm. Everybody just trying to keep the farm safe. Protect the farm, men. We don't want anybody else coming in.
Meanwhile, Gen.G's having to try to stop off. That's allowing a bit more options for 4 Angry Men. They found themselves a position. They got a foothold in a bit.
Now imagine if they were breaching that and he had a DBS
They're gonna have to stop off.
in his hands.
T5, they have a building, and they still have their glider, but they have a building that they can hold down for the time being. The issue is it's just going to be about fortifying it. They've got 2 different teams on 2 different sides.
Out here. They're just driving around. They've just driven around in circles around on this western side of farm for the past 30 seconds or so, and all of a sudden now they find this compound completely open. Now it is on the far northern side, and it is have a Death Road looking.
We're shifting away from water, not next circle, so this could do something weird here still.
Anytime I think about like PUBG in general, the compound that 4 Angry Men are playing from on Erangel, it's just like classic PUBG to me. So the fact that it's still open, I think, is kind of a symptom of everybody wanting to try to get control over points much further down in the south because of expectations on how circles are going to shift. I find it kind of interesting that we already do have Begapa, Geeke, BB, and VP all kind of holding out around Milta itself. So if we do see this kind of go a bit more into the north or the west, trying to get out of Milta is going to suck.
Yeah, other interesting thing that I see.
No panzers. Well, if you do see a panzer, exclamation mark panzer in the chat. We're keeping count on how many times people get reduced gameplay discrepancies.
Way off to the eastern side, and then Navi, they have a compound, but they've sent Fairest way off to the north on Potato Mountain, just kind of looking around Death Road and just kind of, I guess, figuring out what's going on up there, getting more information, looking out what the next move might be. But it's just really
I'm so funny.
All these teams sending that lone player out to gain information.
Chat.
Is gonna go ahead and shift in.
They're playing for the south shift.
Down back behind everything on the eastern bridge, so they should find themselves pretty open for the time being. We got Lyrics kind of doing the wrap, I believe, in a glider still. So he's just kind of scouting out.
Maybe find a way across on like a boat or something.
Or at least have an idea of the solo coming up back behind them. Fairest. So they now send themselves down the hillside. Circle's gonna pop, and it stays pretty much right on bridge.
Okay, so this next one goes north. So the hill that's like east of Rock and T5, north of DNF. Holy shit, DNF split.
Look at Freaks.
That's crazy.
2-2 split right in the dead center of the circle. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get their guys together again. They're going to try right now. And Gen G had their eyes on. They're going to go ahead and backfill that immediately. Petrichor Road just sending it right near that farm. Once again, we've already seen how violent this farm can be.
But it's fine. I got away with it.
Ready and waiting. RBN will find the knock on a nod. They're going to find Chewy as well. Rock
got big damage pre-nade.
As well as they can.
There's just too many people on the outsides. Gen G was taking
farming
shots
them.
into
They're
it.
farming
We also saw
them.
Falcons leaning into this as well. Rock in some trouble. They have to be cautious. Non down. Axlift down. You can see it is just Ming Ming, but he's going to go down as well. Petrichor Road out early again. That's going to be hard.
Say that username.
From BL, the last player left alive for his squad.
BLM
Can
Calmo.
get over to the building.
And now,
I don't think Falcons are going to
Falcons are just sending it.
Sending it in, and they are going to take
That's a
over this
big headshot to take.
and spread their influence throughout this farm.
Okay, get that smoke over fast.
Shots right
No,
back
they're
behind
dropping.
them. Also, it's going to be New Happy that has some vision in. This is going to be very difficult. Has already lost one of it. So can they come into this one fast enough? They can get some points off of it, and this is just playing. They've got points in the bag, sitting at 63, already feeling good, feeling like they have a decent chance of qualifying. So now they can start asserting some of the authority inside the circle, playing a bit riskier. Can we see Kickstart try to take out Rock, though it looks like the res is going to come out. Just fast enough. No! It actually does connect and get the knock.
Really nice timing
spreads.
on that blue zone grenade from Kickstart as RBN.
Instant re-knock.
He got the BL got the
It's a double
res.
blue zone as
Sending
well.
it over here to get that, but immediately he goes down and gets taken out once again.
Oh, H-Win.
By New Happy December 12th.
On the outside of the wall.
BL will try to spray through the smoke, but Kickstart will take him out, and that will be Rock
that was
Esports eliminated.
expensive for Falcons to take that.
While this is going on, now it's going to be T5. Looks
Paid
like
a big price.
shifting in, seeing if maybe he can take down
Yeah, now T5. He's just, he's like, oh, he's probably in the smoke. Yeah, boing. You'll take it. Love it.
Now most of control for farm is T5.
VP send.
The other people are playing around the outskirts of this one. We can see the Freaks also trying to reset a bit more. Divine is going to be coming in from the bridge down to the south.
I see VP1 alive. I didn't see them actually send.
To try to hold it out. Baron might be trying to catch somebody, as that is an aggressive stance for him.
Yeah, this is a really sneaky rotation from Divine. They ate a lot of blue zone damage.
Oh, he knows.
On their way to coming in from this southern wrap, just deciding that the
You
win
definitely saw them.
wasn't for them. And now they have to deal with
Or
Forrest,
heard them.
but I don't think Forrest is in a really good position to gatekeep. And in fact, I don't even know if they know that they're there. Baron, he's positioned, and now they're going to get shot at. And you can
he
see
just threw a
all
nade
Forrest's,
at them.
Triangles start looking down to the bridge like, oh, wait, there is somebody down there.
He just
And
threw a
now,
nade at the
Divine
bridge.
has
He
to figure
knows
out
they're
how gonna
there.
Get their way, get it. Oh, no. They're actually, there's no way, right? Can they do this?
This is,
That-
I don't know
that's
where they're going to land, but
pretty
it does
wild,
allow
though.
them to leapfrog this.
They could just drop out and go
because
to the
Baron's gonna be in a
cliffs
position
on the
to
east
take
side of
shots as they
Falcons.
get lifted.
Maybe
I mean,
if
it could
like
be big,
one
it could
goes
also just
and then
be
the rest of them
maybe
can
one up
drive.
for a scout. There's a lot of options that they can go from
One
this
up.
play.
One up
Megapol
could
looks like
be
they're also
one
gonna
up could be
shift in
good.
on the opposing side of the bridge, so that means that it's gonna
Oh,
become even
but
more
fucking Bagel
entrenched.
Pod. Yeah, they're trying to
their
go for the
pings.
cliffs on the
They-
right,
they
but
just
Bagel
showed it on
Pod
the
just
map. They have
fucking.
the pings. They're going for that spot where Bagopod is currently moving in.
Bagel Pod
So
just pulled
unless
up, and I
have
don't think they
somebody
know.
that has eyes on this, they're not going to know that Bagopod has that spot available.
Taking the Coupe.
Taking that spot while
If they
were
pull up on a
through.
con, they 3v1 him.
Okay, Navi is going to regroup. You can hear some shots at distance, and that's going to be what's going on with that.
He's
but
not got any
with the
bullets.
2-2 split, I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to regroup. So, all right.
They
And
just
it's going
sent
to be
Barpo,
Barpo, the only one up. He's going to be scouting out. And see
Why
if
are we
he can
doing a
get
replay
some
now?
for the team, lead the
What is
pathing for
this?
them, but the rest of Divine is going to be running into it. This is a cool replay, but I'm caught up on what's going to be happening with Divine as they make this approach.
Yeah, it looks like while we're catching this replay, Barpo did decide to land right on Forest, and I think he got taken out. And now Divine, the rest of Divine sending it over to the other side to take the fight to Bagel Pie. Hella gonna get taken down. Wonderful and Dayon now the last two left alive as
Okay, well,
Utility will continue to send on over.
Khan died for free.
Divine trying to see if they can rally back. It's just wonderful holding this for himself for the time being. But notice Baron starting to get more aggressive behind this one. Looks like he's trying to see if he can flank back behind Divine, and he could spell their doom. But Begapah should be able to spot him as well. So it's a bit of a risky play, but it could have a massive upside and allow him to pick up two members of the squad, finish them off, as well as getting a foothold position to try to hold off Begapah.
He's kind of doomed here, I think.
So it's all about how Baron is going to get this. Can he line
Oh,
up?
Baron, what a freak! He's just sending it.
Spots out one. He's playing this one
Did they know?
This is such a brave play from such
He's
a
got the
new
6x
team.
on the barrel.
Getting a little bit of,
They're not a new team, bro.
Getting a little bit of aggression in them.
Oh,
good
you got
spot
tagged.
there by Dayon, and they will spot out Baron. But yeah,
Oro,
Forest won
please
their,
stop calling them a new
fight against
team.
Twisted Minds for the final victory of
They
day
were
2,
5th place at
getting a
PGS
little
2.
bit more confidence,
Please.
sending their man over there, and it almost played. It almost
Obviously,
paid off, but great
different
eyes.
roster
Actually,
and
I
that.
think it might have been Bagopah had spotted him out and were shooting back, and that might have given the ghost away.
GK was taking some shots at Baron as he came through. Oh, Divine, they're just going right after this gas station. And instantly
But hey,
jump out
Kiss
of it. I
was
like the
at
fact that they're
PGS
least getting some
3-4.
elevation so that way their feet can't get shot.
Got finals in
Running
both.
around on it. New circle's going to pop, and yep, leans into the outskirts of Farm, and now Forest. What are you going to do? You've got Divine right up on top of you. Scrappy isn't anywhere that he can support from.
Actually, Scappy and Olympus and Baron were there too, no?
Spotting anything
With Armor Gaming?
As you said, Scappy on that low ground, and he's about to have a little bit more of a problem to deal with as he got Navi coming back behind him here. But Dayon and Wonderful playing this as slowly as they can. They're continuing to just
Who's on the Armor
recycle
Gaming
these
roster?
smokes
Oh, no, they
and,
weren't.
slow
Different
things
team.
down for Forest. Let
Yeah.
them at least climb this wall and get in there for a face-to-face confrontation. But these deployable covers could be brutal for Divine.
Play it slow. Lots of smokes down right now. Kiss just waiting to see if
Prediction
anybody lines
live.
in.
Who wins
You
this
see
game?
Divine, they don't want to overextend this. They know that they're in a vulnerable position, but the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be. Beautiful shots coming up from Kiss. Lines in, right onto one. Lines in. Doesn't get the knock on the second one yet, but it's going to be quick. Olympus is going to see if he can maybe follow up. Going to go instead. Shift in. Doesn't want to run right inside the gas station itself. Instead, it's just going to be a quick step around.
back to
Meanwhile,
C5.
Scappy is actually holding out Navi. It looks like Navi was thinking about trying to get involved in
Kiss
this. Nade's
is-
going to be rolling out.
Kiss
Not
is
gonna
doing
get
really
the way he
good.
wants it, but Favors gonna be going for some
He was
shots.
popping up in the
Does connect
Thailand
onto it,
series.
So now Forest still in trouble.
Really, really well played there by Forest against Divine.
Okay, good.
But it flushed
That's
out,
really
or
awesome.
will bleed out rather. So Scappy will at least get one more point as Olympus going to get knocked low enough to go down to the blue zone. So Kiss is
I
the
am a
last one
certified
up
hollow
here
sight
for
hater.
Forest.
I would rather
got a
use
long
iron
way to go
sights
to
than
get
a
inside
hollow.
that zone, but Navi, they're not any better off here.
Unless I'm
This
using
is
like an
all
ace
just
or
lot of
a
teams
barrel
that
or
really
something.
need any point that they can get,
But like an
and that's why
M4
we're
or an
seeing so many
AUG, give me
firefights
iron
down
sights
here.
over a
It's
barrel.
A couple of kills.
I don't even
maybe
care
they
if
can
it's
shift
faster
in,
ADS
get
speed.
some control over a circle, but I don't know.
Which honestly is stupid. It should be faster ADS speed with iron
They sent
sights.
Jacob up, and they'll be the gatekeepers on whatever happens here.
Red
So,
dot on hollow
Kiss
should
outside the blue zone. This is just chunking
reduce
him down.
ADS speed slightly.
Navi really can't make a move into the circle either. Meanwhile,
But never
Baker's
mind.
slowing
Why is
down
Salute
again.
using an
Olympus gonna
MP5?
send it.
They try. They try to send it in, and it looks like they get at least 2 heart. Will get right into the Freaks compound. It's going to be right on the first floor. Heaven hears him coming. The grenade will be prepped and ready to go. The rest of the team are going to come on down. As 2 heart, he's just it's like, come on, man, let me hang out here. And okay, Salute will take him out there in the end. So that's good news for Freaks. They've had a really, really rough go the first 2 days, and they're in a good position here with 4 up.
Over here into the southwest, it's going to be New Happy. Playing right along this road makes him a bit vulnerable from Jinji's positioning. So not too much else they can do is just really try to get across, using covering fire to see if they can buy the space to work with. Smoke's gonna be good enough to get New Happy at least across. New Circle's gonna pop.
Oh shit! I should have predicted
Kickstart's
T5.
still gonna be alive, feeling good off of his positioning for now. T5 also gonna be over there, but down in the south, it's about to get a bloodbath. We're gonna have Gen G, New Happy, E Arena, and Freaks all on top of each other.
Yeah, this is really, really rough here for New Happy. 16K going down. I don't know.
Come on.
Southwest, there's another fight going on in the northeast as GK trying to make their way past BB Team and 4AM, but a lot of splits up there. As we see, okay, New Happy will be at least able to keep Gen G at bay for long enough to get their man off back on his feet. Haruzen will not.
Their man off.
Filfers had a grenade in hand, so unfortunately for BB, that's going to be them losing one.
Okay, Gen G's had a lot of this territory that they've been harassing people from, and now they're having to move into a much more open zone. That's a big problem for them. So they have New Happy that's trying to get some retaliation back. E Arena does have Jacob that's already got that foothold point, but it's so close to Freaks that it does not feel comfortable. But look at what Gen G's working with. They've got a Shack. They've got a couple.
What is Gen G working with?
They're inside the circle.
It ain't much.
So New Happy looks like they're just going to go ahead and send it along this side, and it's going to be Deal that gets knocked onto 16KK. Quick flush to follow. Where are you going to go? Just send it right up into the face of Gen G, but New Happy is going to get punished.
What is that emote?
Well,
Loading monkey?
Bean, but Americano will at least be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Kickstart getting involved there as well, collecting a few more points for Falcons as E Arena starting to make their way in. BB Team will be eliminated by GK. As they still try to find their way in from the northeast. It looks like they're going to have to leave PWG
It's
behind.
happening.
We're seeing a lot of teams low on the leaderboard.
Doing something. We're doing something. A little bit of a comeback.
A lot of space to work with. Meanwhile, Kickstart's just taking long-range shots at E Arena.
Everybody
might as well see what you can get out of it. So
you can get that.
Arena, 3 kills right now, but they've been pumping out a lot of
tough.
damage and getting control over this area. GK trying to shift in. They're trying to run right
Go on, Ranger X. Holy shit. Bomb the bots.
Lose quite a few of their members trying to accomplish that. 4 Angry Men, I wouldn't be surprised, plays loose out of the hill.
Kickstart is the angry farmer maggot keeping all the hobbits out of his carrot fields right now.
Angry farmer maggot. Holy
farm,
shit.
Just spraying down anybody he could see as Padampong will do the same for T5. They have 4 up from that north side, and Geeke now all of a sudden 2 knocks later, they're down to just Spiro.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do? He's kind of caught out over here. Luckily, 4 Angry Men saw themselves this crate down here, realized that it's pretty decent covered.
Salut.
Shift their vehicles up.
Damn, like every team is bleeding right now. Everyone's getting knocked. Only team that isn't is 4AM, which is
with this Spyro having this
ironic given their position.
Some safety for now.
4AM looking pretty nice here. Only no kills yet, and all of a sudden, okay, a trade there. Heaven will find Tongmu, but Longs will find Heaven. And I think there's very few teams in the lobby that had higher expectations on them that need a win here more than the Freaks. Heaven has been knocked. Human should be able to get the res. The rest of the boys are going to have to leave that building.
They are running it down a little bit.
Staring it down, sending shots down range. None of them hitting just yet, but the fact that it still might be slowing them down from leaving their compound just yet.
This is going to be so hard for the Freaks. With this, they're trying to commit into a res while they have 2 members that are not yet inside the circle. It's going to be Salute. He's left his building. He's starting to run.
They'll be
See
fine.
if he can find an outside angle right on the edge of this to spot out what's going to be going on with 4 Angry Men. God V's still caught up with Sparrow back behind this one, so that's allowing the Freaks to get a bit more space in this one. Salute now starting to
grenading.
Spyro just doing a good job of being a distraction that 4 Angry Men is having to deal with, and we still have T5. They have a
Why is he still using the MP5?
Problematic. Salute does manage to survive.
That didn't kill him?
Up on top of him, but the distractions allowed
I didn't even knock him. 92 damage. That's got to be a level 3 vest. Prone diff.
Has to be basically on his own right now. The 3 other members for 4AM are going to have to be
no, they're so fucking dead.
on Freaks as Heaven will get knocked. Americano does go down, so Gen G
Freaks,
will
please.
The rest of the Freaks now trying to spread out a little bit. Salute has that long angle, but now Theraton 5 coming in from the north as well. So this could get to be a 3-way fight here very shortly.
Well, the Freaks are afraid to play this too aggressive because they know that they have E Arena back behind them.
Yeah.
But it's
and because Salute has a fucking MP5, so he can't take a fight at 25 meters.
To try to remove any space that's going to be up in front of it. 4 Angry Men, though.
Okay,
starting to
well,
have
just
some
let
issues
Gumin do
to
it,
get
I
angles. They
suppose.
have to try to control. Finally starting to get the knocks that they so need, but it's going to be HS, the last one up. It's going to be T5 coming up right back behind Spyro, but Spyro's going to slow them down, buying some more time for everybody to work on the lower sections of this one. Geeky is going to get eliminated. Freaks, Salute, last one up. He's going to go down.
Bruh.
4 Angry Men survive for the time being. T5, do you chase it?
At the end of the day, it was E-Arena that came over and caused Freaks problems. They were the one that get the last rounds into Salute and knock him out. E-Arena 4 alive, playing from this south side. They managed to
Jesus,
just survive into the late game, and now they've got themselves a beautiful position to try
Why
to
is
get
he
this
using an
victory.
MP5 there, man?
Kick starts now. Finally left his compound. Moving up after Rusted. Small firefight could be happening.
Just
but
didn't
Lyrics
find
in the
anything
spot.
else. Maybe they like looted this area.
With this smokester
He's
now
been
down,
here since
stalled
P1.
out positioning. Rusted has to focus in on this. That's allowing E-Arena to have a lot more space to play from in this low section. Nade's going to go out, bounce a bit too far, so
Just
not gonna
never
connect with
killed
Rusted.
anyone
Kicks
close enough to
Rusted
loot them,
along
maybe?
the line, but now he's going to know exactly where to drop
He was
this one.
getting
Right
knocks
on
with
top.
the MP5
Yeah, the
before.
first one did have HP.
So maybe someone.
Unfortunately for Kick, he
Whatever.
lost track of where Rosset did.
Hell yeah, dog. I'm drawing the giveaway after game 6.
All 3 members
So
back up
if
here.
you get a
E-Arena,
message in your
while pushing,
DMs,
they
then
weren't able to
you
do any
won.
more damage, but that's a good grenade.
Thanks for stopping by.
So close. E-Arena having to play this one safe for a
Catch you
very
later.
long time. And let's not forget, Rusted right back behind 4 Angry Men.
Rusted.
He has an opportunity to really play spoiler.
Let's
on
go.
E-Arena. Complete control
Thailand
over the
connection.
circle, except for the smidgen that 4 Angry Men have to work from. This
Smidgen.
dip is
That's a
all
good
they
word.
have. And the circle is not going to stay here. They have to shift out of it very quickly. Rusted has already shifted back behind them, waiting to backstab.
Does he have grenades? Why are there marks still
Their pings on the
in
map.
fucking
Some of those might be a little
Milta?
bit old, but it looks like they're
Yeah.
very concerned about what might be happening into the southeast. And I'm wondering if maybe they lost track of Rosseted and they think that Solo might still be hiding out in that field. It's hard to tell, obviously, without
Okay,
any
well, they know
context,
now.
but Rosseted will get spotted out by E-Arena, and he's going to get knocked low. He might not be much longer for the world, but 4 AM going to use that as their dinner
Yeah,
bell,
that's
and they're
right,
going to push
hits
right
him.
in. But E-Arena was waiting. Sizzy and Nurens combine to destroy them, and Theraton 5 will die to the blue, and E-Arena gets the victory in game number 2.
Oh, they played it patient a lot. There was a lot
Grease.
of that were coming around them, and they had to weather a lot of secondary
Mm.
and tertiary firefights that were going on around them, and they played it very clean.
I don't
Kept
know.
everybody
I don't know how
up,
much
and where
Freaks
everybody
threw the
just
game.
suffering
It was
from a
just
war of
like
attrition. They managed to come in strong.
That was, I mean, I think you hit the
Didn't
nail
hit the
on the head.
nades.
You were kind of like shaking your hand at the screen.
The
As soon
loot
as they
couldn't
took the
really get
shots
involved
over
in the
towards,
fight
Theraton
when
5, you could tell 4
everyone
AM
was
like,
actually
oh, they're
fighting.
distracted. Let's try to go now. Unfortunately, E-Arena was not
We had
distracted
3
at all.
knocks.
They were so
We got
ready for
Guman,
that push to
and he
come
can't
through.
push
But
because
that
he
is
was
gonna
getting
do it
peeked
for
from the
game
team up the
number
hill,
2.
so he was
Let's
just
throw it over the desk to see what they
picking
have
them
to
off
say.
instead, getting flushes. And even if he did get in and get the last kill on 4 AM, they probably get pushed from the south before they get their revives. Bro, he's got the signature gaming logo. Holy.
What was the south position in the circle turns into gold for the Rabbit, and they leap into the pole position. We've got ourselves E-Arena finding themselves a victory here to round out our Erangels for the day.
Yeah, and what a way to do that. The soft control in that zone and kind of controlling that whole, that whole top bridge, it split everything in two, right? You had the fight on the north side, you had the fight on the east side.
Yeah,
That
EA was like
fighting east side. You saw
Thailand series after they got announced as global partner, and everyone was like, huh, what the hell? And then they got like 14th place in week 1 of the Thailand series, and everyone was like, what? This team sucks. Why are they global partner? And then they just like farmed everyone for the rest of the tournament.
My favorite gun, the MP5. It's really fun. It's really nice. I enjoy watching that. That's good.
I thought you were gonna say that it's very nice to see him start shooting things, but yeah.
That's also kind of a boon of that. They do need to shoot more. Let's be real. Shoot more.
Good advice from us. That's
I agree.
kinda
Shoot
comes
more
back to
things.
it feels
Salute,
like they're
please.
Still taking too much space, right? They send a few guys out to the fields rather than taking control of the southern side. There it is, yeah. We did get an
Boom.
MP5 build. Steel also getting things here, but
He did get a
yeah,
knock with the
they
MP5,
had
but he got stolen.
a position of power, but they kind of gave
So,
up
like,
the power on the west side. To them,
did he
right?
really,
They
though?
should have controlled. I felt like they should have pushed.
Boom, 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 boom.
Taking more space in the
He actually got that.
because they opened it up themselves to multiple angles, and that's really what
Crazy.
I don't really like seeing that. You can't do that as much here at PGS as you can maybe in your home region.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, we're used to this problem, right? Of like, okay, everybody.
You're like,
thinks
right
that this is a
here.
good spot to try and play from. Therefore, there's so
Salute
many teams
would
that are gonna
love to get over
congregate
there,
in this
but
area.
he
And you kind of have that crunch
he's,
down.
he's
curve.
shooting the
And then
people
on the other
above
side of
instead.
things, you've got a team like EA
Yeah,
who's like,
HSM.
okay,
I
we'll
like
chill
it.
in the south,
I like
we'll be
it.
able to move into these fields eventually once everybody's kind of fought amongst themselves.
NT on
The
that
7
spray
kills
there.
that they
Good
walk
effort.
away with there because of the denial towards the end, and they walk into the victory.
And they actually, in that engagement with 4AM, they won every single battle with that. They're like, 4AM didn't get a single knock in the knee arena, really pushed so strongly there. So that's fantastic to see, obviously, that they're able to step it up like that.
I think they hit the nail on the head when it came to the commentary, right? They're also very apprehensive. Where is that snake? How are we supposed to deal with that? That's going to slow down our progression and deal with what is going on. So 4AM, as much as actually, I mean, it's a very important extra points for them as well, I would say, all things considered, because their first day of groups, aside from that last game, was just a bit of a disaster. So they need a lot more.
Yeah, they need way more points with that. And yeah, 7
Cool.
kills for the win, 17 points.
A lot of
total,
smokes thrown.
5, getting that second
I don't
position
like
here, kind of
frags being the
right above the scores
fourth
in the
thing
back
here.
at 10. So
I feel like
not
frags should
big
be
bangers and
first,
everything's kinda
because
going
like
ham
that's
here.
the first
Not
thing
big
you look
bangers.
for.
No, Freaks also
Like,
getting
oh, they threw
7
how many frags, how
plus
many
the fifth
smokes.
place. That's 10 points for them
Things
too,
like
so
mollies and
not
shit.
huge, but then again, as I talked about, it was a game
Generally,
where
it's
you're
going to be
kind of
like
sitting on
1
both sides
or
of that
0.
mix. It's kind of splitting the circle in the middle there, but it's going to be the arena that's going to be grabbing at the points here. 4
Never mind.
kills for Sissy. That's you.
I want to pick your brains whilst we take a look at the man
Good
of the match for
job.
this team as well.
So
At the
does
same
he.
time, obviously they were here last year. They
Yes.
got themselves an opportunity to play at PGS, and yes, we did
Sure.
see them go far during all of those. After that, we honestly saw nothing from them for the rest of the year.
Sure.
Do you think that they've been able to get over the hump of what was a very rough end to 2024, or are you still skeptical about how far they can go?
They are one of the
Interesting.
teams for me that is benefiting hugely for APAC being as chaotic and difficult to play as it is.
Okay.
Because it's kind of coming back to we're playing the group stage here at PGS, and it's also pretty difficult. It's pretty
Close to his
chaotic. You
monitor.
see a lot of teams doing
so far,
quite unexpected
Like a
things.
VR headset,
All the different
just with the
metas of
screen.
the regions and kind of how still it has been is kind of shifting to that. Yeah.
Alright, 10
three
points
teams gonna have,
for T5, 10 points for DN, 10 points for GK. They're all teams that need to not be dog shit. Virtus Pro also needs to stop being dog shit, but they're not stopping,
Yeah, I want to continue
which is
seeing
a
them
shame.
building on that last year. And if
Falcons
we
are now
kind
100%
of
safe
see that
and in
starting today,
finals.
maybe.
Yeah.
Do I see that
They
happening
are the
already in
only
the PGS 7
team
finals?
in this
No.
lobby
I
where
think
that
one-
is
I think
true.
one thing strong
Maybe
with the
Arena
region,
now,
though, is
actually. I don't remember what they had
they
coming into
have
this game.
all
But if they're
leveled up
above like
together,
63,
right?
they're...
Like in their region. I think it's undoubtable.
Okay,
when you
no,
actually
they're on
watch it. And they now
54.
will jump into
Oh,
10th
no.
position here with 54
So yeah,
points to
Falcons
the
have
name
pushed
for
up.
E-Arena. All important points to try and shore up their defenses.
E-Arena's going to need
Close
another
those
10 or
doors and
something
try
in the
and
last
break
4
it on
games. BB
down.
team
Now they find themselves at the top, aside
15
from
or
Falcons,
something.
of those teams that
Get
have
above
played 8
Bestia
games
and you're
so
probably
far. Beyond that, though, let's
100%
take a
secure.
little further look at
Get
what's
above
going on
T1 and
here,
you're like
because, of course, it is all
99%
important.
secure.
The cut-off point with only 4 games
There's a big gap
remaining.
between T1 and Bestia, so there's a lot of these teams will probably sit in between those two.
37 points as well. And I do have to
Maybe
ask you
even
about
fucking
DK.
Petrichor Road,
A
DN,
similar
like
question,
what's
actually.
going
Have they
on?
surpassed what you kind of expected with Hyru's?
You
or
lot
did you think that Hyru's
suck.
would slot in nicely? We know that he's experienced, very experienced.
Step it up,
We have
idiots.
to echo what other people have said.
It'd be hilarious if day trade falls off. Honestly, it's kind of expected.
Also, when you spend time doing PEC and
It happens quite a lot that APAC teams do really well in the groups, and then they get like 12th in the finals. Day trade is like permanently 14th to 8th. Every event, they're like
That's what I'm kind of expecting to see, so, right? So
bottom
still,
half,
they're only
but not
25
dead
points
last.
away from breaking into that 62-point mark, right? where
So,
we're kind of hoping
them getting first place is good. Confidence boost. They are getting a 2-day break, whereas everyone else is getting 1. So maybe they have a bit more chance to prep. Maybe that helps, but maybe it's also... I don't know what the situation is with practice rooms. A lot of the times, the practice room is the stage. If you want to practice, you have to go and use the PCs on stage. And the PCs on stage are reserved for the teams that are competing.
I mean, do you remember their last game on this stage last year?
So, Daytrade might not have a chance to get any practice today.
We're going to go on break now, and when we return, we have 4 more games here to determine who is going through.
Unless they go to like a
PGS 7. See you in a sec.
internet cafe or something.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce
That might be a problem for them. Maybe, I don't know.
While your competition sweats.
All right, I'm going to be right back and grab something from the kitchen.
Premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better
We
heat
will
transfer
catch you in 4 minutes.
efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection.
In a bit.
This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is. How much have you looted? And see if we, like, hit players. Get up. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs will definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Oh, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
back, everybody, and we have 2 games in the books. Falcons and E-Arena making their mark on this final day of the PGS 7 group stages, but we have 4 left to play, Matrim, before we determine who will be going to that grand final.
E-Arena.
E-Arena.
They're in the game.
They are in the game.
All
Well,
right.
they were in the game.
Well, we've also been seeing a lot of teams that were really, I guess, struggle busing it,
True.
trying to find some points, which, if anything, is going to make the total points that we need at the end very interesting. There's a lot of math that's going on right now, but I'll leave that to the analyst to work out because, you know, we're Americans. We're good at math.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doing caster math. Like
Nope.
they call it caster math for a reason because it's always wrong. That is why it's a meme. Memes don't come out of nowhere, right? So I will just let the leaderboard do its thing. But we did see a couple of teams that are in desperate need of points try to start to find their way a little bit there. As we saw Freaks with 4 man up. Although I will say, I feel like the Freaks that we watched in the Korean Weekly Series, that was a Freaks that should just run over for it.
But this is the first time I felt like we've seen the Freaks try to be more in control of a situation. I liked the fact that they kind of sent Salute out on one side. They were trying to do like a renegotiation of positioning with the other 2 that were further up into the north, getting very close to 4 Angry Men. It felt like they were trying. I don't have anything else to say. It felt like they were playing scared in a lot of the other games, and this one finally felt like they were trying to do something.
Look, if you're gonna run out and try to get into grenade range of 4 a.m., then you better have the utility to land, and you better land it. And if you don't land it, you need to be expecting the instant return of utility to come back in your position. And it seemed like Heaven just wasn't expecting that. But it doesn't matter. We are on our way now over to Tego, another map which looked to be, for the most part, pretty free clear as far as drop spots go. And these guys are getting into it, man. They are hyped for these Final 4.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but every single time the plane takes off, these guys get excited. And it's like just like a guttural scream that most of them throw out. It's a war cry almost.
It is. I mean, hey, that's the best thing you can come up with for it, isn't it? Is you gotta hype yourself up somehow, and if you can't hype yourself up by screaming with your boys in a room full of other screaming boys, and
why'd
you know
you
what?
gotta
I don't
say
know
it
what,
like that?
You know,
You were on a roll,
I
and
don't
then you
really
make it
where I'm
a little
going with this.
awkward.
I'm just gonna say that this plane is hugging the West Coast a little hard here, and we're probably not gonna see any terminal tank. Maybe not. No airport.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like as we this plane path,
looking like
this swamp gets some attention. You know, Godot could also be a play that we can see a couple of teams eyeing for. A lot of late drops, though. I mean, you can see that's going to be VP, Forest, E-Arena, Petrichor Road. Oh, Petrichor Road. I don't know.
Petrichor Road.
Find something good is all I can say.
Well, they don't have anybody anywhere near them, so they should have books and saw all of themselves, which is nice, to say the least. Na'Vi also looks like they should have points around terminal to themselves, so that's a pretty good get, especially considering they've had a little bit of a slow start here. And when they had that rough day 1, going back and forth with 17, kind of putting them behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah,
Definitely wanted to start a little bit hotter, maybe is EK. Let each other know they're right close to dead center circle off this first pop.
My cat has entered the room and my window is open, so I just gotta keep an eye on
GK
him.
also very in good positions. BB, who has been having Besto has racked up a ton of kills on their first day of play, and I mean off of just a pretty strong solo performance where he was trying to survive out and get some just whatever he can and scrap it together. So I would love to see them manage to string together a bit more. E-Arena also going to get themselves Prison. I mean, just having them last game and then getting Prison off of this one with the way the circle pop, that's got to feel good.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at
all.
What was going on?
Yo, what's up?
Doing a little dance, X-Left?
Yeah, why not? Hey,
no rush.
Get out of my bowl.
Look, whatever X-Left wants to do, X-Left can do. That man has earned the right.
Move your face.
As we check in another
Morning here? Yeah.
Bro, these headphones, man.
Maybe like midday
Look,
now.
I like him.
I know you do.
Yeah,
But
12:24.
Let him do what he wants.
Okay. You know what? I'm not here to shame. If you can land headshots and get kills.
Oh, he's still
whilst wearing
going on about
cat
cat
ear
ears.
headphones, by all means, man.
Still doing it?
Do what you got to do.
Falcon's going to be regrouping pretty close to RBN for Rock. I think that he's going to go ahead and get out. Yep. Teams that are not inside the circle, pretty much looking at Begopa, going to have to get a smidgen closer. 4 Angry Men, T5, Freaks, New Happy. Petrichor Road has 2 of their members not inside of the circle, and then we've got VP down to the southeast, and Forest has 2 of their members outside the circle. So
he almost launched himself out the window.
We have ourselves an interview with Park Pro.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here joined by Park Pro from Bekopa. So you're glittering today, and back to the first match, you had a double kill with a single grenade and ace GK. Can you just walk us through what was happening in that moment?
혹시 그 첫 매치 때 이제
Is this still Daisy?
하셨잖아요. 그때도 GK 팀을 전부 다 잡으셨는데 그때
Is translator doing
부탁드립니다.
multiple language translations?
GK가 이제 오는 걸 알고 저희가 이제 수류탄 많은 거를 이제 서로 이용해서 그냥 다 같이 던지자고 해가지고 제가 이제 끝에 숨어 있다가
What's up with
던져서
you?
이제 더블킬을 한 상황이 나왔습니다.
Why are you so salty,
So
idiot?
it's like I know that GK was looking for us. They were coming in
Ow.
our way, so we're talking to each other that let's throw as much grenade that we can at them. And I was hiding at that moment, and then I show up, throw the grenade, and got a double kill.
Ooh, great strategy and good use of grenade. Let's back to the game.
Look at the cat ears, Poro. Look at them and be jealous that you can't pull off the swag that he can with them. Although I want to see you wear those.
Hey, I can pull it off. I think.
This
I think I
fucking
can.
guy,
I'll make
bro.
it cool. That's cool. Hey, we're not going to talk about the fact that he missed 3 grenades before he finally found the one that got the double kill.
Hey, look,
but
accuracy through volume, my friend. It doesn't matter if the first 3 misses. It only matters whenever the final one hits.
that's fair. That's fair. And this is
until you run out of nades and you need them later. But
yeah.
anyway, different story.
We didn't get to catch this on camera last game, but this is how Geek managed
Big
to
ass.
dispatch of BB team, and yeah, that just looks like Geek kind of caught BB.
Dog.
Arena.
The fuck?
Well, that is what happened to 4 a.m. Indeed, that was very quick and very efficient stuff coming out from them. Easy things to do when you keep 4 up all the way to the end game, right?
Well, I love the idea of what 4 Angry Men
What?
were trying
What
to
are you
do.
doing?
It's just the fact that Rosted died so fast that he wasn't enough of a distraction to really let
Strudel,
them
stop being
get
so
the
weird.
shots that they wanted, and E-Arena was waiting for it.
Yeah, it was tough even before that because they had 3 up against the Freaks. They had Godvi kind of in
What
the
is he
back
doing?
playing around that tree, trying to be long distance Overwatch. But then
He's trying to
Godvi
climb
got
underneath my
got
monitor,
kind of,
but his big,
distracted, I guess,
thick
by
ass
the last
doesn't
member of
fit.
Geek. I think it was PWD on the top of that hill. And you know, you see for a second, he called for help. HSM came back to try to assist him and get rid of that guy. And while
Good
that
job.
was happening, that kind of
Stupid
opened
ass.
the door a little bit for Freaks to get a couple of knocks there. And although Freaks end up going down before 4 a.m. could get
It's
back
what,
on the
28
field, you're in a
points?
perfect position to take advantage. So it was just one of those things where, you know, getting that briefest moment of distraction and pulling the shot calling in 2 different directions resulted in losing a fight.
Oh, Petrichor Road, Xlift, Ming together. Give me more points, man. Give me
I
more
know.
Sit
points.
there,
I mean,
lad.
this is
This is a
supposed to
squad
be
that should-
scary.
Ah.
This is a team that should be.
Ow,
generating a lot
my
more
dead.
points. And again, they were on track.
Keep smacking my knee on my
They had, like,
desk.
33 points, I think, that they managed to generate. Don't quote me, chat.
I mean,
think
it was
what
average. It was an average day.
But so far in 2 games, they've generated like what, just like 4 points, somewhere in that range.
But that's what I'm saying.
It was what they need to do.
It was an average day.
Yeah.
But this is not an average team.
Yeah.
Right. So this, you know, obviously expectations are going to be a lot higher for these guys
No
because
Son Heung-min.
of what we've seen them do in the past. So I don't think it's really asking too much for them
But it is
to
a
want to
team
go.
that
But
could also
now they
kick
are
it off
sitting
in a
on.
game.
They're sitting on the cut line right now
Yeah.
too. So like at the end of the day, nobody's going to care what you did in the group stages. All that's going to matter is what you did in the grand final.
As long as you can make it there.
As long as you can make it there.
So we've got Gen G lined up against Begopod, just taking some shots right around a fishing camp. Gen G's a bit closer to center, but really Begopod doesn't need to make too big of a... There's no desperation coming out from them, so this is more just, hey, don't come over here. We kind of want to hold this area. You stay over on that side of the hillside. We'll stay over here. Life will be good. Down over into the east, it's going to be New Happy. They're going to be kind of close to Na'Vi. And that's kind of about the only moving factors. We also do have VP that is making a rotation down to the south. They are kind of running along the pathing of E-Arena. Nurens has spotted the mountain, taken a couple of shots, but nothing to really stop them off.
Yeah, talk about a team that could use just any luck whatsoever to go their way and get this ball rolling in the right direction. VP has just had a tough couple. About a team that could use just just any luck whatsoever to go their way.
We're
and
doing
get
this.
Get this ball rolling in the right direction.
My
has just had
map stream is going to be a little bit ahead now, but it's
so far today,
hopefully going to be enough to stop all the buffering.
We'll see if they can turn it around. We still got 4 games left. They still got plenty of time to try to make that cut line, but they've got to get going here pretty soon.
I mean, hey, it's the first PCS out of the 2, right?
Sure.
So it's not until the second one that they really enjoy playing.
Yeah.
So
If history is any indicator, yeah. But
random patterns,
they're
man,
a terrifying team. Like they are a very,
Yes.
very good team.
Yeah.
To not have
Yeah,
9
nice one,
points
bro.
in what is
Nice
this
one.
now 9 games.
Sometimes it just be that way. You know, that's the way PUBG go.
Yeah, but like you were talking about luck a second ago.
Auto
like,
mod
make
caught
your
that
own
one.
luck, man. There's a
GG.
team that can definitely make their own luck, and they have an opportunity with it. They've got some space down to the south. Looks like they're getting kind of close to Forest. T5, one of the few teams that, actually the only team that's not inside the circle right now, so they finally managed to get 2 of their members in. Not a lot going on to the south of them. That's just going to be Navi and
Okay,
Happy
good.
So,
Belmoth.
VP
What's that?
finding Pathin.
Top 4. All APAC players.
Baron doesn't want too much more of this either, so going to kind of let them go on their merry way.
Yeah, speaking of, you talk about 4 a.m. and Theraton 5 kind of
Respect.
playing.
Respect for Angry Men.
Yes,
That's how you cross
sir.
that bridge.
Yes, sir. That's how we like to do it. That's clean and easy. Well, maybe not so clean, maybe
pretty
not so
certain I
easy,
hear
but
them
we like it.
laughing. Yeah.
Well, Theraton 5
no.
and 4 a.m. maybe running into each other here. Rossiter, they heard the engines behind them, and Rossiter kind of calling the boys back on over, but it looks like 4 a.m.
Yes.
They sniffed it. They sniffed it out. They saw the glint in the scopes off in the distance, and they managed to avoid danger here, and we'll try to pull in a different way.
Well, it's going to force them to the north, which is outside the safe zone. So now they've got the blue zone that's going to be coming in. Yeah, it's an early blue zone, so it's not the worst thing in the world. So at least stop off, get themselves a bit more prepared. Looks like they're kind of looking around in there as well, seeing how the looting was inside, see if there's anything that they could pick up that they needed. T5's not going to stay in this position for too long. New Happy's also shifting down south.
Okay.
Hard shift down to the south, though, so that means back everybody that's in the vehicle.
Yeah,
Gonna have to go
yeah.
quick. Freaks, odd team out. They're going to be running into a death funnel right across those bridges where we're already going to see Divine, Jin,
Oh, yeah, that
G,
sucks
Vegapop,
for
all
Freaks,
of them
actually.
shifting in. Back behind this one to the south, we also see
They have
Volcano
no
to the west
option of
and the north.
wrapping, they
It's
just
gonna be
have to
where we
go
see Rock as
straight.
well as Falcons already going to be on intersection point as well.
And I think the arrow was right. I think Theraton 5 will try to look to do that long wrap down to the south side, but the question is,
Where's
will
VPO right
they
now?
be the first ones there? You see New Happy already sending
What
it
is
in
the
that
compound
direction.
northwest of
And they're gonna have
school? What is
4
it?
right behind them as well. So, and then if you look at the western side of the
I don't
circle,
even know.
Falcons have just been hugging the coast ever since C1. So they have just been kind of biding their time, and now they're running a little bit close
Southeast
to
Swamp.
E-Arena, but E-Arena a little bit split here. We'll see if
Whew.
they end up running into each other.
Look at this. We got Falcons
All
leading
right.
the pack right
Could be a
into
good game for
Ura's
VP.
positioning, Vegapal right back behind them. Falcons have at least the
You
they're
look
the lead
sad
of
and
all of this, but there are so many targets that are roaming in with E-Arena, and E-Arena is kind of running a 2-1-1 split, so it's going to make it a lot more complicated. Looks like a lot of these teams are going to have to do stop-offs right next to the swamp, and it's an okay place to play for now, but with the amount of threats that are going to be coming in back behind this one, it's going to be very hard to survive. You just got to pop somebody in the face to get them to stop looking at you, and that's exactly what Kickstart does.
Pop his ass.
Kickstar just saved Tig's life,
Cat
but
egg,
unfortunately
for
Park
sure.
Pro had the other angle. And this is what happens when you're forced to stop down in the middle of the rotation. You just have no idea where these guys are. Everybody's surrounding you. Every angle is dangerous. And Park Pro coming out on top that time will steal away the fragger from Team Falcons. They still have 3 alive. They're still right on top of each other. They can still make moves here on this western side of the swamp should they so choose.
Yeah, Vegapal, I mean, they're exploiting this the best they can. There was just one member for E-Arena and Sizzy that is kind of what stopped Falcons. And I think that Falcons is starting to figure that one out, that maybe they can get in a vehicle, shift a bit further away. Yep, that's what they're going to try to set up for now. Rock also needs to come in back behind this one, and they're being gate kept out by Jin G. But Jin G actually stretched out. Now they're getting shot at. Yeah, Orca has kind of revealed himself, and he put himself in a bad spot, so he has to get out of there. But this is what stopped off Rock. Rock still needs to go into the circle, and they could just kind of shift in right back behind Vegapal and kind of do to Vegapal what Vegapal's trying to do to Falcons.
Yeah, these edges are very, very tenuous at best. On the north side, on the northeast, northwest, and all the way down to the south. Theraton 5 eating blue, going through Songam, trying to come in from the very far south side. Looks like they should have a way in. As we see Divine just kind of sharing across the road with another squad here. Okay, that was Genji.
This is going to be pretty interesting. So we still have School that's in play, Hosan Prison.
Yeah, School's completely empty.
Hosan itself, but the swamp eats up a lot of space inside of the circle, and for later stages, it's a bit more navigable. But with 63 still alive, I mean, it's really hard with that much space just kind of gone and becoming a no man's land that nobody wants to set foot in. This made this a lot smaller of a circle. So depending on how this next shift comes into play, if we see it lean into swamp, it's going to be a bloodbath. If we see it go south down into School, that's another bloodbath because we set up a new death funnel. If it goes to Hosan, Lord only knows, but it is going to keep some of the swamp and keep School in play. So VP, you said that they needed some luck. Looks like they're finally getting
winnable.
That is pretty good stuff there for VP, but like you said, School completely empty right now. I don't know if New Happy is aware of that. They might be forced to go and play at least on the northern side of that compound.
Hey, baby, I'm going to show you.
They see 4 a.m. coming through. Gen.G going to go ahead and leave Rock, make their way down that road just past Bagel Pa. Unfortunately for them, Bagel Pa and Falcons are too busy squaring off with each other to even pay attention to them.
Gen.G just scooted right by all of this. E-Arena used the distraction of Falcons earlier, and they've got themselves a foothold, so they can take a couple of shots into Gen.G. But this is just the first wave. Nurens is going to try to regroup back in with the rest of E-Arena. Falcons has stopped off Begapa, but we've got Rock that's come up back behind Begapa. This has turned into a giant mess. E-Arena doesn't even manage to do a ton of damage at Gen.G. They just snuck this one out, but they're going to be running right into T5's position.
Is actually kind of huge. Falcons took a knock, but Bagapa had
what
to turn
has
their
happened to
attention
his
back over
mic?
towards Rock, so Falcons should be able to get that res back up. We'll see if they can, Bagapa can get somebody over to Akon. It doesn't look like they will. He'll go down. Park Pro now.
How do you describe the issue with his mic?
And that will be it for Bagapa, going out in 16th place as BL picks up a kill.
Rock has to make a move. We can see it's going to be GK as well as Na'Vi. This is very far up in the north. GK was taking shots into Divine, so Divine has had to stop off, but it's going to be Na'Vi that runs right up back
He
behind him.
really didn't hear that. He just jumped onto the roof. That's fucking...
Tons of targets that are going to be available in front of this one. Petrichor Road hears this at range. They're going to try to use the opportunity to shift down into the south. BB
he didn't hear
also
that.
Gatekeep of whatever is going to be going on with all these squads. Divine going to use this opportunity, try to sneak by. They're going to be playing right along the swamp. While all this is going on, remember what was going on with Rock a moment ago. Freaks are going to be coming up right back behind Rock, and that means that Falcons are going to be holding another gate cap position.
Never change, never change.
EU action as Na'Vi will finish off PWD. I think Spiro now the last player left alive for GK, but Na'Vi has to work their way into the zone, and BB, as you said, in a perfect position to gatekeep on that northern side. Divine up there as well. That is who Na'Vi is shooting at right now, and that is who they are getting shot at by. Wonderful just going to send it in, but Maladuct is going to pick him out of the vehicle itself. Padampong, you can see a number of fights breaking out. I think this is on the western side as well.
I mean, it's just a target-rich environment. Divine manages to find a path to get through for the time being, but VP is going to be the next ones lined in.
Nyx has a Panzer. He's ready.
Given this Beamy, too many targets, lines in. He's going to go down. Hella manages to spot him out. Nixie looking at the new targets, but Hella's just kind of roaming around Virtus Pro, trying to see what they can pick off. The firefight
wide
still
enough
brewing
that
over into the west, so it's going to be
that's a
EB that
hard
has
one
to
to
try
win.
to see if he can secure. Hella has to run away from the nade, narrowly getting into cover, but that's going to buy space for Barpo to get his vehicle in and maybe provide some support.
Both teams really desperate to get the smoke walls down as they're getting peppered from range by New Happy and by Forest. So they'll try to get those down before they eventually go over and try to get the rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't. When I saw VP in this spot, I was like, "What compound are they playing?" They're not playing a compound. They're playing shacks and rocks on the side of the street, and that is just not safe for a central position.
Still playing out from the swamp,
but he has to hold the line against the Freaks, coming up right back behind Rock as well. They see kills. There are sharks in the water right now, and they are hunting. Salute, seeing what's going on in front of them, and it's just on to Shrimsies. Try to see how many more points he can secure. They're pretty good qualified. They're not too worried about that. It's more about they just want to set some type of authority on position and firefight. Shrimsy, you know that this guy can do it. Meanwhile, back over.
Oh, fuck. There's nothing I can do.
How many kills? 3? Not bad, not the worst. Bit of a rough game. Don't know how much better they could have played that.
But they come in at a perfect angle to kind of third party onto all this craziness going on the west side of Swamp. RBN still alive through the grace of the smoke, but Freaks still just kind of hovering around, waiting to see if they can maybe take this player out, but they've got to be more concerned about where they're going.
Yeah, me too, rounded.
Inside this new zone.
Petrichor Road making a sin.
Me too.
Around Forest, but that means that they're going to be right in the sight lines of 4 angry men in just 1 second. They don't want to go any further than this.
He doesn't seem to be playing a big part.
For now, that means that Forest could have a couple pathing options. Rock is
Might be a
that means that the Freaks do get control over the west.
I'll stream alive without the
Gaming.
coaching responsibilities. More
Một khu
chill,
vực rất
sure.
đông người. Ở đâu đó sâu xét có được mạng của ABN 7
Oh,
rồi.
how's this doing? Probably
Đây là
yes.
một khu nhà ở khu vực viền bo và nó không có nhiều khả năng sẽ ở trong vòng
Yeah,
tiếp theo.
bad.
Khi vòng bo thu vào thì đây sẽ là một pha combat cực kỳ đẫm máu giữa ba đội tuyển For Angry Men, Pero cùng với cả Forest Natural Gaming.
Dude, it's so hot in my room. I want to open my window, but
các team đang tạm đình
the
chiến.
cat is sat there and he will launch himself out the window immediately.
Tôi biết là có người ra rồi. T1 thì gần như là nhót.
Cho đến thời điểm hiện tại thì chưa nhót, nhưng
53 điểm thì phải.
Tầm đấy thì khả năng nhót là cao.
Đúng, bởi vì các
People
team đang
might
tầm 4x điểm,
say
họ đang
like
lên điểm rất triệt để.
British people complain
bắt được vị trí 3
about temperature.
Thì vài ra đi.
A lot.
cũng đang gặp khó khăn.
It's 24 degrees Celsius right now,
Lukarook là người dứt điểm hộ.
which isn't that crazy.
Cũng rất nhanh của Lukarook. Vì bắn một game này hay bằng
Like a lot of places in the world, 24 is like a cool day.
Ui, quả nét đến từ Heaven.
Lên thiên
Problem
đường, lên
is,
thiên đường đến sâu set
that's
rồi.
not the normal temperature here, so our houses are built to keep heat in.
Navi thì rất nhanh chóng
They're built to insulate and keep heat trapped inside the house.
Tiếp theo dành cho Điền Frick.
'Cause
4 kill
we're
tổng cộng.
used to it being
Chỉ là
colder.
hai người đến từ
They're
Điền
built
Frick
for
thôi.
that.
Khi mà bây giờ thì chắc chắn sẽ là firm được mạng này đến từ Jacob.
Heaven thì cũng sẽ đi thôi, khả năng cao là như vậy.
We don't have AC. Ventilation isn't great.
Trong khi đó thì VP mất thêm một người rồi. Họ mất
All
một
that.
người, đó là vị trí BMI. Vòng bo phase 5, còn 11 đội tuyển và 38 người sống sót. Nó thu về khu vực hướng về ngôi nhà của Forest Natural Gaming cùng với cả Petrichor Road. Họ vẫn còn một góc nhà để sử dụng ở trong vòng bo này.
Nào, Điền Frick. Đây là tình huống khó lắm rồi. Cánh nào cũng có địch, vào đây thì có viên cối được bắn ra từ bed boom. Đối tượng bị nhắm vào thì hình như là VP. Và để xem có phải là viên cối chính xác hay không đây. Ý tưởng là hay, nhưng vẫn thiếu một chút sự may mắn để có thể chính xác thẳng vào người của Nixia.
He can't see where the mortar is because the sun is behind it. That's so annoying.
Ui, viên tiếp theo thì cũng chưa trúng đâu, nhưng cũng đã khiến cho Nixie phải lộ ra và ăn những hit đạn rồi. Mất đi cho mình 40 máu. Nhưng vẫn đang nấp đi được hồi phục lên. Ở đây thì tiền phạt bắt đầu bị đe dọa vào bởi E Arena. Những người Thái đang va nhau một lần hiếm hoi. Và đó là Lyric dứt điểm được Rossington Jr. Và bây giờ tiếp tục thì đó là anh chàng Ranger X cũng đang gặp khó. Liên tục là những quả nết nổ trước mặt. Cố gắng trải smoke dài, tôi nghĩ rằng không cứu kịp rồi, không thể cứu kịp. Bản thân anh ta đang bị đe dọa như thế này cơ mà.
Oh my god.
Đó thì Điền Frick cùng với cả BB Team gặp nhau. Heaven.
Just rammed
bị
him.
bắn, Heaven còn 1 chấm máu thôi. Molotov bắn chưa chính xác, nhưng ngay sau đó Điền mới là người knock out vì chưa Molotov thành công. Hồi mã thương đến từ người Việt bên phía của Điền Frick. Field First cũng đã bị confirm bởi Salute rồi, tiếp tục điểm kill dành cho con viên bên phía Điền Frick. Olympus bị nằm, nhưng Điền Frick thì mất 2 người.
Oh, it bounced, exploded on the back
Họ
of
chỉ
the
lại một
car.
người thôi, đó là vị trí của Heaven. Quả nết là chính xác và Heaven kết thúc được Molotov.
Có lẽ là người bạn còn lại của Molotov cũng khó đi tiếp rồi. Áo bò, và đây đã là phase 5. Sát thương từ vòng bò là không thể xem nhẹ được. Quan trọng là nằm xuống bởi Blue Zone hay là nộp mạng đối thủ thôi.
Chắc chắn Heaven rất muốn cái điểm kill này.
Nào.
Mỗi điểm số nó đều rất
Yeah,
quan
okay.
trọng.
He's gone.
Không kịp quyền sinh thì đó là Spyro bắn từ một hướng nào đó.
Spyro còn đứng một mình
Spyro
thôi.
cũng đứng ngoài bo, Spyro cũng đứng ngoài bo.
He misheard where he got shot
Cô đã
from.
ăn xôi đến từ player này khi mà GK đang cực kỳ cấn điểm, và với cái nỗ lực đó thì vừa đủ để vượt
Thinks
qua
he's
Pero rồi.
closer than he actually is.
Nhưng mà khả năng cao game đấu này Pero sẽ lọt top có điểm hạng thôi, cho nên là cái nỗ lực này cũng không đem lại được quá nhiều ích lợi cho GK ở thời điểm hiện tại.
Thôi thì điểm nào thì cũng là điểm.
Vâng.
Bao nhiêu thì cũng là điểm thôi. Nào Heaven.
Heaven cũng cố rồi. Cũng cố rồi. Chấp nhận nằm để ăn bằng được cái ông Spyro này khi biết rằng cũng đang ở ngoài bò. Ăn được hay không đây? Heaven làm được rồi, không thể đẹp hơn.
Traded,
Có mạng
kind
và
of.
quyền sinh thành công đến từ anh chàng lên thiên đàng này.
But,
Bây giờ sẽ là
oh
câu
no,
chuyện
Heaven
khó
didn't
của
get a
Pero
placement.
đây.
Okay.
Forest Natural Gaming sẽ là người
có thể ở trong bo trước.
We've got 39, 38, 38,
Bây giờ
37,
làm sao để
36.
thêm được cái chốt trước mặt mình bây giờ. Cánh bên phía tay trái, cánh 9 giờ thì bên phía của VP cùng với Genji vẫn đang rất gần nhau. Đây rồi, còn vì có bảng
It's gonna be mad close.
Norin cũng đã nằm bởi Di Long. New Happy đang đẩy sang đến là công của Việt bên phía của Arena, nhưng đó là Jacob với City đều đã lên tiếng rồi. Norin bị confirm bởi Bin. Cậu đậu có được cho hình mạng của Norin, nhưng các Việt bên phía của New Happy vẫn đang gây quá nhiều áp lực để cho bên phía của Arena không thể quay sang các Việt bên phía của Genji được.
Buồn bom rồi. Lyric nằm xuống và bây giờ thì sẽ là nỗ lực confirm đến từ vị trí của 16 cây rồi. Nào, Arena chắc chắn sẽ là mất hết người trong tình huống này. Chỉ có lại một mình đó City lạc lõng giữa các thành viên của Genji và New Happy.
New Happy đang bắn cực kỳ tốt khi mà Godv cũng đã bị Di Long knock out rồi. Luka
VP
cũng đã
are
phải nằm
still
xuống bởi Bin.
maybe in with the
Genji
check.
đang cố gắng cày điểm ở trong game thi đấu này, nhưng bây giờ thì Pero, trời ơi, chủ tịch bị bắt rồi. Islep đã bị cố
Baron.
Mình cũng đã ra đi.
Let's go Baron.
Khó cho các Việt bên phía của
Exclamation mark Panzer right there.
New Happy là tiếp theo nằm xuống vị trí thứ 8. Còn đủ 4 người đến từ Forest Natural Gaming, họ sẽ bắt Caming để đẩy ra, bắt đi vị trí của mình cùng với Cùi.
Có thể đâu đó những người Thái có những pha xử lý khiến chúng ta không mấy là vui vẻ, nhưng phải công nhận họ thực sự có trình. Một pha giao tranh xanh chín giữa các thành viên của Forest Natural Gaming và Pero, và rõ ràng Forest Natural Gaming họ áp đảo hoàn toàn đại diện từ Trung Quốc. Không một sự phản kháng nào cả, và đó là clear squad dành cho bên phía Forest Natural Gaming.
Clear squad không mất ai đến từ Forest Natural Gaming. Rõ ràng là cái góc di chuyển của Pero nó là một góc quá khó.
Nhưng cùng lúc đó thì một đại diện Thái Lan khác đã nhắm mắt xuôi tay rồi. Arena bị các thành viên của Form Remain đút túi. Vâng, một Thái ăn một Trung thì một Trung khác cũng ăn một Thái khác.
Alright, they got the revives.
Chúng ta đã có top 4 ở trong game thi đấu này. VP còn 3 người, Genji còn 3. Form Remain cùng với cả Forest Natural Gaming là còn 4. Nhưng góc đứng của Form Remain bây giờ cũng đang là một góc đứng rất thuận lợi. Họ có một cái khu vực có thể coi là một sườn.
4 tie teams in the finals right
để
now.
có thể làm khu vực backup.
Ibiza trông khó lắm rồi. Bị Genji quay, không có góc di chuyển, có đúng con xe để nấp thôi. Thế nhưng mà nấp được bao lâu nữa đây, khi mà Genji thì cũng đã có vẻ như đã đoán được rồi và liên tục có những sức ép với những trái flash. Ibiza cũng búc ngược lại những quả flash của mình. Thế nhưng mà Genji cũng chẳng mấy quan tâm, để thế 3-1 Genji không cần phải vội.
Nixi thì lại còn đang đi ra tận khu vực thùng thính để nhìn thẳng vào khu vực giữa bo. Vậy là đội hình bên phía VP đang bị chia rất rộng. Vòng bo tiếp theo nó đang gọi tên vào cái khu vực của bên phía Genji cùng với cả Virtus Pro.
Ui, VP mà game này lên được
Good idea. I left my wall ball outside.
Một đội tưởng chừng như là hết động lực chơi game rồi, nhưng từ từ đã ở đây thì Forest để chơi gaming luộc được Godfrey đến Scappy rồi. Người anh già đã nằm. Tòng mù thì tìm kiếm được đó là vị trí của Đậu, và Đậu đã đi. Tầm thời điểm này cứ đốc là đi rồi, tôi nghĩ không cứu được nhau đâu, nhưng mà Tô xin được bạn Tòng mù là rất nhanh chóng, dứt điểm luôn đến từ Americano. Đậu cũng bị liếm mất bởi Ibiza, một pha cắt hàng rất nhanh từ VP, và hãy nhìn xem từ nãy giờ các team bắn nhau nhưng không ai bắn Forest để chơi gaming và VP cả. Genji và Form Remain trông rất giống là ao cuộc chơi rồi.
But I forgot.
Và Forest họ cứ lao lên để họ cứ cướp đi dần những cái mạng này mà thôi. Top 4
Because the cat was in the bathroom for some reason.
Genji cũng chỉ còn một người đang cầm súng, đó là đầu tàu Toshi. Bây giờ thì VP họ mới đẩy lên. Họ biết rằng Genji đã nhắm đến họ từ rất lâu ở khu vực cánh bên này rồi. Nên trả sang Americano chỉ còn lại nửa cây máu và có lẽ là không kịp chạm đến từ người đồng đội Toshi.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Vâng, lúc này thì các thành viên của Forest Nature Gaming cũng ép lên rồi, và Genji chết chắc. Mạng chia đều dành cho các thành viên của VP, và Forest Nature Gaming đưa về thế 3-4. VP đừng bảo với tôi là top 1 được trước một Forest Nature Gaming đang cực kỳ bay nhá.
Khó.
There he goes.
Nhưng game này thì VP đã có đến 6 kill rồi.
Nhưng bên kia còn là 8 cây người, và bây giờ Nick lộ ra. Scappy bắn cho mất điều đầu gần nửa cây.
Like the plastic bag.
Lợi thế ngày càng gia tăng dành cho Forest Nature Gaming. Đầu tiên lợi thế về người, và giờ thì họ đang muốn có cả lợi thế về mặt địa hình nữa, nhưng mà Luka cũng rất nhanh trí mở cánh để không khiến cho đội hình của VP bị quay lại một góc cùng nhau.
Cả hai bên có thể đó là đang chia đôi cái vòng bò này ra. Nhưng ở đây Olympus bắn được vị trí Luka rồi. VP mất người, họ chỉ còn 2 người để cầm súng được, đó Dixie cùng với Ibiza thôi. Và hai người này đã bị quay, đẩy lên đến từ Baren, và đó là Ibiza bị đạp xuống. Kiss đã bị knock out, Dixie đã lộ vị trí của mình ra, không thể làm được gì hơn. Và top 1
They did it again.
Forest Natural Gaming. Với cái top 1 này thì cái slot vào đến vòng chung kết của
Chắc
Forest
cú rồi.
Gaming cũng gần như là chắc chắn rồi.
Chắc cú rồi.
Hơn 60 điểm. Thoải mái.
Thực sự thì với cá nhân mình là đang cảm thấy
Okay, Twitch is just like terrible, I think.
tiếp tục lại đồng hành cùng với một cái top 1 khác của Forest Natural Gaming. Rất bất ngờ.
Có duyên với cả Forest.
Trước
The Thailand one, 15k watching. Damn. Disgusting. Oh. It's the the three boys. They did not coordinate. Oh no, Fame isn't here, is he? There's only two boys. Oh man. Why is it lagging like this so much? I'm so sad. Good reminder, Joe. I need to go refill my water, so I'll go do that. What is this? I'm molding because my streams keep buffering. What is this?
Freaks able to step it up a little bit, a few kills here and there, but they still
Yeah, it sure is, especially today.
Kind of big expectations.
24 degrees here. How hot is it in London?
No, a little bit extra as we saw a big crash forwards against BB team who were trying to play some edge play. Deal and turned around on that and was able to do some big damage. And at the same time, as you look at towards the later moments of this game, I really want to get to
27?
basically Forest versus Pro because you have
I hope you have a
four
window open.
going up against three, and it's
I'm gonna check if Strudel actually left my room or if he went under my bed, so I can open the window again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Oh,
there's
there
maybe
he
a little bit
is.
too much space given at one point, but still, your Forest 3, you lost Luca there. Dixie could have said that maybe could have stayed in the kind of anger position that
Sure,
Luca
he
took.
might
But he also
have done
lost
that.
against Olympus. Olympus
Cheeky
has
boy.
been very
Stop
impressive
running.
so far here for Forest. Like, they've now had 2 banger games. Winning this here probably puts them, I would say, into the finals for the weekend.
Yeah,
I have a fan on as well. It just isn't
Still got those 3
doing
games in
much.
hand as well here for something like this. We see as
Come
all
on.
of these teams trying to react to what was going on. It looks like Freaks still kind of content with the points that they got there. I think they believe that, you know, just get a little bit more in these 3 games,
I
gonna be
can open my
okay. How
window.
are they at the moment?
But I think they're going to be ending in the mid-high 30s. But yeah,
Yeah.
11 kills going for Forest, coming their way. The first good game.
28
in
tomorrow.
A series of many bad games for VP. That's good to see, being able to get both the 6
What do we
kills
have
here, but also
tomorrow?
the second place for him. Kind of silently being
We stay roughly
like slowly
22 to 24.
Yeah, and they've been in there. And
Friday it
for
drops
me,
to
as a foreigner man,
16.
sure, now here with
Tolerable.
getting some placement points and some kills, it kind of just widens up our
Ugh.
mid-pack. It's kind of the teams that's either in the bottom or our mid-pack getting
That's
a few
good.
points here and there.
Not too hot.
So it could actually pull
I'm babysitting
below that 6
this
points.
weekend,
Could
so
even be T1 is safe with 56 games, but
if it's too hot, people wouldn't want to go out.
the kills of all these guys,
Wouldn't
yes,
go to the
Scabby can
park.
manage to get 4.
We also wouldn't want to stay in the
Yes,
house.
the MVP though, it's Baron because
Taken.
of the 600 damage.
Yeah, now actually I'm kind of impressed by them for this game in particular. Of course, as soon as you have that barn fight go down against Petrichor
Let's
Road,
go. He almost has
after
4
that, It
points.
felt like they were just shooting at everything. It felt like they had a huge kind of aura about them moving forwards into some of these fights, and they felt unkillable. So, gotta say, very impressed
Thank
by
you,
that.
thank you.
I'm impressed by Baron to be able to take it.
Thank you,
For me,
Auntie
though,
Joe.
yeah, Baron does the damage there, but it felt like It felt a little bit like the
I've been
some of those moments. He was
applying
really
to
laying in the boot in
some
this
of
game.
the jobs for teaching in Thailand. There's a lot of them that are getting posted. Like in the past week, there's been so many, and there's just constantly more. Every time I check the website, it's like posted 4 hours ago, posted 20 minutes ago. They're doing their recruitment cycle for starting either in August or October. So I've redone my CV, sending out a bunch of applications. And then I'm going to have to stop complaining about 24 degrees.
Yeah. You want to get into that 57, 60 is, you know, probably also going to be quite safe already here for the arena, so that's cool.
You'd think more teams are going to be taking over T1 in the next one, that's for sure. As all
24 degrees is nothing.
Catching on up.
What is it there right now?
50, 44, if Foreign Gramen's able to do
BKK weather.
well.
32, it's not as bad as I thought. Tomorrow is 37.
It's looking likely that T1 could actually keep
37 and thunderstorms.
You know, if they're not getting the kills, if they're not getting the kind of mid-placement packs here for some of the teams in the middle.
The humidity is going insane. That'll be exciting.
Points so far. They're fragging out, sure, but they're not getting into these center positions. They're not getting into the late game positions that is getting them.
Petrichor Road and DN Freaks
the kind of placement points that we
should not be doing this bad.
Just continue to frag out unless you go absolutely ballistic.
A lot of the kills are being spread out pretty evenly in a lot of these games, which means that there's not massive moves happening for a lot of these teams.
We also got to note 39 points here is our current cutoff, right? So we have the other teams that are chasing. And the kind of worst position right now for Virtus Pro is it's only 18 points. It's one good game.
Yeah, I probably am not either.
I guess prior to this game, I asked you, have you given
We'll
up
live,
the
we'll
idea
live.
of VP? But no, apparently not. And apparently,
If Dad can pull it off.
come to fruition, if the boys here on screen are able to do
Going to Chiang Mai every now and then for work.
Focus a little bit on some of our GPT teams, 4AM and
Might even get a
Gen G.
tan.
For me, and I'm not going to mince words, they are the two GPT teams that I've got my eyes on. Like, can they improve their stance coming into this year after gaining GPT once again? And so far, it's looking a little bit tenuous about if they're going to be able to get into those finals, especially Gen G, these boys here. Yeah. Things aren't coming together just yet here on the Battleground.
They're only 7 points behind Petrichor Road.
Because they're so scared.
These guys, as you said, because we have so many points being spread out quite evenly on our bottom.
There's so many 7-Elevens around. I'm going home with a 20-pack bottle of water like every day. Easy.
Right now, you cannot rely on having the averages. You cannot rely
Sunscreen, it might be hard to find. The only time I've been able to find it, they sell it in a little like single-use pack, like a kind of thing that like a clay face mask comes in. That's the only time I've been able to find sunscreen in shops in Thailand. But maybe if I go to like a bigger department store, they'll probably have it there.
Really dropping over that way, because of course you've got your Twisted Minds, you've got your 17 wanting it. But anyway, let's get to it as we are ready to rondo, and we have got ourselves the commentators on the way for the fourth game of the day. Let's figure it out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
I can take a bottle or two for sure.
Final 3 games. If you're gonna make a move, if you're gonna
Some airports no longer have restrictions on liquid size. I think Terminal 2 in Manchester, you don't need to put liquids in a plastic bag, and it's not limited to 50 ml or whatever now, or 100. I went through it and they were just like, oh, you don't need a bag, just leave everything in there. Because that one's been fully refurbished, so it has all the most up-to-date stuff. But
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Depends where a crossover point is.
Actually managed to avoid test track pretty consistently so far.
I've done stopovers for Thailand. I've done one stopover in Istanbul, once in Doha, once in the other one, Qatar, Bahrain.
We're struggling, finding some momentum, but it hasn't been enough just quite yet. A lot of our teams that are much more.
I don't remember what the rules were in each of them. I'd have to double check. Worst case, you can put it in the cabin baggage. Put a bottle or two.
And that's, it's not like they're lucking in or doing anything else like that. They are just playing very clean games and firefights.
I mean, look,
Here we go, the most boring map to ever exist. That's cool. Oh, okay. When you get this circle, it probably is not inaccurate.
Cut line is very, very manageable for a lot of these teams that are still
Hey,
in
Ian.
the fight. And right off the bat, there you go. Nice circle.
Shame I missed you last time I was down. There's a chance I might need to come down to London if I do get work, because the Thailand embassy is in London, but I also don't know if I will need to, because a lot of the time you go there on a tourist visa and then apply for a work visa while you're there. So yeah, if I hear anything, I will let you know. Have a good day. Love you, bye.
Well, you look at it, so traditionally that cut line throughout PGSs has been around that 55, 56 area. Right now, Petrichor Road in 16th place with 39 points, but look how many teams are just right around that same spot. 4AM with 44, T5 of 42, and I mean, even Begopa, Geeke, Freaks, Navi, even Gen G down with 32, and Divine with 31. Everybody's still easily within range.
So stacked.
Then, I mean, Virtus Pro, they had a pretty decent
18 points. I mean, Virtus Pro. Still doable. Hey, what is he?
Shrimsy going to get picked out by Two Heart, and that's another point going in the way of Begopa. Now, all that being said, Falcons 74 points.
Why is the moving up arrow
but when you have that top team
red and the moving down arrow bluey green?
Up points, that keeps that cut line kind of within range.
Strange.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how it
2
all
games
stacks up, because this is just
well,
so compacted. It's
3 games.
You can't call anybody out yet,
including this one.
He is at the bottom of the leaderboard. If 3 games left, if they can string it together, you can get enough points to get what?
Tig and Tig,
range, maybe 45.
both in the top 4
It
mortars.
is very doable, but that means the fact that
Interesting.
you can't let off the gas. You have to make sure that you're securing kills. You have to make sure that you're making it a late game. Every single point matters, and it's not a stage that you can be coming into passive. And it feels like everybody that's at the bottom section of the leaderboard realizes that. And they are the ones that are presently setting the pace. I mean, Falcons are our top team on the day, and they've already lost a member not even 4 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way this thing has been for the last 3 days. And, you know, there's a little bit of a interview, I think, here with Heaven. So let's hear what he has to say.
팀에 딱히 문제는 없었고, 그냥 저희가 좀 간만에 또 다시 대회다 보니까 감을 못 잡은 게 좀 있는 것 같아서 좀 아쉬운 성적을 냈던 것 같아요. 일단 저희가 오늘 좀 안 됐던 부분들을 좀 피드백을 최대한 하고 내일 좀 열심히 할 예정입니다. 완전히 PWS랑 똑같은 모습은 보여드리기 힘들 수도 있지만 그래도 최대한 감을 잡고 비슷한 모습을 보여드리려고 최대한 하겠습니다.
Dang.
And I think that brings up a really, really good
It
point.
will show everyone better performance tomorrow.
Finding that flow state
Yeah,
that you get in when things are going the way.
I'm not convinced. There's a flare gun right there, but he already has a smoke launcher, so he's just leaving it on the ground.
With your rotations, it's just everything.
PGS or any tournament has blue chips. No blue chips.
Teams, whenever things are going bad, that
when you die in this tournament, you are dead.
Like, no, today sucked. We sucked. We need to show you the better version of ourselves.
Sure.
Versus like unlucky day, keep it going with the strategy. I like the fact that they're like, what we thought we were going to do isn't working. We need to change, and we need to figure out what's going on. And
will it stay that way?
Yeah, right. So some teams
I don't know.
Are better about being able to make those.
They would have to do something with the points system if they allowed respawns.
And sometimes it's having that knowledge or having a coach that's right there to let you know, like, hey, the plan is good. It was just the.
Don't think there's any plans to add it.
So let's stick with the plan.
Every plan works well until somebody starts shooting at you. And
who knows?
Comes apart, and
everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yep.
Famous quote. and there's been a lot of teams getting punched in the mouth here so far in PGS 7. But there you see that is the historical cutoff point. So you're looking 55, 56. It's looking pretty well within range here.
I just don't even know. As close as this is it's just absolutely crazy. This is going to be a nail biter going through.
Oh, absolutely.
And you guys buckle up. We're going to be figuring this out in a minute. Navi rolling through the wrong neighborhood, or maybe the right neighborhood. At least gets the knock onto one. But Kosi does manage to get the return knock back onto Sosed. So should be able to get rezzed. And do we hear anything else going on? Nope. No other reinforcements coming. Well, looks like maybe Navi might be committing into it. They were thinking about it anyway. Looks like they're going to
man.
pull off.
Another game now where Navi loses a player.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Just no real
2 and 4.
trades here or anything
So
else.
13 points between 14th and 22nd.
That sucks. Especially for a team as good as this one, as they are currently sitting 5 points below.
Yeah, boy.
at 16th place
It is weird. A format like this for group stage, it means like
this is a team. I mean, this is obviously any of these teams really that are below
the teams that are like performing well
here on Rondo, but once you get to Miramar, that's when everybody is in their element. And they,
should be given less screen time.
Oh, I mean, it tends to be pretty forgiving, right? With the foot pathings and all the other stuff that you can do, Miramar gives you opportunities and also gives you a chance to.
Yeah, I'm on the YouTube stream now because my Twitch keeps lagging. So if you're watching on the Twitch stream, you can see someone die and then come here like 5 seconds later and then see it again.
I was saying that yesterday.
Most of everybody looks like they're pretty much inside
But
the
like,
circle. We still have the Falcons that need to get in there. Forest is kind of roaming around to the north.
Falcons, they're already in. Forest is safe now. Arena is most likely safe.
On that western side of the zone right now, though.
And it's like, yeah, they're performing well. You should give them their credit. But the thing that actually matters is the teams that are not doing well. You kind of have to like focus on those.
I respect it. This is and they're really strong on this map.
But
I mean,
like,
they're really strong on every map, but on this one, since there's
it's
so
hard to
much
do because they all
ground
suck.
and there's not a lot of extra like.
So if you try and watch them and like build narratives around them, the narrative is, oh, they're losing another fight.
Getting this aerial information is just so big.
Oh yeah, and to be fair, Arena, they're already inside the zone, and they've got a okay spot just kind of to the south of Test Track. Now they do have Freaks starting to come in behind them, but Lyrics hopefully we'll get there in time to feed that information over to the rest of the boys as we get a little, it's kind of a calming eye in the sky, just a little calm before the storm here on Rondo.
Well, because he's late, he's missed one team rotating in behind the boys.
Therathon 5 should be fine, though. That is going to be Geek that's kind of separated out. They're running a 2-1-1. I'd be a bit worried for PWDD as he is playing in Stadium, and it looks like that's kind of where we see
another one.
herded into. As Fluky is going to have a couple more shots come after him. But Forrest is kind of sneaking in back behind the other side of Stadium while this is going on.
And they're taking their time with it, and they also have Bagel Pie up there as well. So if Bagel Pie and Forrest keep on their current trajectories, they may end up running into each other as we see Fluky just kind of circling around and above his team, just feeding that intel over. But for the most part, everybody in their spots. So we see a few teams still in vehicles, still trying to find a spot to play or set their splits the way they'd like. But for the most part, everybody kind of hovering around their spots for
This is interesting because we have Begapon that's making a rotation right next to Falcons, and this has happened several times. It feels like they have very similar prioritization on location and position and how they read the map. So that could be something to watch as this continues to brew. As Begapon also has to be careful. They've got Force that are going to be back behind him. Circle does go down the south and moves away from Test Track. Yes.
Everybody's happy about
I'm
that
more
one.
excited that it moved away from the field that GK is driving over right now because holy shit, the amount of zones that end there is just insane. And it's just like whichever team is in the houses just wins the game.
Dead center, they have Yulin. That was their drop spot. They still have Chewy.
I'll give us something a little more.
They're going to just go ahead and kind of hunker down in one corner of Yulin in that southern corner. It looks like they'll
buried
leave the
or
northern
whatever.
side of the city open should any team decide to crash there, but not trying. I think Petrichor Road making the right decision here, not trying to defend the entire thing by themselves.
Yeah, and I tend to prefer that area of the Yulin itself. It feels like it's more defendable.
Woo!
So I like what we're seeing. It could be a big game for them. Being
Oh,
so
damn. Again?
A lot of rotations, man. A lot of rotations as
6 months in a row?
For his team. GK is going to be coming
Huge.
in. Freaks making their rotation.
Thank you, dog.
VP rotating. There's nobody near the Freaks right now. As
You got the silver doggy badge.
Them Forest is also needing to make their move in the circle.
Huge.
Navi, T5, Begapa, all of them. As
Posture
well as
check.
Arena, who's going to be wrapping in pretty close to where maybe
Not that bad right now, but
This
all right.
is the first problem we're seeing. Rock pulling into the compound
Just
at least one half of the compound is owned by Divine, but Dayon immediately hopping in the vehicle, getting on out, and Wonderful going to provide
Posture
some
checked.
overwatch for his teammate, making sure that both of those guys are able to drive away from the compound. So they'll give it up for now.
My lower back is saved.
For both, really, both
the low price of 50 channel points.
Yeah, and that means that also two pretty strong positions, fairly close to the center of the circle, so shouldn't have to worry about it. Geometry could be favorable for him. Oddly enough, the empty fields are kind of creating problems for a lot of rotations. Pegapaw's kind of gotten stopped off with it. Forest doesn't want to make too much more of a move after back behind them. They're going to drop off now, so maybe those rotations can continue. Divine still just taking those shots in at Rock right now, but that's kind of the bigger moving factors. We also do have T5 that's going to be rotating in pretty close to 4 Angry Men, but I think that they scouted that one out, so going to give them a bit more breath. Stay away.
What the hell?
Keep the hill in between us. Everything should be fine, but once they get past that hill, it's where a new set of problems come in because there's a flat land, and New Happy should have vision on them.
This was another one that we were looking at. I think Kickstart may have spotted this out from the glider in the sky, the eye in the sky. Geeke had sent Haruzen into the northern part of Yulin, but they left PWD and Spiro out here on the edge, just kind of keeping track of everything that's going on.
Falcons are qualified, so they kind of don't have to care. They can kind of just go hunting.
We'll see if they move into to Yulin proper, if they'll just kind of hold a 3-1 split for the time being. I think that might actually be the better play here for DK.
Okay, so 4 gliders in this game, and 3 of them was the Thai teams.
Unfortunately, no more eye in the sky for you. Boop.
Yeah, but I mean,
crazy how you can just like crash them face first into the ground and take no damage.
So with this, Falcon's actually going to throw down an emergency pickup just in case. No surprise. This has actually got a lot of flat land in it, and it could be pretty difficult to navigate if you're playing along the edges. So going ahead and use an emergency pickup, get themselves in position for it just in case. New Happy is also going to be taking some shots at BB. This is going to be the closest line between BB and New Happy, but with New Happy now spotting out BB and shifting in for this, means that T5 might have a bit more space to work from, as well as E Arena. So now with the new circle popping, I'm very curious to see what Falcons are going to do with that E pickup.
Yeah, I am too. I'm also very curious to see what Yulin's going to look like here in about 3 minutes, because there's a number of teams on the north that is looking like the easiest rotation path in. Geeke already arriving. Remember, Petrichor Road had set up shop there on the southern side, but they left the northern side open. As Maladoc trying to trade shots back onto New Happy.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Geeke, they have arrived.
Oh, getting pre-nated.
Into Petrichor Road territory. Haruzen will be the first one to go down. Ixlef finds PWD. Ming Ming has to pull away from that
weird peak
line on the wall, but Nan will find Spiro. Can Nan get
it's
two?
over.
Yes, they can. Petrichor Road holds strong.
Just a solid defense, every single section of it. Now Falcons are also going to be airborne pretty close to it. They probably heard that firefight. They're going to be going for a bit more of an eastern lay whenever they make their land. Down to the south, a couple more problems are going to be brewing, and the fact that we've got T5 that's going to be running into E Arena at roughly the same time the Freaks are going to be making path over. Looks like Falcons have managed to make landfall, but Gen G was also making a move for the exact same position. The aerial approach just got them in there a few seconds faster.
Man. I feel like Geeke is going to be kicking themselves after that one. They had just a perfect spot. They were free and easy on the north side of Yulin, and then they just tried to get a little bit more for it, and unfortunately just run into a buzzsaw at Petrichor Road.
Why is he nading?
Now has left the north side of Yulin still
literally
very
nothing.
much open for anybody who wants to come in late. Salute spotting out Lyrics in the sky for E Arena. Jacob on the ground, as well as Freaks coming in with the blue.
T5 heard this. They've shifted over to the east from there. Force is going to be bumping into Divine right all up on top of each other. Navi is also going to hear this one. So Divine, Hella, got the nades, going to be prepped up. Throw them out, and if anything, that's just going to try to shoo them back over into some cover. Barpo is going to be dropping down a ton of utility. Look, we got blue zone nades over there, a ton of smokes. Navi with that outside position that we were talking about just a moment ago. Akatori gets spotted, though. Hella gets a lot more space to work around, so Divine going to go ahead and
got him.
turn back around. Deal with Forest, and Forest
is
that's
a good nade.
They're on momentum. They're feeling it right now. E Arena, though, has to deal with Freaks running and run after him. Nurens is going to go down. Rest of E Arena, you can see making landfall. Lyrics realizes
they all come from.
Yeah, and Sizzy is nowhere near this as well. Nurens looks like he's just going to go down for free. The rest of the boys for E Arena, or at least the duo, still out on the edge of blue zone, while Divine was trying to see if they can maybe catch Forest as they run away. He's got the M249, he's got the bullet hose, but it looks like Forest, they're still going to be a little bit lucky, and well, at least lucky enough to push right into Rock, who's ready and waiting, but it doesn't matter. Olympus with the seat swap onto Solds.
And this isn't over. Rock is trying to reinforce and regroup. Barpost hopped inside of a vehicle, and he's running up right back behind Forrest. Forrest is in a ton of trouble. They're getting pinched. Rock has managed to survive for long enough. Forrest is trying to hop back in their vehicles, realizing the fact that there is a massive problem. New circle has popped, and it's going to be down into the southeast. Begopa is going to have to shift in, but also notice Navi is going to gate kept out. They're going to go ahead and rotate all the way
What is even
around.
in this zone?
Rock has slowed back down the pacing, but that just
It's
means
like
that
the
Barpost
garage
has
building
even bigger opportunity.
where New Happy's split is.
Right back behind anything that Forrest can try to get
Not
going.
sure if BB team has a compound.
They're going to have to send it all of Forrest right
The arena sure as shit doesn't.
Everything that's happening on the west right now feels
T5
like
doesn't.
all of these teams deciding the circle pop away from us.
I don't think anyone has a compound right now.
Forrest
will take out so maybe, yeah, I think BB have some houses.
On this lobby. They've okay, got to
Little like shacks, some
unfortunately, it looks like
wooden
BB and the
thingies.
rest of VP have an angle onto this. But look, Divine, they continue to push through. Looks like Santastico, the last player up for Rock. Navi, they were just kind of, they're down to a duo. They were just trying to find angles to see if they could maybe find a way to snake a couple of knocks off of this, maybe get some points, but they just weren't there. And so now they have to turn their attention towards Yulin and finding their way into this new zone.
So it's going to be Divine hopping in vehicles. They're going to leapfrog right over Rock. Forrest is going to use the breathing room to kind of shift in a bit more to south. Actually, it looks like they might be wrapping along the same road right into where Divine's going to be at. So Forrest is going to stop down right below them, just taking shots right into the butt of Wonderful. And that means he's got to be
Into the
very
butt
careful.
of Wonderful? That's...
That's going to be Forrest just jumps up, but
Hey, yo.
it's just back and forth all over the place. Baron's going to go down. Barpost trying to run for cover, but it's going to be Scappy running up. Tons of bullets, tons of ways to work up. At Petrichor Road, here's this. They're now running down. Ixlet's got goals, and those goals are set onto Barpo. He goes down. There are a ton of points waiting for Petrichor Road if they can come after it. Scappy now all by himself over here has to deal with Santastico as well as Ferris getting involved in the fight.
5 kills for Petrichor Road. Divine does get eliminated by the Forest. In the end, Scappy, though, the last player on his feet. Santastico from Rock, also third party onto this, but it looks like he got spotted out by Petrichor Road, so he's going to have to make a run for it as the blue zone has arrived.
Okay,
Navi,
Petrichor
their
Road.
last player, or at least one of their last.
Actually get to play the game today.
Sent Ferris
That's
down
crazy.
over here to see if he can maybe get some points.
Okay, now we've got a couple of solo lined up with Ferris back over in Santastico. Scappy is going to have to shift away. He's going to hop in a vehicle, make a move down to the south. VP also in movement. Beanie's going to be very close to this, going to hear it. Looks like a couple shots from VP is going to force Scappy to just have to send it. There's not a lot of good options, so sometimes you've just got to go, and that's what his eyes are set on. He's just trying to get past all of this, but VP really wants to scavenge in what's back behind him. They're also watching what's going on with Begpa down into the southeast of their position, where it's going to be Freaks as well as T5 set up against each other. Falcon's still holding up the line over into the north. Gingy's right up on top of him. New circle pops. Scappy does get a good position inside of it, as well as BB, E-Arena, New Happy, VP, and Petrichor Road, who only has to take a couple of steps.
Really liking New Happy's position here. If they can get the duo of 16K and Inuyasha back over towards Zilong and December 12th, they should be in good shape.
He's thinking about it.
They're getting shot at from just about everybody. All these teams that are still in the city itself, Gen G 4 strong, Falcons 3 strong, they have not left just yet. They also have not run into each other just yet. So that is all going to have to come to a head here very shortly.
Okay, Petrichor Road, 5 kills. VP to the south. VP needs a big game for themselves, as there's a lot of teams that are just, they need to feast on this circle because it's going to be very wide out in the open. So they want to get these kills early before they step into it. Freaks wanting to pick those up. They have to deal with Bigapa right next to him, and that's going to be Zhang that has managed to drop a nade right on top of him. So that means that Human is
What
now
gun is he
out.
spamming?
Freaks in some trouble.
That sounds
T5
so
on
weird.
one line against them, Bigapa on the other, and they are just gate kept.
Rock team.
The smoke wall. And no, good grenade from Songjang will take down Salute.
Some of the players are relatively new.
Now Begopai
Some of them have been around for
get everybody
years.
together and try to find their way inside this next zone, but they would love to be able to get this kill here first. But Deal's gonna find a con. Deal's gonna find Songjang. Deal's gonna find a con as well, as now they are getting picked away though.
And Park Pro as well.
Credit for these points.
And Too Hot walked into that nade too.
And they are getting robbed right out of their pocket. rockets.
I mean, if they can at least get the space to manage to make it in the circle, that'd be enough deal. Now the last one up in the blue zone has to run back over to the crates of his teammates. Begapot does
Got
go down.
one of the kills.
T5
Holy
and
shit.
Arena are both looking this
There's still 13 teams alive.
also knows that this is going to be going
It
on.
just looks
He's
so
caught out here.
doomed.
There are so few options. 4 Angry Men inside vehicle is going to be running right next to New Happy, as well as BB. Multiple members in a ton of trouble. There is nowhere to go. This is such an open circle. Just a rock, a couple of cars, and that's all the cover you have. There is nowhere to go.
I mean, all things considered, they at least have a rock, right? Like, they've got something, and it's not great, but as you can see, it looks like Larix and Arena also going to have an angle on this. Godv now, the last player left up. The grenade's going to fall just a little bit short from BB Team, and now Marathon 5, they're getting pinned out by BB Team as well.
Gen G Falcons both trying to separate out of the last compound inside the circle. You can see the damage done to 4 Angry Men. They are now removed from the lobby. Gen G's just trying to hold out the line from Falcons. It's going to be New Happy. They're taking shots right into their backside, though, and that's going to force Gen G right into the face of the Falcons, and they are loving it. They're going to exploit that opportunity every single day. Let's not forget, though, there is still a member of Na'Vi waiting to backstab into anything that's going to be going on over here, and they have got to be careful. New Happy manages the line and gets the knock on to Tig.
Tig just peeked that corner for the briefest of
What the
seconds.
fuck is happening on his screen?
Absolutely roasted by Salong.
What is going on? What is that flashing shit?
Get him back on his feet. Kickstart still kind of playing over in that general area. Bean
EA and APAC is good, but Go to International is they're bots.
down to Orca as H-Win and
Oh, they're above Petrichor Road.
Kickstart, yeah, still. Actually, they're going to get the rest
They're
of the
above
team, so
DN
they're back
Freaks.
up to 3 strong here, Falcons.
That's pretty okay.
Their own. Not
Holy shit.
very many options for them to work with either, at least trying to see if they can regroup.
Not bad.
Themselves to spot right on
They're
the
in
edge of the
finals.
zone. Scappy just watching all the bullets from the shade in cover right now. T5 making shift down to the south, and Falcon still having to contend up with Orcus right up on top of him. And I mean, this is just stalling out anything that either one of these squads are wanting to do.
What about
Orcus is fighting
T5?
for any kills that he can find, but Falcons want to get this over and done with. Shotgun's going to be
He
coming out.
did not get the sword off. Get bodied.
Wow, that was close, man. Orca, hey, that was a perfectly thrown flashbang, but H-Win somehow, some way, just the 5-head plays from the Falcons captain, and he stays alive. Tiggleton back on his feet, so Falcons 3 strong once again, but New Happy have started creeping up there as Ike's left and the rest of Petrichor Road. They have eyes on just about everything here.
Here comes the steamroll potential. T5 at 46 points. Petrichor Road at 46 points. 4 Angry Men at 44. All right on the cusp point. Petrichor Road still up with 4 members looking down into the entirety of the circle. Their eyes are going to be drawn down to the position where T5 is going to be playing from. Scappy now coming a bit more alive, taking shots into T5 while BB is trying to see how much damage they can get in. Petrichor Road has to be cautious. There are 2 members from VP right up on top of him. And let's not forget the Falcons that are going to be a bit more into the north.
This could be huge for Na'Vi if Stead is able to do something magical.
H-Win.
As the rookie.
Blue whales, crazy.
Petrichor Road, that is not a gun that you want to see coming at you, Chewy, with the P90 in hand. But, oh my goodness, Ike's left and Ming Ming combined to take out Beamy and VP down to just Lucarux. He's trying to survive on the side of that hill, but you got to imagine he's not much longer for this world.
Where you been, Petrichor Road? I have been wanting and waiting for this one, and it looks like they're finally defending up.
Of course it's Tiggleton again. This guy's been eating so many bullets.
At this point, does he even have any body armor? I feel like he's just like limping out there, like one leg missing, one arm missing. Nade's gonna roll up, doesn't connect on Petrichor Road, but the bullets do. Lucarux does at least get the knock on X left, but Nan is gonna get the return onto Lucarux. Now Petrichor Road with some space to work with.
This zone fucking sucks, huh? It's like every zone on Rondo.
Trying to be aggressive there, sending 2 out over to the city to try to get everybody that was coming out, and they end up
Rondo's just like,
December 12th,
what an angle.
His team, it looks like for the most part, and they're going to get a little bit of circle love to go along with it. But they have about the only hard cover left in this zone. But you got to imagine BB team, they're looking real strong right now. 7 kills in the bag. They have
The fact that
control over
that
the
is
south, and
like
Petrichor Road
all the
and
cover in
Falcons,
this
they
zone
have
is
to move.
crazy.
They've got to go somewhere.
Nobody else has anything.
Vehicle looks like they're going to try to send it down as close as they can get, but best of luck. Been left back behind for BB. He's got a good beat in. X left is going to go down. So BB solid in defense, but Ming does manage to make it in the circle. Falcons do hear this. Looks like they've got their eyes a bit more set into the line with New Happy. So two independent fights, squads lining up against each other, kind of in the north and in the south.
Huge game for
You
BB
headshot that?
here. They've brought themselves up to 62 points with 2 games remaining. And they might
You
be
like
able to
Best
get
though?
more.
Yeah, he's a beast.
They're able to finish this thing off, but they saw they were sitting pretty low on ammunition. Don't know what they're sitting on in terms of utility, but they could really go to get a wipe here on Petrichor Road.
Nah,
Only would that open up a door for them for late
no
game
shot.
that might also fill their pockets with some more much needed loot.
What was that?
Falcons have managed to sneak their way into the circle using covering fire, just kind of leapfrogging as they go. Petrichor Road trying to do the exact same strategy that cost them 8 left a moment ago. Looks like it's also going to cost them 9 as he gets shot out of the vehicle. Easily picked up. Best of luck just putting in a massive amount of work back here. He is demolishing anything that Petrichor Road is trying to set up, and BB is exploiting every opportunity.
Okay. Apparently the VOD
so far from
team stream VOD replays were disabled on the production side unintentionally and will be fixed for finals.
On the rock, Chewy down to less
Good.
than half HP, and now that he's got some friends with him, now comes the utility push.
12 hours practice PUBG.
They're gonna find 10 kills as BB
Holy
team
shit.
is running through the lobby.
Damn, you trying out for a Team Philippines spot or something? 12 hours of practice? Good.
BB continues their sweep. Looks like they're now shifting in. They've got their eyes set on Falcons positioning. This hillside's going to buy them a lot more space to work around. Falcons
To get you a team.
about that. They've been kind of held off on position. They at least managed to get in here, but it has been coming at the cost of repeated knocks. And I'm just curious. I don't even know what their med situation, their armor situation is like, while New Happy has just been raining terror on them.
Yeah, this is gonna be, you gotta figure a slow burn, especially when you see that new pop. It's just gonna donut up in the
A
middle.
Mickey Mouse 20,
has
hell
pretty
yeah.
much control over the south and the west. They know how to. They know that they can easily avoid whatever lines of sight that New Happy have. Falcons, they've got. Well, they don't really have much. This is gonna be rough for them trying to move in here because they are kind of dead to rights to New Happy as soon as they leave their cover. But look at BB. They're not wasting time. They are going to be the aggressors here.
How do you hit that shot onto him? He is so defended and using everything. BB is using the hillside. It's got a bit of a dip on the southern slope.
This angle is disgusting, isn't it?
They're afraid of the vulnerability of angles coming up from New Hampshire.
How do you fight back against this?
Instead, just going to shift in, be in control of the south, but that's allowing, you can see Falcon Stiggleton to start trying to creep forward, get a bit closer to BB's line. New Happy though, they've got vision for days, man.
Like
They're
playing this
just kinda letting
game
everybody shift in, but they can't
more than
allow
Valorant and
control
CS, or
around them, but they
like
also
the same?
can't really stop them.
I feel like Kickstart is trying to get into a peak battle with these guys, but Sidelong has him absolutely dead to rights if he peeks the right side of that tree.
Oh, look at his
I think
armor.
Kickstart may have figured it out, but yeah, they are just absolutely busted right now. December 12th, I don't know if you want that right. This isn't really something that you need to do.
This like new thing that people have been doing where it's like the old classic was the Korean peak. Oh, we'll get fucked. But now the thing where they're like peeking and then leaning into the cover makes it so annoying. Takes discipline and true power. Okay, somebody gave Phil First some bullets and a P90.
He's all by himself trying to go for some juke shots on
It's
it.
over.
Still just trying to cling to life. Near on nothing to work with, but BB team can't peek over that hill. They can't finish it off.
Do świdania.
Either Kickstart being a threat to kind of scare away both.
I don't know how Kickstart managed to survive there. You can see he's sitting on about 5 HP.
Boom.
And he might not even have a health. Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he might have been trying to get some from his
All
teammate,
right.
but he will get spotted out by Inuyasha. And that is going to be now 3 kills for New Happy. They've lost December 12th, and they get him back on his feet before BB Team. The push comes through, the covers coming
It's
down.
definitely
This just feels like it's all academic
as an
for
esport
BB
title
Team here.
unique
Doozy down in
and
the south. Eyes on Inuyasha. December 12th.
extremely stressful.
Into the north. Those are the two members that are up
He
and
dropped
alive.
his mini to have more bullets for his M249. Didn't even get to fire any of them. Unlucky.
That was about as lovely as you'd like to see from that squad. They absolutely dominated the south side of that circle towards the end game.
Yeah.
Both of these last games, they've been just in really, really good
That's all.
position,
I think that's a
and then
problem
they've
that people have with like
done as much as they needed to make it work to get themselves
people who are coming back to the game who used to play back in the day.
top 16.
Yeah, I mean,
they are secure.
BB has been having some big
It's like you come back and try play the game now, and you're playing against people who never stopped playing, and they're just so much better than you.
hard to catch them on camera a lot, but I mean, this is the guy over there on the left. Besto had himself a big kill count, but we've got to go ahead and send it over to our analyst to break down everything before we move into Miramar.
Молодость. I bet the VN fans are popping off. They love a doozy.
All right, BB team takes the center.
BB is baby team. A doozy, my friend.
They were on an absolute rampage at the very end of this game, and it is a big win to solidify themselves.
They like they love a doozy out there in Vietnam.
And also, what a difficult game to kind of finish things off, right? We have this top things where it's like it's moving in, and it's teams are fighting at the top. Teams are putting themselves into a situation where they're third fighting. Also, the emergency pickup coming in too.
And you know what? We've got good old Besselosh here to talk about this win, so why on earth not? Hello, mate. So, talk to me about that win. What were you thinking during the game? What was a threat? Talk to me. Aye.
His mic is not on.
All ships on us? You're still fighting a lot. Like, you're beating a lot of teams, yeah.
We feel the tournament. I like it to play it. I don't know. I like China.
Nice.
You like China?
What do you think?
I don't know what else to say.
What do you think about the kind of the teams that you're meeting
You like China?
here this year compared to some of the teams?
A doozy is playing, yeah.
Or maybe even the teams that you fought regionally, because last year there are some situations where it's like, it's changing a lot. It feels like APAC is getting very strong now, and are you feeling that too here?
I mean, I don't like to think about the last years. I just making
improvements
from the last year, and like I'm just enjoying to play the game. That's good. Like, of course, all of attack teams are strong. And we'll see who's stronger.
Nice. That's good. Yeah. One more question. I have one. So first of all,
Highlight audio is still playing. That's
probably
crazy.
qualified with this game. Yeah. Is this gonna change your strategy, or is there some teams you're kind of looking to not wanting to have in the finals? Because a lot of teams at the bottom they have a long way to try to get in.
I guess we just will loot one
Are we
player.
hearing the production team?
Instead of Genji right now.
Yeah. So
And
you're pushing
There you
them
go.
out.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
we will. But it's probably Aduzi's call.
Okay.
If we're gonna make it or not.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way you don't make it now.
I mean, yeah, put the boot in,
Yeah, probably.
Final question. Final question. What do you like about China? We found a really good chicken skewer place last night. It was tasty.
Yeah, we actually saw you. Like,
Ah!
yeah.
It's very good.
You were going from PC Club.
Yeah.
And we saw you like eating.
That was very good.
We ate a lot.
Maybe not eating.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we will take this away. All right, that is it. We've got ourselves Besselosh. You can head off now and get ready for your next game.
Yeah, we got more games to play. You
Yes.
gotta go talk to the guy.
Yes, awesome stuff. Loved being able to wrangle the players in here for the analysis desk. And good answers overall. I mean,
Follow my Insta.
An interesting insight into what
Damn.
they can potentially do now that they've been able to solidify themselves. That's a big damage game coming out from them.
It's huge. 14 kills and a win, 24 points here, James. That's huge for them, right? And now they kind of have this power in their hand. We're like, yeah, 1 to know it was ours.
20 frag grenades.
Or they can hot drop them. and Genji can take their chances. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, as you said, up to Doozy, they're gonna have to go talk about it. The cool thing is we're able to grab him before they go to the team
Jesus.
chat, right? So it's just like his,
902,
it's his initial
907,
process, his kind of
nice.
feelings for it. But well, look at that!
Yeah.
2 guys above 900 damage.
That's huge.
Crazy.
Yeah, Moldog, of course, obviously.
Threads,
the
I don't
newest
really
member
use
to this
threads.
roster, and we
That
saw
one's a
him
waste of time.
regionally do so well on previous rosters where it was like he was the star player, right? And everyone's like, okay, well, Moldog, where is he going to go? Where is he going to land? But it will be Phil First taking that #1 spot. As I mentioned before, prior, they were on a rampage in this one. It felt like those final fights, they could do no wrong. And it kind of goes to what we were saying before about BB Team, where it's like, okay, they've got
Good job,
so much
Kvaratskhelia,
stronger
yeah.
positions when they've been able to hold them down. We saw it regionally as well.
True.
And also, what I really love from this is they're staying Fall Guys strong.
Yeah.
Even through all this, like you're going through 14 kills, you're going through almost 3,000 damage, but you're staying Fall Guys strong all the way. So then that amount of power and that amount of control that they're able to have, they're doubling the points from the second place team on Petrica Road. That's just huge. New Heavy also being able to get second place here, but only 3 kills for
Okay.
the question is really, is that going to be enough? I feel like that could be the push into, they're going to be, what, on 59 now, I believe, right? So I think that's going to be enough. It feels like it's the rich getting richer here in terms of the points. BB Team was already looking good. They're already looking in a pretty safe spot. They're already in the top 16 before this game here. So now pushing it into the 70s for them is going to make it safe.
Well, there's the total leaderboard as
Oh,
BB
wow,
Team
6th.
moves into 6th place. And as Basloch says, they know for certain they are
All
safe,
right.
which means influence
We're
can
in.
be exerted on the rest of this lobby. We were talking about it with Falcons prior, and for BB Team, it's the perfect opportunity to say, get out Genji, because Genji is floundering at the moment.
The Forest definitely in,
When
Falcons
it comes
definitely
to a
in,
group
BB
stage
Team
like this,
definitely in.
It's only a small sample size.
The Arena
You've
most
got
likely
to
in.
hit the ground running. Genji hasn't done that.
New Happy,
Otherwise,
yeah,
then you become
probably.
under threat from things like this.
And that's exactly why it's scary on Miramar, right? Because
Yes.
there is, sure, there's plenty of places to loot, but still, Miramar's loot spots are way more impactful than, for example, looting on
T1
Rumble,
are in
right? You're
shambles,
playing it twice.
actually.
Here, the bottom 12 obviously being in this. T1 still
2 games
in
left.
with
They
2
need
games to go.
Wow, wow.
Navi with
4
only
teams to
38,
overtake
2
them.
games to go is also scary. We could see some changes from the other teams. Navi is a scary prospect in the finals.
T5 and Pero should overtake,
Teams maybe come and
but
Mikado
T5
to
might
kind of
not.
mess with them a little bit. But as he said, Genji 34
Like
points
10
only.
points to overtake.
That makes it
9 they have
scary for
tiebreaker.
them. Again, the cutoff 44 points. That
2
is
games.
the current
There's
running
a good
cutoff,
chance
but
they
it's
might not
moving.
get
The
that.
line is
Same for 4
continuously
AM.
moving every game, and every team is trying to get in there. Only 3 points for Freaks.
It would be disastrous if Na'Vi didn't make it. GK, I guess
right?
they have
It
the
would
excuse
be a bit of a shame to
for
lose
the
Freaks
reason
looking oh so good
about
in their region.
their
We know that they looked fantastic
visa
in PGS
issues.
as well. It would be a shame
Na'Vi
to lose them for that grand final. However, there is no
6th placement
moving
points.
sorry,
The hot dropping
static
thing
goalpost yet until
didn't
3 more
work.
teams take over T1.
Yeah,
So
need
for now,
Na'Vi to get to the finals so they can
goalpost
keep
will
hot dropping
continue
against 17.
And so
Otherwise,
far
they
they've not
just win by
produced,
default.
As DN Freaks, they've not produced what they need to get into that final just yet.
And VP is
Very-
no
very
longer in
close.
last place.
Yeah,
That's
it
good.
is. And again, as I said here, it's the rich getting richer. The teams at the top are continuously also getting points here, and it's kind of crazy to me that 56 is the worst A team. 56 points was the worst team out of Group A. That is, I was expecting one of the teams only to be in the 40s maybe, but here, yeah, T1 56 points, and that's what you want to aim for.
All right, time for a
Yeah,
break
that's
here
kind of
on
wild
PGS
because
7
in my
when we
prediction
return,
video I
we
said that
have
there might only be like 2 or 3
more
teams from
games
Group A get
remaining
in.
to determine who gets that final. Let's figure
Oh,
it out.
but he means Group B, I think. No, he doesn't. 'Cause, yeah, Group A. Now, all right. I'm gonna be right back. Grab a snacky. See you in 5.
rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates and will begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramount. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Two games remaining to determine who will be going to the PGS 7 Grand Final. As we head into our penultimate match on Miramar, the stakes are very, very high. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matchroom. And Matt, we are here to bring them the last two games, but look how close it is at that cut line, man.
I know. I love this time. Every single time.
It's the best time for us. Worst time for them.
I know, it's terrible, but that's how it kind of works sometimes, right? Evil Circle, we're happy, players are unhappy.
True.
Neck and neck to see who
These
can
guys
qualify.
are happy.
I mean, yeah. If I was BB team, I mean, Falcons also feeling really good. BB team is just, it kills me how efficient they are, because it means a lot of times we don't really get to see how good they are.
Yeah, they don't get a lot of camera time, it feels like. But then you turn around, all of a sudden they're 4 alive late game and have 7 kills, and you're like, wait, when did that happen? Goodness gracious. Well, you know what? I think they'll be all right with it as long as they make it to the grand final, as we see a number of teams that still have a lot of work left to do. 4 a.m., they're holding on, I believe. I'd have to go back and we'll see when the leaderboard comes up, but I know Gen G, they've got some stuff left to do.
Yeah, 2 games left, dude. What do you even do? And the point sponges of the day in Falcons, really, they've been doing a good job on getting themselves into a more secure position, as it is time to go into Miramar.
I'm excited.
I
I know you guys are excited at home too. Let everybody know who you're cheering for. Slam those emotes in the chat and let us know who you think is going to win this penultimate game of the group stages of PGS 7. The plane is in the air. We're going north to south, right over the top of Los Leones.
Oh, this could be pretty fun. The means that kind of the western area you could stretch over to it. Chumasera has been a location that we've been seeing get a lot of contention going for it, specifically the areas around the outskirts of it. So, see how that lays. A lot of teams jumping early. So we've already got Gen G, Forest coming out there. Forest has been extremely impressive today. I really like their playstyle.
Yeah, no, and you wonder with teams like that, and then the teams obviously that have secured their spots, i.e. Falcons, Bet Boom, those squads. Yeah, I think they touched a little bit on the desk about the possibilities of trying to maybe influence what that grand final lobby looks like. Now, we always talk it up, and it feels like we don't see it happen very often, but Gen G in a little bit of trouble right off the bat, as he's going to have to make a run for it. No, you're not getting away from Ranger X. Orca will go down.
Hey, at least you got shot down instead of run over. I feel like getting run over, going for the car early, is like the most disrespectful way to die.
That feels really bad, too, because especially when you consider where Gen G is. Like, they are off in space, and that doesn't really help matters, because we are going all the way down south of Los Angeles.
Get fucked, Gen G.
They're like, fantastic. Yeah, we are very happy to see that.
All right,
Great.
so lots of water. Yeah, Partona's in it, but that doesn't matter. Los Leones being the key factor in it, but we did see a circle that kind of went down and hung around Resort earlier in the event so far, so that actually led to a very crazy ending where we managed to see the cave battle that was going on between, I believe it was Bestia and Twisted Mind. That was so cool.
It was wild stuff, and maybe we'll see it again today. Who knows?
I really like the addition of Resort down here in this area. I think it's made it to be a lot cooler of a location to play from. And also, really, the territory that's east of Los Leones and that very, big drop-down hillside as it goes.
What used to be here where Resort was?
So anywhere that we see in this is going to be a treat and a lot of opportunities for our teams to play around.
I don't remember.
Well, there you go. There's the leaderboard on the left. We're going to have to be watching on that. But before we do, let's get an interview with Baron from Forest Natural Gaming.
Where is it? Or not? No?
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here
There
joined
it
by
is.
Baron from Forest. So back to the Tego map, you wiped out Peril, 4AM, VP, and GNG and secured the chicken dinner. It's actually your first time in PGS. How do you feel to have such a strong debut on the stage?
ก็ในเกมที่ 3 นะครับ ทีมเราซัด 4AM Gen G VP จนเกลี้ยงเลยแล้วก็ปิดไก่ไว้ได้สำเร็จแล้วก็ครั้งนี้เป็นการเล่นใน PGS ครั้งแรกของเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับการเปิดตัวอย่างยิ่งใหญ่ขนาดนี้
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นดีครับแล้วก็สนุกด้วยเพราะว่าเป็นครั้งแรกแต่ก็ได้ประสบการณ์เยอะครับที่ได้เล่นครั้งแรกในระดับ global แล้วก็สนุกครับ
I'm really happy, I'm really excited, and it's such an honor to play in the international tournaments. I'm really happy.
Okay, keep going, Forest, and back to the game.
Oh, glad we got to that one. You know, he can be a bit shy, so it takes a second to get him to the interview. But, I mean, delivering tons of information, and, I mean, dude, they're playing
Tons of information.
No, it's always fun to see.
I feel so informed right now.
Been here before, right, to the international stage, and we get them all the time, right? Yeah, almost every tournament it seems like we see, but it's not often that we see a team come in with so little international experience, just come in and just, you know, start off with so much success and having so much fun. So it's great to see Forest having. Hopefully they can continue the success that they found here in the group stage in the grand final when there's so much on the line, as we get a look once again at that historical cut line for these PGSs. And you can see right now 44 is where it's at, with 4 a.m. holding on right there, barely holding on, though. I mean, look how close everybody is behind them.
Average of 5 points per game is usually what most teams, well, it used to be that, but I mean, if you're wanting to just qualify, that seems to be where the lines tend to fall sometimes. So looking out, we can see that, hey, if we're on track for that, then that would be pretty much on target. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be lower than that.
What do you think? Does T1 stay in the top 16?
56 points.
They're 12 points clear of the cut line with 2 games remaining.
Probably will.
Potentially. I mean, we haven't really seen 4 Angry Men really do something to work.
Potentially is not an answer.
Divine up on top, spotting out 4 Angry Men. That's going to make it more complicated. But
It's a yes or no question.
From HS.
Oh, damn, he's straight in with the barrel.
He's going to go down and get flushed. God V in some trouble, though. 4 Angry Men on that cut line like we were just talking about. They cannot
answer the damn question, Matcham.
And Divine needs the points. Look at him in 21st
You want to
place
make finals
right now,
or no?
34 overall. They're going to immediately go for this revive on
I say
Godby,
yes.
get him back on his feet. But that was really, really heady play from HSM to make sure that they took out that man as quickly as possible. As they, as you said, they
get overtaken by Pero. T5 is 50-50 whether they overtake them.
This is the team that they might
4 a.m. is not overtaking T1.
Tongmu walks out.
Oh my
1
goodness.
HP manages to secure it. 4 Angry
Oh,
Men
wait a minute.
coming alive when they need to the most, but Divine,
Holy
they're coming after it.
shit.
Going for the spray, does get the connection onto a Tongmu.
Yeah, okay, well, they're not.
Tongmu was able to flush out Hella before
Jesus
eventually going
Christ.
down, so Divine will pick up at least 1 point here. They're causing some problems for 4 a.m., but 4 a.m. they want to finish this thing off. HSM going to send it down low. He's not going to spot him out though. He's going to try to go for the seat swap. It's not there. God V and Longs pushing from the high side.
Oh, God V, what the fuck is going
Get
on?
one into Wonderful. Wonderful will go down with the assistance of Long, and now Dayon in a 1v1 against Longs.
Runs up.
God V's just like hard feeding info on him.
Dayon just walks right into the face.
Flush the other guy as well. Flush. Flush God V.
Switches back over to the gun. Wonderful.
Flush God V. He's just pinging you a location for nades.
That's a good one. Gonna roll over. Cuts out any form of kill. Now where's Dayon's gonna step in? No!
Why you flush God V?
Manages to secure it. 4 Angry Men.
He's just been giving information the whole time.
Second bleed though. He's gonna go down before he gets there. Oh! The hero plays from HS, keeping his captain alive.
Yeah, he would have been punched up in the hotel room if he didn't get that res.
That is.
Dayon should have just turned around and put 1 bullet in his ass, bro.
Sets them up tied with T5.
He was just feeding info the entire time.
It also pushes that cut line up by another 4 points. So Freaks was right on the doorstep with 41. They have to see that in the kill feed, and they have to know that they're going to have to be active this game. Currently, Freaks on that coastline. They see Theraton 5 parachuting down.
That would have been 1 up.
Here just in front of him. Deal has an angle, but it might. Oh, Patapong doing some somersaults on the roof there.
Our God V's still already molding.
I like that.
All right, Freaks, you're presently in
For sure.
17th. You are 7 points out. You've just watched T5 make landfall, who's presently in 15th. They don't know it's T5, so they're just going to have to make some assumptions. Whenever we look at the way that the circle has laid and where all the players are going, they're all on the map down into the southeast, and T5 is in the thick of all of them, trying to see where they can find a place to kind of hunker down. And
Very passionate about that, huh?
Some level of control.
All right, we have 1 E pickup. That's on its way. Bagel Pa coming from La Cobreria. They're going to be making their way down here shortly. Gen G still way off in the north after losing one of their players early. I'm not sure if they've come up with an E pickup just yet, but it looks like they're very intently looking for one here as Bagel Pa will send it on through. Park Pro has his ears on. He's going to be listening for anything that they may be shooting at. Hopefully they'll find some. The funny thing about this circle is, Matt, nobody, not a single team in Los Leones.
I mean, I can't blame them at this stage, right? It's a bit scary to go into it, so you kind of want to lean away. But there's a lot out in the outskirts of a resort. Nobody's in a resort either. Everybody's kind of avoiding the main points of interest because they know that this could be contested. They know that this is going to be close. Teams on the cut line don't want to risk having to get out of a point of interest and have 3 to 4 teams gatekeep.
K-Mind at 4 a.m.
Navi, about the closest to the city itself.
You were born in the wrong decade, my friend.
Big split coming through. But
Your time was 2017.
Information. They know that these compounds are free. They know that they're clear. They have one already down in there. And now a few shots being sent in their direction, so that might force them somewhere else.
Look at this. We're at 15th and 16th. They're tied at 48. 17th and 18th are tied at 41. 19th and 20th are presently tied at 38. Then 21 and 22nd are tied at 34. This is neck and neck all the way through it.
What a spray. HS with the,
the
M24
nice.
Shot, immediately following up with a spray to keep that guy out of there.
So it was HS that saved him first.
Very close.
As
now
well.
They do lose 2, but at the end of the day, they still managed to collect 4 points off of it and get that much closer to holding on to the top 16 spot.
They saved him again.
Yeah, I like the idea of what Divine was trying to execute.
I mean, they had to, right?
Yeah,
they've got to get points.
Taking down the team that's at a cusp position so that way you can usurp it by getting the kills. The idea is sound. It's just the execution didn't go their way, and they made a commitment, and the commitment backfires sometimes. That's just kind of how it's going to go. T5 is going to spout out E-Arena. 2 members already down for E-Arena.
Oh, wow, E-Arena. That's unfortunate, but for the most part, you look at where everybody is, considering this new circle popped, everybody's already really in it. There's only a few teams that are still making their way in, but those were teams that were already making their way in before. So everybody kind of assumed this was going to go south of Los Leones, and that's exactly what it did. Unfortunately for E-Arena, that just means that every spot is already occupied, and there's just nowhere for them to go, and they're going to go down in 15th place. But they are currently sitting with 61 points in 11th, so I think they should be okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
It depends really on how many points we see 12 through 16 pick up,
You got
right?
T5 getting the points. Yeah, relax. T5 getting those points is pretty good. Pushes them back up.
Pretty good news for them as well. As trying to keep track of everybody here. Oh, Falcons. Like
But just shoot your DMR, man. Why are you red dotting him? Just shoot your... Oh, he's shooting the car. I see. Maybe he's on the other side.
Not really in a position to really want to push that to flush it out. Shrimsy will find Santastico and RBN as well. We'll try to follow it up with a grenade. Not going to find where it needs to be. Maybe can at least get the flush on a Santastico. Yeah, that should be a secured point.
Falcons playing for fantasy points as well as respect at the stage. Already pretty much secured in position. 84 points going to feel pretty good, but this is a squad that you know is going to take as much practice and eyes on the prize in the future as they can get. Rock, though, bottom of the leaderboard. This is, I mean, rich getting richer while the poor get poorer.
It's been an educational experience for Rock, I think. You know, a lot of those guys, the first time they're getting any international experience, and that's
no tires.
What happens when your tires go down? Gotta be just suffering.
HSM, save me again. HS.
Man. Yeah, there he goes. All right, it'll be Luca Rux that does it. So that's a point over to Virtus Pro.
Unlucky.
But yeah, Rock, I think, I think they're going to learn a lot from this tournament, and I think they'll be ready for
Okay, well, T5 are getting those points that they needed then.
One kill on the 4 Angry Men is impactful because that buys more space from them on the leaderboard. T5 already at 5 kills right
DN
now.
Freaks.
On their own independent climb.
All the way southeast
the position that
coast.
they're playing isn't necessarily the strongest, but they're making it work.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that 4AM was able to get those kills that
Can
they
sneak
did
in.
and push themselves a little bit more in safer position, it's still very early on in this game, and there's still a lot of teams that are in the chase that are full strength that are right, chasing them down. So you looked at the last game we were going in. 16th was, I think, 39 points. That cut line moved up by 5 after that game. So if that trend kind of continues, the cut line was sitting around, what was it, 44, 43 points, and if you think that it's going to bring it up to 50, then maybe 4AM's not in as
GK though.
A bit of trouble here.
So
they get this regroup off.
That Gen G VP it's
pretty
gonna
good
be
position.
PB as well as Rock, all on the outskirts. Technically also Falcons, but they can kind of shift a bit more to get into.
Pero should be getting decent points. GK should get decent points. DN if they hold.
Right along the zone. It's going to make it
That's
very
all the teams that need
difficult to
them.
find a way into it. Yes, you can wrap all the way down the south, use that coastal road, try to sneak in, but even that, you've already got the Freaks that have kind of hold down a position down here.
Yeah, Freaks definitely seem to be favoring playing with their backs clear right now and just trying to wait and see, more of a wait and see approach as we've got an E-pickup coming in. I believe that might be BB Team coming out from the north. We'll see how far south they do decide to go, if they decide to take it at all.
You hit on a good point with Freaks playing with their backs against the wall, so that way they don't have to worry about anybody encroaching on them. Man, this has been a third and fourth party fiesta today, so I do not blame that mindset in the slightest.
Well, Miramar's just been bloody to start here. I mean, we're already at phase 3, and it's only 49 players left, and it was a fully open circle that everybody had a chance to go to. So I think you're seeing that a lot of these teams that are playing with nothing to lose at this point, they're starting to send it and starting to take more high-risk plays, high-risk, high-reward type plays, as we see Gen G just trying to send it.
Okay, Gen G sending it right underneath of the helicopter as BB is going to jump back next to the wall. New Happy is going to be mirroring this just a bit to the west, but that means that GK is going to have to contend with New Happy right up on top of him. That creates a new opportunity for Gen G. Quick spray is coming out from GK. Stops 2 down in December 12th and Inuyasha both. On the opposing side of it, you can see it looks like trying to set up a high ground position, but GK is just too entrenched.
Beautiful positioning here for GK, and they were holding the line as
the
charge comes through
again.
from Z-Long, but that's not going to work against the drop shot from PWD, and now New Happy down to just 16K.
When did drop shots become the new meta? Because everybody is doing them
I'm
now.
here for it, man. I love a good drop shot. They know.
We supposed to say hi on the tweet?
Knows exactly
Just
where
put
16KK is. You know, like he's looking over in that direction. He's like, is he gonna do anything? Is he gonna?
So
is he just
on
gonna
this
survive?
one,
Okay, Horizon will finish him off, and that will do it for New Happy. They
on
go
this
out
tweet,
in,
like it and put a comment for the team.
And right now, currently sitting in 12th overall with.
Everyone keeps commenting on this one because I said like and comment on this post, which I meant this one, but people keep commenting on this one, so I guess I'm using that one too.
BB team after making landfall has to deal with VP right up on top of them.
So,
they've got their eyes set a bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. Just comment on either of them and
everything like that, but
we'll figure it out.
Is actually right next to Molotov.
You can see they really like that GK position right dead center, and it's still looking pretty darn good.
You have to spin a wheel, and there's going to be like 140 names on it.
Falcons, Rock, all going to have to make their way in.
I'll have to figure that shit out.
They need to be ready for that eventual push. Petrichor Rhoda as well. That eastern side, that northeastern side with Forest, Theraton 5, Virtus Pro, BB Team, all of them are going to have to find their ways in while also avoiding the eyes of Bagel Pop.
Shout out the boys.
Okay, to the west. We've got Falcons that are
these codes that Crafton gave me though.
Left resort. North, we still have BB
from my giveaways, you can only use one code per account. So you don't need to farm all the codes this time.
Where they could find themselves pinched.
Unless you have an alt account, or just give them to friends.
That's fine. H1 did get left behind for Falcons, while Falcons did shift into resort.
But it will only let you redeem one code of mine on an account. You can still get them from other
even if
streamers.
They do engage with T5, they're going to have to be worried about VP up into the north, and VP is being kind of forced along this line due to BB, and Lucarux has been spotted out for VP, so that's just going to get even more problematic. Well, maybe not, as Lucarux has already got 2 down, and he is just pumping in some work. Finally, Lucarux is going to get removed out of this, but VP looks like they want the points. They're going to be coming after it, and they're going to roll right into
they need the points.
They've got to make this move right now. Virtus Pro will make sure that they collect the points
Better
off of
fucking get 'em.
Lucarux's sacrifice as they will continue to chase them, playing a ring around the rosy right now, and then eventually they will find him. BB Team does go down, and that is 6 points picked up for VP. This is exactly what they needed. They now have complete control over that northeastern side of the map as well.
But they don't know really, do they? They don't really have any control over shit because they're getting shifted away from. They're literally outside the zone right now. And it's a straight line road directly into Navi's compound that they can just look down.
Actually, not in the compound itself, just a bit further west along the
Yeah, we're coping.
outside the compound, as well as on the compound to the south, and to the compound, not even in the circle, all the way to the south. Freaks,
Compounds.
They want everything out.
Say compound one more time.
Compound.
No, I really like the Freaks' chances right here, but I gotta worry a little bit about how split up they are. It looks like Salute will finally come and rejoin the rest of the boys. Forest gonna go ahead and continue to take shots back towards Theraton 5. They need to realize though that Freaks is right in front
Shot
of them.
his
They
boy.
can't just overextend. They can't freely.
Oh, it's
peek
going
from
down to
wherever they want
Freaks,
because they just
Geeky.
don't really have a good read on the angles that Freaks has just yet.
So Petrichor Road has to contend with Rock that's sneaking up down to the south of them. And they also have to deal with Falcons who've been taking shots. New circle pops, and that means
like
that
that
Forest
for
are
2G.
already
Yeah, guys, but VP has a lot of zone control after they made that push, right?
way closer to the circle. So T5 on one side needs to move in, Petrichor on the other side
No.
needs to move in. And
No,
need
they
to do as
don't.
clean as possible as they are in 14th and 15th respectively.
If they go south on the east side of the road, they're
really
cooked.
interesting to see what Falcons
If they go
decides
south
to
on the
do.
west side of the road, they're cooked. Navi is never going that way. Don't be fucking
Because
stupid.
There's just nothing but open farm field.
They just go
right in
straight
front of
south
Navi, and,
onto the hills where in front of Pero. Yeah, VP just drive into the middle of that field. Go ahead. Go on, Mr. Observer. Tell him how to do it.
3, 4, 5 teams that are all going to be looking in that direction, especially now that Rock is not looking at doing the long southern wrap. But that might change their minds there.
Petrichor Road just said, I dare you to look at it again, right? That's all that shot was. So while the focus onto Rock is going to give some more movement potential for the Falcons to come in from the west, Petrichor Road very much realizing that they're pinched and they still need to shift out. Navi also has some vision in this, taking shots at the tail end of Petrichor Road. So they're trapped. They have to fight their way out. Navi, though, spotting out Nixie, should be able to finish him off and does finish him off quite quickly. So VP just damage control. That's all they can do. EB's just trying to find some way, somewhere to hide, but he's going to go down as well. So I think that leaves just Beamy way outside the circle.
There's just nothing for VP to do there. Like, there's just no good spot. They had to send it to something. And unfortunately, that forest field that we were talking about just moments ago for Navi, that's what you got to look forward to. But at least for Navi now, they...
yes, the VP strat.
I mean, Bagopah is free to just kind of stay in their own compound. So if Navi even goes to that field, then the Bagopah would just kind of free farm them. Geekay would farm them as well. So it's all looking like this western hillside is about to be what everybody blows up on.
This is a big firefight. We've got Falcons, Petrichor Road lined up right next to each other.
If you have enough first aids, you can sit in the blue zone and heal until phase 7.
Is going to get flushed out. Hackatori is going to be the one to pick it up. 20th place right now.
You can out heal the blue zone.
On H1 and get the drop onto him. So has to be careful with that one. Actually, no, sorry. That's Beal that managed to get the shot onto H1. Quick flush out. So now Axlift has to be careful. The pinch is coming in. Navi is making a concerted effort to go after Geekay, though, as well as Rock. That's made this its own isolated fight. Rock still has 2 members back, looking into Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road, very few options to deal with. Finally managed to take care of the Falcons, but they have to get out of here quick. The blue zone is ticking hard.
Bagopah have already pushed out of their compound, so Beamy can just walk in behind them.
The blue zone. This is a problem.
Absolutely, and Navi is the beneficiary. 5 kills so far for themselves. They are climbing the leaderboard. They are making a run for that cut line. They are at 43 points right now, tied with
they
PK,
are, that's true.
But now you've got Rock
T5,
to deal with as
no.
they have the smoke walls laid down. They're going to slow things down just
Beamy's going to walk up and just
fucking
fucking obliterate too hard for free.
GK once again.
While this was going on, we did see Bagopah get involved in a fight with T5. T5 lost a ton of their members. Force also trying to shift down over to the south. Got to be careful around it. Navi coming alive. 5 kills, but they've got to be careful. 2 Hearts going to get the knock on a Hackatori, and Fayrist has to be cautious. Rock is right up on top of them. GK waiting to see how this is going to play out. BL trying to maneuver a bit further down into the south. See if maybe Rock can firmly regroup off these angles. Hackatori's isolated. He can't get res just yet. With all the smoke stuff, it's just hilltop to hilltop. Everybody's trying to navigate the valleys to see if they can find an angle to take down the opponent. And Rock, every time they peek, just get instantly
winner of this
punished.
game
Every single
is very important.
You can see how close it is at that cut line.
5557.
3 teams tied at 43, only
think they're all
5
still
points
alive.
away from where it is. But
Bigger
Rock, the
part,
wild card in
GK,
here, they've
Navi,
got
DNF.
3 up, and they are a very capable team. As Souls will spot out Ferris. He'll get the knock. He'll get the flush. Another point picked up for Rock.
Navigating the smoke, just jumping through.
I was
them,
about to
trying
say, I think
dodge
they're all
the
4
nades
up,
that are being
but
thrown back.
never mind.
You can see that Navi is realizing that they might have some trouble. They want to get stayed to a bit of a better position. He was playing a flank angle, but he has been kind of isolated for this time. Sol's doing a good job to stay alive, so instead, it's going to be all of Navi trying to regroup over here. Navi presently in 19th, tied up with Geekay right now. Geekay holding center compound. They need to clean this up, and they need to get it fast. Rock is managing to hold up, but finally does go down. Navi picking up the points, presently at 8 kills.
And that is huge. That jumps them 1 point shy of the cut line. We talked about how rough of a day Navi had on the first day, getting hot drop after hot drop with 17. Now they've managed to make it into their second day, and they're collecting more points.
Oh my God, Forrest.
Oh my goodness. Freaks just decimate Forrest.
And Cumin, and Salute, and DL. Haven't got 1 kill.
For that cut line.
Okay, it is neck and neck. The guys that need to step up are stepping up in a big, big way. Jin G could be a new target. Begapod, though, has to deal with a whole bunch of solos trying to sneak in. Beamy still alive. Pathenpong for T5. And the longer that T5 manages to keep a member
no, he's going to kill him, isn't he?
They are buying more and more placement points, but they're eventually going to have to navigate, get themselves inside the safe zone. That one last solo in Pathenpong has to put in some work because there is a chase coming after him.
OC gonna get spotted out by Park Pro. Bagel still not done yet. They've got 4 alive.
He just turned around.
To move their way down into the south, start clearing
Oh my
out
God.
the edges. Pong taking shots from the blue before he goes down. He will take out 2 heart, so I'm not sure if that's
He sees the guy healing. Oh my God.
Trying to be sneaky, but Akan was ready for it.
Just instantly
What
flicks back over
the
to
fuck?
Freaks. They've got an opportunity ahead of them. Begapa has one as well. Begapa presently sitting at 16.
no.
They managed to step up into the top, maybe make it to the grand finals, but they've got to stay alive. Freaks realizing
Akan,
on
good
the
reacts.
hunt, chasing after them presently in 18th place.
Ah, G-Coin code.
49 and a Geekay at
Quick, scan it.
47. Every time somebody
My
drops,
head's in the
Geekay
way.
buys more placement points. Here comes
Unlucky.
the
Open the mainstream and scan it.
Perfect position. They have the only hard cover to go for the win here. That could be what secures them a spot.
Quick,
As we
scan
see
it.
Freaks still working around the edges. They've got to reposition themselves. They didn't like where they were in that fight with Begopa. They got the knock, but they weren't able to get the
ENF,
flush on the 2 hard. So
BGP,
that might be Begopa getting their man back up,
Navi,
getting up to full strength.
GK.
Freaks are
Enter.
only playing with 3 on this approach. They've left Deal back behind to secure somewhere down in the south. Keep an eye on what's going to be going on over there. That means that he could be in some trouble. The rest of the team could be in some trouble as they're playing pretty outnumbered. With this, the Freaks look like they're just trying to hold the line as we do have the replay that's going to be playing watching is what's kind of got us to the stage. Navi, while this is all happening, is making a big wrap down to the
You mean
south.
check the
Deal
widget.
should be able to spot this and feed the information back over to the Freaks. He has already taken some shots, and can Navi slide through this one? I think that they might be able to sneak by and get into that dip. Yep.
Oh, they found themselves a nice little ridge line to play around, but Deal, he is on the clock. He's got to do something here. Just make sure you don't die. More than anything, he has stopped Navi and make sure that that Freaks can't get wrapped any further.
What
So
crazy
Deal is kind of
4
holding
teams.
the line right now, but he knows his team is coming. He's got 4 grenades. He can make something happen here.
I love the confidence coming out at this moment right here. Navi knows that they've been tracking. They've got 8 kills. They have to know the Begapa's been stacking up a ton. Geekay has the compound, but it looks like Begapa wants to maybe get them out of it, realizing that is a very strong position inside the circle and could buy them a lot, but it's so risky to go after. Smokes now starting to come out.
Push it.
They just want it. They know who's in the lobby. They have to be tracking this kill feed, and this is so crazy. We're in the second to last game. 16th, 17th, 18th, and 20th are all still alive. 4 angry men have to be watching this nervous, biting their nails every step of the way.
I mean, this is still looking pretty bad for Pero and T5. They're both getting overtaken.
Smokes down, but they may have laid them a little bit too low. They didn't give themselves enough of a ramp as Songjang will get taken down.
They're going to be like a couple points behind at least.
Made it right onto the Geekay compound.
6 frags.
Quizzy and Haruzen
Begopa have nothing. Navi only have frags.
He's going to get spotted out by Akan before he can turn around. And now Haruzen trying to hold the angle from the building and slow things down.
2 Heart comes running in. providing reinforcements. Everything's collapsing down around the compound. Freaks have stepped up. They're trying to see if they can get some new angles, and they are trying to take shots at what's going on with GK as well as Na'Vi, both inflicting wounds on both sides of it. So Freaks, the way that they're playing this outer eastern front is so strong.
That knock on the Hackatory, though, that immediately turned all of the Freaks around. They are going to focus their full attention back towards Na'Vi and let this situation between Begopa and Geeke play itself out. You've got Haruzen holding the smoke. Just keep on cycling these things. Just slow things down as long as you can and hope that somebody else comes to help you
I really
out.
hate giving shit away for free, don't they?
Down as the rest of the Freaks are on the hunt. Spot out one, juking around, but Na'Vi using the cover, staying alive.
Where they like do the codes, make it so damn complicated.
Can we see Na'Vi
They put development time into like a widget where you go and enter a code and get entered into a prize draw. They paid someone to develop that for their website instead of just being like, yeah, we'll just put like an extra $100 per day into the codes.
They know they don't want to risk losing anybody in this. They're
They
gonna
ran
go ahead
past him.
and rush the room, look for wherever he might be hiding. But Haruzen, the sneakiest lad, hiding in the corner, but he will get spotted out in the end by Akan. Geeke goes down in third.
That means we are in a 4v3. Begopa presently in 14th place. Freaks in 16th. They've managed to make it to the cutoff, but they need more points. There's still one more game. They need space. They need breathing room, and it is stacked 56, 54, 54, 53, and even Na'Vi in 50. There is tons of opportunities. You've got to pick up every single point you can in this game.
Boom.
This last game is setting up to be absolute
Missed.
fireworks, but right now we've got to finish this one. Freaks, if they can manage to pull off the win, if they can manage to pull themselves a little bit farther north of that cut line, they will
What an exciting way to
great,
end.
considering how slow this group stage has started for them. They could find themselves back to blank slates going into the grand finals, but they have to get rid of Begopa playing from that hard cover, but they can bide their time here. There's no rush. Begopa is going to have to leave first.
Freaks got control over the circle. Begopa backs up against the blue zone. Looks like they might be realizing it's too risky. They're going to feed the points over the blue instead of giving it to the opponent that they're competing against, and it's smart. You have to say
Fair enough.
it could be 1-2 points. Let's just not give it to them.
I mean, for such a wild game with so much on the line, there's so many teams that had so much at
Anticlimactic
stake
ending,
in the
but
end.
fair enough.
That was
anticlimactic,
but
it's
ending,
smart.
But
It's
it
smart.
is indeed smart. It is exactly what they should have done. But I cannot wait to have the desk kind of break down what we're looking at going with one game left, because it is so close, Matro.
Dude, we started off with so much craziness, and it isn't going to stop. We still got one more game. I mean, God, this is going to be absolutely crazy. We'll throw it over to Avenger and Kalaris to break down everything we need to know going into the last game.
Oh. Immediate freeze. That's sick.
Well, it's about time here. DM Freaks get themselves a big, important win on the board in the death throes of the day, as they are able to eventually, well, force Begopa to sacrifice himself to the blue. There was no getting out of that for Begopa.
No, and you gotta, exactly with this, you gotta make it count, right? Because here, these points, giving it up to Freaks, that could have been the difference maker once we get to the cutoff point, right? You saw
All right.
how close it was on our leaderboard.
We're on it.
And there effectively is going to be like 5, 6, 7 teams fighting to get across that 56 points mark that T1 is currently looking at for the static goalpost. But I think, as we talked about it before, the goalpost will be moving. I don't think we're going to see T1 in. I think they're going to be 17.
Yeah, these teams engaging from each other on the east side as well. I think it was very smart as we watched these highlights from this game. Obviously, you had Begopa in the north side of those hills. Danoa, sorry, not Danoa, DN Freaks was down towards the south of it. And they were embroiled in a bit of a fight with utility. Neither of them thought that it was going to be a good situation for them. So Begopa's moves north, DN Freaks moves south, wrapping on those other teams. Very, very smart.
You know, though, what? in this situation here, do you think PK was like, we have to send a comp, we're gonna win? Do you think that was the communication
For
going?
a good portion of that, yes, I think so.
And it's good to see Virtus Pro also step up here. They put an aggressive position onto BP. They took advantage of the knock. They got 6 kills and then deployed Beamy, and he managed actually to get them into some placement points too. So that was good for them, but they still have a long way to go for them. They need to have an insane last game to make it count. I think they need like 20 points, something like that. They've done it before, had that last game where they absolutely pop off, but yeah, we'll see what happens with it. But Freaks, yeah, perfect setup here to defend from Forest. And then they took control of the eastern side and started just laying the hammer down.
Yeah, absolutely obliterated Forest on that move, you're right. And Salute really kind of popping off towards the little later ends of this, shutting down the rest of Na'Vi on this south side, looking as this for the angle of attack. Na'Vi couldn't believe it, apparently.
Like, why are they here?
Wait a minute.
Why aren't they fighting Bagopal? Why are they fighting us instead? Well, they knew that you were hurt. They knew that they had a better position, stronger position. Than
All right, let's see how many we got.
That's why they aggressed on them. So yeah, good to see. We're a little bit more happy here, but still, they have one big game ahead of them to make sure they go into the finals here for our weekend.
Yep, and I mean the idea that we proposed at the beginning of the day of is career in the bin is not just yet, apparently. We are getting a resurgence coming out from them, and it's exciting to see, especially considering there's a lot of hope from a lot of fans about DN Freaks and how they are going to fare. All they need to do is get into that final. The first is the same as 16. You're getting into that final, and from there, you can see if you can actually challenge for the championship. As we take a look at those top 4 teams coming in from this one, 2 from Korea, 2 from EMEA, to round things out.
Yeah, and along with the 10 points you get for the win here, Freaks, 17 points is going to matter. But they were in that lower mid pack. They might have been enough to kind of push them across here. Good to see Bagopal also step it up here. 9 kills is huge for them. Not that high damage numbers if you look across the board here. Only really Na'Vi that really fought and kind of deployed all the smokes in the world to get deeper into this. And yeah, it's kind of good to see here. But yeah, for Freaks, we were hoping for this to be their kind of first couple of games, and now we're like, oh, okay, good to see them kind of step it up. And I think it's a change of mentality and mindset when you're playing so many games regionally. It's then 4 months later, 5 months later after PGC, go in and then play global kind of style again. Yeah, and it's working out. We know that these guys are extremely capable of fragging and also play around really smart in terms of their macro.
For sure.
So yeah, good to see them being able to.
It's gone up, man. It's 25 degrees now.
And look at that.
It's good old Salute. I mean, I absolutely want them in the final. The PUBG fan of me wants them in the final. We know that this group stage has not been kind to them, but they are capable of a lot more than this. I don't want to see Salute and the boys in the mines. I want to see them getting to that grand final here and making a challenge for it, because we know that they're capable of winning it all.
Do you think this was just the game that they felt the pressure and like, okay, we're going to turn up now? Because when you look at them, how they walk around,
they've always been in good spirits.
They've been in good spirits, not really looking too worried. They're like probably just confident enough saying, we're going to make it, we're going to do it. But although 4 teams is going to be in the double digits here, James, 11 points for GK, 12 for Na'Vi. That's huge. These two teams are going to be either within side striking distance or just on the cusp here. Bagopal might be the cusp on the tie. I think they're going to end up on 56 points now, actually.
Well, that's the thing, right? As you're saying, these 4 teams especially were just so close to eking things out and getting into that top 16. As we take a look at overall at what is going on so far, it does feel like our cutoff might be a little bit lower than we were suspecting.
Yeah, and it's because we have, the teams that could go in and have insane days. Falcons could have had a triple-digit day. BB team could have had a triple-digit day. They have not. And all the teams that have been in our bottom 10 have kind of sponged up quite a lot of points, which means that the cutoff is kind of lowering down now. With just 1 game to go, again, T1 is the only team that have not played or not playing anymore, 56 points. And I think we're going to see here, once you get to the second page,
this is the spicy one.
For the bottom 12.
It's the spicy one.
How close is it going to be? Yeah, look at that. Bagopal tying up T1. Just 1 more point for them because they actually have more placement points. 1 more point for them, James. That means that they're in safe territory ahead of T1. But Freaks, now on 58. They're in.
It feels very unlikely T1's going to survive this onslaught.
Yeah.
That's
not happening.
That's very difficult.
You have Bagopal 1 point. You have T5 2 points. And you have Petrichor Road 3 points. Na'Vi 7 points. So yeah, That's very doable. And then we have kind of a little bit of a drop-off, right? Like,
Yes,
still
yes.
EK 49, 48. We have a drop-off
That's
down
still
to
close.
Virtus Pro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams, 6 teams fighting to get ahead of T1.
It does raise the question, though, for T1, obviously. I mean, towards the latter half of PWS, they felt kind of, not vacant, but just, like, not there, right? Like, there was a bad
If it wasn't
performances
for
them.
Heather, then they would have been way lower down.
For T1, yeah, if they do not make it into this grand finals, and it looks like they won't, then
Big question here,
that's
though.
tough.
Does Virtus Pro, Divine Gen G, or RC make it?
No. I mean, looking at the challengers to that 16th place, not only are they going to be able to jump up, but then the goalpost will be propelling itself forwards as well. I don't see them making a run for it. However, something insane could occur. We have seen crazier things on this stage, actually.
If, you know, teams like Begopar, T5, Petrica Road, Navi, and Geek, even
That's
foreign
a
good men.
sideways keyboard. Holy moly! Like,
if these 5-6 teams make it, right, we could have a huge cutoff. We could have like if these guys get kills, we could have, you know, in the 60s. But it's looking likely that T1 is going to be that 17th or 18th team even, depending on. And if that has been your goal for the day, like we need to get 57, we need to get ahead of T1, and then, you know, multiple more teams, they go in and kind of drop off. That could be our second highest cutoff ever if we see, you know, 59.
Well, as the camera pans round, it's not really much smiles anymore for a lot of these teams. No smile there. But the point is that
they're good. They're tied.
We're seeing a lot of concerned faces, I think is fair to say here going into this
bro.
final game, because
I look in the main channel Twitch chat.
One more opportunity on the Dusty Dunes.
Immediately see the words teenage porn
But
addict.
it's also,
What the
you
fuck
get
is going on in
11
there,
days
bro?
of, vacation in
That's
Shanghai,
crazy.
or do you get to play for a bigger share of the $300,000 and the PGS points that
Oh,
we have
I had
now?
one email to say that my application has been reviewed and I've been passed on to some of their partner
They
schools.
want to be in that grand finals.
So that's
They're already
nice.
like, yeah, we're here for a week. Yeah, we can see the sights and stuff like that, but beyond that, they want to be on the battlegrounds here.
EDG has announced a strategic cooperation with CCG, effectively taking over their PUBG team and returning to PUBG for the first time since PCL 2020 summer. EDG Longsker, EDG Axid.
There's a lot of kind of worries because, again, some of
Oh,
these
that's
guys
the
are
roster.
here in lands.
Longsker, Axid, UU, Coco, and Max.
You want to be looking at it.
That's fire. EDG comes back.
Especially for Gen G. Second last place right now, 35 points.
CCG was doing pretty good.
Looking undoable. We've seen 27 points with a 17 kill win, so it's doable. We know that the points are available there, but you need to go absolutely ham and ballistic from the get-go. You need to win the majority of your fights.
Ham and ballistic from the get-go, says Mr. Martin, the big Danish boy.
They didn't like the hot drop, did they?
Shrimsy, he said, yeah, we're not in the business of karma, and we don't like losing, and we lose when we hot drop.
They did say that.
This
I think it is a little bit more concerning for all of the teams on the cusp as well, because DN Freaks
This
just popped
one,
off.
oh,
And
we're
the
going to
fact
ignore
that
the other
this
one for
team,
now.
if you give them an inch,
105.
they will take a mile. We saw it during
So I need
PWS,
to
and for all of these teams, if that is bearing down upon you.
random number
For how careless and how kind of
wheel.
not worried these guys have been looking, it feels like they're just like, yeah, it's 12 game. We're gonna have one big game. We're gonna be able to kind of.
We know we're eventually gonna make it.
We're
Like,
gonna make it
know.
eventually, right?
Like
But
that, yes.
for it to come down to the second last
Looking
game
at
for their kind of setup, it's like, yeah.
to 116.
Well, let's get to it. The final chance to put the points on the board. Your final chance to get into that grand final as we head
Surely it
over
won't
to
go
match
up any
number
more
4
than
for all
that.
the action.
The stage is set, the players are ready, and there's one chance remaining to see who will go to the grand final, and we are set up for something that is sure to be absolute cinema here, Matchroom. Will there be a hero coming out from nowhere? What will happen? I have no idea. We have seen so many wonderful things so far in these group stages.
All right, it's time to step up. If you're the guy for your team, it's time. Xlep, where you at? Salute, where are you at? Barba, like all these guys, you gotta step up. You gotta make something big happen for your team. Because whenever the chips are down, so much can rest on your shoulders. Yes,
What?
this is a team game, but sooner or later, somebody has to step up and say, no, we deserve to be in the grand final, and I'm gonna be the guy that gets us there.
This is where stars are born. If you want to be known as a clutch player, well, there is no situation more clutch than this. With so many teams all fighting for that last little bit of cut line, everybody's right on top of each other. I don't think we'll see any hot drops here to start off with. I mean, as it is, even the teams that are safe, they know they've still got another PGS to play here. I don't think they're trying to make anybody mad.
That's the downside of it. Is like, oh, again? Okay, plane path, kind of similar. Going back down south again. I mean, it was tasty. I liked what I had. I'll take it.
That was a really good game last game. I wouldn't hate running that back, honestly.
I mean, I'm about it. But are we gonna get resort? Are we gonna get to go back down in the mines?
Not the mines.
Okay, so
in the mines.
Pressure mounts, and I always love to see the cameras at this point. Whenever it's just like, okay, can we manage to get there? So we can see this is our top 16 team as present. And there is a no Petrichor.
How do you get Discord friend requests with people with no mutual friends, no mutual servers?
Pathing through maybe Navi, maybe
How's that
DK,
happening?
depending on how fast the rotations come in. Rock's gonna be pretty close to you. This is a mental game right now.
This is where you find out what you're really made of when the pressure is really on, and boy, it does not get on more than this. As you see just how close.
Okay, cutoff point.
E-Arena in 11th currently with 61 points, only 7 points clear of that cut line, and so many teams.
Yeah, it's going to be 60 something.
Single digit.
Look at Navi, right on the edge, 18th right now, 50 points. After all of
maybe
the hot
not,
drop
maybe not
shenanigans
60
for
something.
a full day, there is a world where they can manage to fight their way back up into the grand finals, and 17 has to be sitting there, just cussing right now. Like, please, no. Please, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Oh, and I know they'll have to deal with it, too, because Navi is not one to back away from a fight. They think that this is their place, and they will fight for it. But 17, well, many others in the past have said that they're willing to fight for it, and they have put each and every one of those teams down as well.
Dude, the bottom four are like
Navi
so
still
far
has some
down.
work left to do to get to that grand final. Only 4 points removed. Geek also 5 points removed. So very close. This is considering what this
That's
team
not
has gone
too
through
like
with, missing
unexpected,
out on their,
but
one of the, I mean, I guess
some of the
arguably
teams
their
that are
top
in that
player
bottom four that are
really
that far
in
down
Diffix,
are quite
and having
unexpected.
their coach have to Haruzen come in and fill in for them. It is amazing.
Would have put
that
like
they are
Bagel
this
Pod down there
close to
over
qualifying for the grand
Genji.
final. If they do it, that'll
Or
just
Divine,
be
maybe.
even more
Which
impressive.
should have probably been
See,
better.
positionals going to be big. 4 Angry Men, God V jumping in the vehicle. He's going to go ahead and start the sin down to the south. Everybody should be familiar. We just saw how it all went. Rotations and what you learned is going to be the factor on it. And that means the fact that while the variables are similar, there's going to be enough differences that are going to make it a lot more complicated. Most notably, you can see that 4 Angry Men, when they're going to be rotating, looks like maybe through Minas, it's going to be the Freaks hopping inside of a vehicle just a couple of seconds ahead of them. I mean, if Heaven had managed to stay for just another, 5-6 seconds, he might have spotted out 4 Angry Men that are going to be in front of him. There's going to be a lot of those moments in this match where just a couple of seconds could totally have dictated the whole game.
Most importantly for 4 AM, they managed to avoid Divine this time around at least. As Divine, it looked like they were looking like they were thinking about maybe doing a little camping on that El Azahar Road, Barpo, on that high side of Minas Generalis, just kind of looking at everything pass by. But 4 AM is now in Cantera Crater and making their way into the north side of Los Leones. Gen G, meanwhile, it has been a very
Yeah,
forgettable
T1 are out, I
stage,
think.
but 19 points. This is a team that's capable of pulling
3
off
teams
some
will
magic,
overtake them.
but it's going to take a lot.
Well, it takes 19 points with none of the other teams that are in the qualifications getting it. And that means the fact that you're aiming for closer to 25?
They're just leaving this leaderboard up the whole game because that would be kind of confusing.
You got to look at the first step first, and that is just getting all 4 players into this first zone.
Or just murder the world.
Or
and
just
get
murder the world.
somebody into the circle at the same, right? I mean, we've seen that happen before. Get 12 kills and then manage to go out in 13th. Life's better.
Yeah.
Not 13th, but like 3rd or 4th. Sorry.
Something close enough. Well, they've got a lot of work left to do. Meanwhile, Divine, they are kind of in the same boat. It's just been a lot of wheel spinning. I know Virtus Pro is they ran into a little bit of difficulty with just general strats, I think, in the first part of the day, but they've adjusted great going into today. Unfortunately, still just a little bit far away, but again, still doable. But it's, I don't know, I mean, just given how these teams that are hovering around the cut line have been playing so far in the latter part of today, it is just, it feels
Anyone
like it's
below New Happy is still vulnerable.
Unless we start to see all of those
If they have a 0-point game, like DNF could still go out. They won't have a 0-point game on this zone.
Then yeah, we get more of an opportunity, but it feels
Technically,
like
if they
in the
did,
cusp position,
if they all, for example,
this has got to be it, and
drove into
step
the
up
ocean and drowned themselves,
and that's gotta suck for T1 just sitting there and watching all
they
of this go down.
they could go out.
good. One game ago, they had a 16-point cushion. All of a sudden, that point cushion is down to 2. And not what you want to see here for Petrichor Road is Geek has spotted them out on the roadside. They were just trying to go for a vehicle swap. Sometimes it's just something that simple, and you get caught and you get in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like they should avoid it for now.
Cut back into the west and should be able to find a compound, but that means that if we see another center up like what we saw last time where everything just kind of condenses in right along the coast, that means Petrichor Road's going to be an outlier team.
Popping all the tires.
Could be a bit more complicated. Freaks doing exactly what they did last time. They're just wrapping all the way down into the south. Looks like they're going to put their backs against the wall, work their way in. I mean, it worked well. Do it again.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. As they will have their free run.
Oh, do this shit like hard shifts back directly into Los
They might
Llanos?
be starting to head down in that direction as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Theraton 5 still way off to the north, just off on the east of Hacienda right now. Just being very diligent with how they make their rotation as they're sitting at 16th. So they do not want to run a risk of just randomly running into some team out in the zone and getting involved in a fight that they can't escape from.
And I cannot stress enough the mental spiral that can happen. Just losing one member early and now feeling like it's going to be nigh impossible. Rock, though. Rock's just playing for pride at all costs, and that could spell the doom for Petrichor Road if they're not careful. It's gonna be
Unless they get a
hopping
20 kill win.
Just trying to get away, try to get as clean as possible, but Petrichor Road under duress still from a lot of different angles. Geek, we saw them a moment ago, kind of holding this one out. So Nan didn't want to take the risk. Instead, looks like he did find a cleaner path.
Atampong is a chill guy.
Regroup, but you can see not wanting to take any risk unless it is measured 2 to 3 times.
Yeah, you could see he was taking shots off there, hoping that he could maybe scare away Rock, but they would love to have Nan on that high ground on the north side just to gain more information about what's coming up. But in the end, he had to pull away. Beamy,
that's
I
good.
don't know what happened there. Is that Barpo that did that, or is that
Yes,
Resible? I think
that was Barpo that did
Could
that.
be. Looks like, yeah, they've already got a person on it, I believe.
Good.
Because it's not like Divine can really take the risk of going and chasing after that at this point because you don't know who's going to be on what hill, right?
Yeah.
So leave it alone, farm some damage, make your fantasy a bit better.
Exactly. Well, this is good news for Virtus Pro. They'll get him back on his feet, and they should be able to retreat back over to their compound.
Oh my god.
I think this might.
Has been the games.
Most of the compounds are already in control, so this is one of these weird circles where
How have the games
taking,
been?
like, some damage on
This is the final game today.
very early is
So
really
all of them.
problematic. So getting knocked at that stage could have a ripple effect as the circle
Previous
crosses.
game
So
was
Leona's in does
pretty
stay
cool
on
in terms of
circles has some
implications
where it goes as
for
well. So a
cutoff
lot
point.
Of very interesting points to play from. The West, though, new death funnel. Begopal, like we just talked about, now have to
but it
rotate from the
ended
West. Petrichor
in the
Road,
shitty anticlimactic
GK,
deny
over here as
points.
well as Rock. This is going to be very complicated. Maybe you might contemplate
Probably the correct tactical thing to do, but just cringe to watch. But really, like, this group has been kind of weird because the highest amount of points that anyone had coming into this was 44. Like, nobody had a good first day of their groups from either of these two groups.
I think the likelihood
The best first day that they had was like
and kind of put all their
7 points per game.
chips in the corner, saying that this next circle will continue to favor down towards South Los Leones, because nobody wants
So it
to
was
have
basically
to make a
like
call right now and then have to do a rotation when the
Falcons
circle's even tighter
needs to
later
win a
on.
game. Okay, they won a game. They're safe. BB team needs to win a game. Okay, they won a game. They're safe.
We got a sandstorm right on top of Los Leones. Everybody's just trying.
It's kind of just been like that. Forest needs to win a game. Okay, they won a game. Now they're safe.
It was pretty clean from Barpo there.
But yeah,
Sucks that he wasn't.
And it's
able to
only when we
do
get to
much.
this point where it's like
perfectly blocked it.
Yeah.
all the other people who haven't been winning games.
Sometimes it just be that way. But nothing
Well,
else
now
combined
they've
gets
run out
some
of chances.
damage in, and immediately once that
Run out of
sandstorm
chances
pops,
to
you can see a
do
number
good
of
and
these teams
separate.
just taking shots off in the distance just to let everybody know that they're there.
I'm worried Petrichor Road is
And now we have
approaching into the area that the Freaks have already
13th
got
place on
lockdown. You can
58,
see Salute,
20th
he's already spotted
place
this out.
on
He's just
48.
watching. He's got vision on Chewy. This means that Petrichor Road is going to be
And
walking
of
through
those
a
8
full defense
teams,
from
4 of them
Choco.
get
I
in,
like
4
that.
of them
Practice some
don't.
tires. And that's going to be enough to slow
And then
down
like
any
everyone
rotations.
else
If they
outside
have
of that
dominant
spot
vehicle
just kind of
and
isn't
move
relevant for
forward,
this game.
that
Like the
means that
bottom
GT
4
needs to
aren't
do
getting
damage
in.
for you.
Yeah, no, exactly. Salute doing exactly what he needed to do there. It's just scary.
New Happy's
just
already
enough to
safe.
where
Like
they
they're
know
not
they
getting
can't
overtaken by enough
continue sitting
teams
here,
to
but they
drop
also
out.
know that
So
they can't continue on that same path that
there's
they were
only
on before.
8 teams that
And
really
Salute
matter,
actually hopping in the vehicle
and
going
none of them are
really
gonna like
moving on the
do
road
anything
side. So maybe they're thinking they could push
for as long as
Petrichor
possible. They're
Road
just gonna
down to that southern road and set up
survive.
a trap for him. We'll see how it plays out as Bagopah taking that E pickup
So,
from Petrona. This is gutsy. This is gutsy, especially when you're
Yeah,
seeing
well, Navi was
15th
hot
place.
dropping
Your
against
grand
17 day
finals
1.
inches on an emergency pickup to the outskirts
So they
of
was
Los
they
Leones.
started on like
Bagopah,
22
balls of
points
steel,
or
man.
something.
Respect where respect's due. Petrichor Road hopping in their vehicle.
Oh, it's exactly
Salute
what they
spotted it.
did.
They're trying to see X-Left already down to half-life, but some retaliation shots come out from Chewy to at least force Salute away.
Oh, that's exactly what that Freaks did. They forced Petrichor Road to go down on that beach side, and they had a gun line ready and
It
waiting
would be
for them
fucking
now.
disastrous if
Fortunately for
Petrichor Road did not
They are
qualify.
smart as well. They left 2 behind. They left Chewy and Nan holding the angles just in case, and it ends up paying off for them, keeping them alive. But they are still sitting there with their backs up against the literal wall of the blue zone as the new circle pops, and it is going to go in South.
Like
Los
how many
Leones.
games are you ever gonna see it get to phase 3 with nobody, not a single player dead?
Pro already down. That's a problem. There's a massive crossfire. Bagopah could be in some trouble. 15th place, but they do.
Arrow, yeah, they absolutely fucking destroyed everyone in China League.
It could be
Champions
big.
League.
It could have been the risk that buys them position in the grand finals.
Just haven't been good. DNF absolutely dominated everyone in weekly series, and they just haven't been good here. Like they're only 5 points ahead of Hero, 4 slots higher, so it looks better, but like they're still just as vulnerable.
They were just there, so that is heads up play.
GK won in Europe.
Give Freaks their
They're currently out.
Compound, and they'll just go ahead and push back in. But now
They are playing with a sub though because Diffix had some problems with traveling, so they have to play with their coach. Oh, PewDiePie got off.
As Tiggleton hits the spray.
Can they get the follow-up? Starting to get a bit more tick damage. GK in some trouble.
Do they know that he got off?
Managed to even make the drop off. This is going to be so hazardous. Looks like they've got the eyes set on the exact same position. They're going to be going right after that cave where Bagopah just made their drop. Crossfire's now coming out for New Happy as well. PWD all by his lonesome. Falcons leaving this. They are going to go ahead and vulture in a different direction. They've got done what they need to get done.
No,
in
don't
some
let him
trouble right on the
flush.
edge of the zone. It's going to be Divine that's got some vision in.
Hold.
But that did also cost them
Hold.
This is going to be really interesting here for GK as PWD had to pull off. He was half HP.
No.
He was kind of dead to rights to Tiggleton's spray there. And now
Singleton.
4M actually going to spot out Falcons as they are on the south side of Los Leones wrapping in. They're going to get the knock and the flush. So Falcons losing one there as well.
All right, Rock, outside mover. Almost everybody else inside the circle. Jin G also having to make a move. Sorry, but you guys are 23rd, 24th. If anything,
It's
just gonna be a
so
matter of
warm,
who do you potentially get points
brother.
over, or can you survive through the storm that's going to be happening right now? E-Arena holding a long line over into the west. Looks like they managed to spot out Rock. Looks like they might be trying to regroup right next to Resort. Falcons just doing a dance rounds. T5 is in some trouble. They are still caught up, but it is going to be Divine that goes down. Every point that T5 gets is big because they are presently in 16th.
They got the 2 knocks. Fortunately for them, nobody really around to get the flushes on those, but now Forrest has come up and they've got an angle onto Pathmpong. The shot's coming through, and they can't find the last knock onto Hella either, so they have to make sure that they secure these points, they secure these kills, but right now, they are losing their
84
lives
points,
to Force
they're
Natural.
easily in.
Aren't finding the kills the way that they want to. That is going to be
So they needed like 20 points or something to be safe, maybe 22 at the start of today, and then they got 9-kill win game 1. So since then it's been like they've not had amazing games, but they haven't needed to. Like they've had a couple times where they get caught out early, but like generally it's been pretty solid. With their top 5 right now, so overall.
Almost everybody else to the west is regrouping very fast.
And Divine will be our first
team
eliminated this game. They'll be our
Yeah,
first team
Divine.
eliminated in PGS 7. We'll see them once again in PGS 8 as Petrichor Road starting to push in there. Forest trying to rock down onto Theraton 5 as they send everybody in the vehicle. They're making a run. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they've got
Why are we not watching?
the other side of this mountain.
T5 is out.
Why are we looking at Pero doing nothing, bro? T5 is getting killed.
They have only a 1-point cushion.
What the
here,
fuck,
and they go and
observers?
look at them. They are just devastated.
That is scary, scary, scary stuff.
Bro, there's only one thing that matters.
Freaks. It's going to be Salute managing to pick up a quick down and flush onto RBN.
Literally only one thing that fucking matters in this game is the teams around the 16th place cutoff point. You just missed one of them dying because we're looking at Petrichor Road, staring at rocks. People are driving 200 meters away, so they're like, oh, maybe he'll shoot them.
But let's not forget about the fact that
Fuck.
Salute just absolutely blew up one of the members for a rock, and they might have to take a similar path.
Starting to slow down here a little bit once again as all these teams outside of zone from the south are making their way in slowly.
We're still watching Petrichor Road, by the way.
Keep all 4 players alive.
Do they know that there's 13 other teams still alive? We're still on Petrichor Road. They're not doing anything.
Just a little bit damaged here, but they've got a path in here. But Freaks, you can see
All right, well we're getting the fucking Petrichor Road team pings as well now. Yeah, okay, well, Chinese production company, what do you expect?
So their pathing is eyes on the cave. I mean, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of safety to be had.
They had pinged that compound just to the south of GK.
But here comes Gen G. They're going to be rolling right in front of them. Rock looks like they're going to be coming in back behind them. They're going to have Freaks that are going to be herding them right into Petrichor Road sightlines. Petrichor Road couldn't get into a position to stop. It's going to be Gen G. So Gen G is actually going to cut off the path right in front of Petrichor Road. Rock looks like they're going to actually just kind of leapfrog right in front of Petrichor Road. But they're getting really, really close. This is going to be very dangerous. Xlip unloads, manages to take down one. Ming has managed to go down as well, but Xlip runs around the corner, picks up another one, and that is points on the board. They need to get those flushes. They need to finish this out fast.
And Geek is also going down right now to New Happy. There's a number of fights going on here, but Petrichor Road need to flush this out. They need to get this last player. Santastico will hold the line on the top floor, sending grenades down. It looks like Petrichor Road will not be able to get the res onto Ming Ming as the blue zone will take him out, but they are continuing to collect points here, and
Are they?
Santastico is just not going down
Gappy,
here.
And that's stalling out Petrichor Road. They need to get
Don't switch to that fight on the right, it doesn't matter.
Okay, they've got Ixlef and Chewy in.
Are trying to figure out how they're going to handle this as well. They've kind of crept up, getting very close to Begapa. So while Petrichor Road still in contention, still just trying to step into that other position, Begapa also already inside the circle is going to start getting some vision on what's going to be happening on the outside. It's going to be GK that is going to get vision on the rotation coming up from Deal. Now, not actually going to go down. Fantastico coming up big for his squad whenever he needs to.
He doesn't have time to heal though.
That is a big problem for Petrichor Road.
Rip.
That's going to be it for Rock as well. Their Petrichor Road down to 2 players, but it's Chewy and Ike's left. Those are 2 very, very capable men on the sticks as they are 1
T5
point
really needs
away from
Begapa and
Begapa
Pero
still has
to die.
3 alive in the cut line, but they're, remember, inside the caves. They are completely safe.
They are hard cheering for DN Freaks right now.
PWD and Spyro, but remember, PWD got left behind in
Or anyone else who's above them.
so he's coming
Forest,
down
probably.
from the north. Spiro all by himself in the south.
Okay, quick
Go
updates
Forest,
as
fuck
we're
'em
seeing
up.
Rotations. You can see that yes, Petrichor Road has to move into a 2-2 split coming up from Forest. That is going to be very hard to navigate. Exo's going to have to play one of the biggest games of his life to get his team qualified for this point because there are a lot of squads still
He's
alive.
like, yo, what?
In a good
He just
spot.
naded me.
Men in a good spot. Meanwhile, Navi is going to have to get in with what's going to be going around the side of it. Exo
there it
goes
is.
for the spray. Does get the knock
what
on and
the
kiss.
fuck?
That's how you manage to make it happen. Does he have an idea on where everybody else is? Olympus is down back behind the tree. He doesn't know. Shots are coming out back over towards him, and it's going to be very careful on this one. Exlef steps away. He's trying to use the wall for cover.
GK got a knock.
Where Exlef
Got a
made
flush.
his mark before. We have seen clutch plays come out from him
So
many
can one of you
times in
kill
the
this
past.
fucker already or
They're gonna
what?
go ahead and pull away from Forest right now.
Okay, GK's dead. GG.
Survival
Oh
being the
my
better
God.
part here, as GK will go down. They're going to go out. They are going to fall short of that cut line. But now Petrichor Road, Ixlef does make it inside the mines here.
But that's the problem. If you
wait.
get locked in that position, if the circle moves away, you're pretty
If
much
I've-
trapped onto that point. See, the Freaks trying to make some more
It's
moves of
fine
their
if
own.
Bagopar and Pero
Trying to
overtake
climb the
T5. They're
leaderboard
still in.
presently in 20s,
Because
but man,
then
it's just a few points. They don't need much.
T1
Falcons are gonna be contenders that they're
goes
going up
down.
against Shrimsy takes a ton of damage, has to step away from the angle. Tongmu wants to line up the nade,
what a
but the
grenade.
retaliation nade coming back.
T5 is
H1 gets the
okay as
drop
long as
onto a
3 teams
Tongmu,
don't overtake.
And it is turning more and more problematic for 4 angry men on this hillside.
How has Shrimsy stayed alive
So,
so long
if
with
Na'Vi
1 HP
wins,
with grenades
they're
exploding all
cooked.
around them? I don't
4
know,
AM
but
wins,
the
they're
utility
cooked.
still coming out from
But
Team
BB is winning
Falcons.
this game
And you can
because
see off in the
they have
distance,
the
BB
entire
starting to
hill
come
to
over here,
themselves,
off to
and
the
they just
south. Navi, they hear this going
in
on.
10
You see
seconds they get
Hackatory
giga
running up
fed.
here with a grenade in hand.
It's
Falcons
over.
not really expecting it. So a 3-way fight on the cliffside here just to the south of Los Leones.
Jinji gets eliminated. Petrichor Road still.
Look
on
at
the
this zone
outside of
shift for
one.
BB
Bagopar
though.
Looks like they're trying to get some position
fuck
around
is
the lower
that?
sections of it. Falcons, Shrimsy comes alive, manages to take down Longs. 4 angry
The hell?
men's troubles continue them out. The new circle is popped, and it's going to go into BB's favor. They're the only team that's inside the circle right now with 10 alive. Everybody
Frankenstein's
on the chase,
monster.
in the trouble. They're going to have to run after it.
Yeah,
4
with that
angry men
spooky
trying to figure out
cadence.
what's going to be going on. HS all by his lonesome. He wants to get reses, but he has to be careful.
HS the last
Give him
one
the
alive.
business.
Chewy.
Wait, kill him.
Another point that'll tie them with Bagopar with 57 apiece. Bagopar still inside the mines, but they've
It ties
gotta
them
be
with
on the move.
T1.
The circle has left.
Actually, already-
Gabi back on his feet. He's gonna find 2. He's gonna find another one.
That
Gabi
fucking kill
keeping
feed is
4 AM
ridiculous
alive,
right
but
now.
he
Wait a
goes
minute.
down in the end.
Yeah, sit down,
Bet Boom has
old man.
come in from the north side.
So with
Okay,
this,
T5 are
Petrichor
fine
Road,
unless
16th
Na'Vi
place.
gets
They got
another
some
8
distance from Na'Vi,
points.
but it's only 6 points. That's a lot of space to still be garnered. Na'Vi has to contend up against different positioning from
Surely. Fuck off.
New Happy on top of
Surely.
everything. Well, Aches left, the last one alive, in the thick of everything. We still have 1 member up for the Freaks and Deal as well. He can hear all the firefighting going on around him, but he has to be careful. He has to try to stay alive. Bagopar sitting at 3 members still up has an opportunity. They've held the line. It's just about how many more points can Na'Vi get and how much longer can Petrichor Road hold.
How much more longer?
What just happened? Because of the placement points,
Everyone
Petrichor Road has
died.
knocked up Theraton 5, despite the fact that they were out, have now taken over 16th place.
Yeah.
They have managed to pass T5. Somehow they have managed to come through, but Bagopar and Petrichor Road, they
But
did
it's
exactly
fine
what they needed to do here in the end.
because
The only team that can really
they're
throw
still
a wrench
above
in anything
T1.
at this point is Na'Vi.
Okay,
That
what
is-
can you do, Na'Vi?
that is
You've
true.
got New Happy that's going to be in front of you.
Na'Vi needs
Bagopar,
now
everybody
6 more
else now
points.
starting to breathe a sigh of relief. They don't know yet, but they're still going to be fighting for every single point they can get. They don't know how everything is stacked up the way that we do. So New Happy has to contend with Na'Vi. No kills just quite yet. Only 2 members up. 4 members for New Happy that they're having to contend with. BB is taking pretty much control over the entirety of the circle except for the small area that New Happy has on lock.
Sending all the utility they have over, but unfortunately it's
One.
just... Oh, there we go. Inuyasha gets spotted. The spray coming in from Sos, and he finds another one. And
Oh,
Na'Vi
no.
coming alive in the late game. It's not over yet. Don't go anywhere. The boys in yellow and black are pushing through.
Okay, Bagopar gets vision back up into Na'Vi. Bullets aren't connected.
Phase
the way they want.
Sunday?
Finally,
Yes.
Na'Vi
Na'Vi Wednesday?
Na'Vi is
No.
eliminated. They don't
Sit
get the
down.
points. So with this, they're going to shift up into 18th, and we have our top 16 for the grand finals.
What an effort there at the end from Na'Vi, from 4 AM, from Geeke. Everyone leaving it all on the line, trying to go for that 16th place spot. But in the end,
They're in.
It is going
They're
to
in.
be...
X-Left ain't giving up, man. He's
Yeah,
just
no,
netting it.
he's not. Of course he's not. He is sitting there in the blue, still trying to farm, but he will go
Rossetid
down
gets to buy
eventually.
food for his
The
daughter
job
this
has
week. Let's
been done.
go.
Although, well, I Oh, okay, we're still moving around here a little bit. Okay, Petrichor Road will
Shout
take
out
it in
Baby
15.
Molly.
Our cut line
Woohoo.
at 57 points. T1 being the first one to go down with 56.
Vegapod now lined up against New Happy, and they're going to get eliminated. New Happy now revealing in position.
And
That means
BB
the
just
fact
wins
that
for
it's
free,
gonna be
so
BB.
but
Set
it's
control for so long.
it's
Molodog
not.
up on the high ground,
It's not important.
unloading. New Happy now removed. Here comes Forest Gaming. They're going to go ahead and try to make a shift over into the east, but it's going to be a doozy. Already got Arena into it. It is a 4v2, and it looks like BB's going to continue their climb.
This is like the kind of shit they were talking about on the desk, where it's like BB team just you like never see them during a game, and then it shows up, and they're like, oh shit, they're 4 alive, and they've got 12 kills. And
what a day for international PUBG, as we have just been going absolutely insane.
All APAC teams are in.
These guys have laid it out on the line in this first competition, and unfortunately, after today, we're gonna have to say goodbye to 6 teams as we get ready for our grand final.
6.
So we said the fact that it was going to come down to can you get your team into the end. Aches left with that play, just trying to survive and outlive enough to buy points is
Clutch
absolutely
plays.
insane.
Clutch plays from clutch players. This is where superstars are born, and this is where superstars.
Let's fucking go. I rate it. How shit was my team today? Trash. Not bad. Pretty bad.
Time to send it over to our LS to get us ready for the grand final. Which should be awesome.
Uh-oh. No, there's that sneeze that I needed like 5 hours ago. Alright, here we go. How many we got? Final numbers. 11 on Facebook. And 105 on Twitter. So I need 116. Anything beyond 105 is a Facebook thing. Shuffle them a few times. Just make sure I've got them with all comments displayed. And this one I'm gonna have to go. Oh, fuck, I have to count this shit, bro. You know how long this is gonna be? I swear to God, if I get 101, I'm shooting myself. Like 50 something would be worse, because then I can't speedrun it from the bottom. Alright, here we go. Anything 105 or higher is a Facebook. There we go. I need to open my giveaway sheet.
You have teams like Petrichor Road. Initially, what I thought was going to be a little bit more of a
90? That's okay, I can count 15 up from the bottom.
They're able to have a little bit of a reprieve coming around that east
Right.
side. Sorry, west side even, I should say. But still, it was tense down there.
PGS 7-8, giveaway sheet.
For a team like PK, you know, trying to take the emergency pickup.
Group stay 3, 90 is number 1. Remove that choice. We'll find out who 90 is. Number 2. Okay, one of those was like potentially a high number. 10. I'll take that. Yes, those are both very countable. Sorry, Facebook. No dubs today. GG. So we have 10. Oh, I'm one of them. Uh-oh. Never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sanket M. Seti, who wants to see Batulins in the bathrobe. Let's go. That's my guy. You go in there as our winner. Number 2. Damn, is she a fan or something? And then we have to get all the way down here. And we count backwards. So 105, 104, 103, 102, 101, 100, 99, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Butterbilligged. Both of them have messaging capabilities. Let's go. That's Congrats. What the fuck? Congrats, gamers. Remember, for the final stage, we're going to be doing 3 codes per day, so your chances are increased. Let's go.
其实我感觉
Let's hear the Axeleft
第一
interview.
天就是圈形有所眷顾的时候，我没有就是把它给把握住吧，然后到后面可能有一点压力，然后加上就是打的有点束手束脚，然后还有个人状态一些的问题吧。但是我觉得我们会在就是后面的决赛调整过来的。
So actually maybe back to the first day that we got really lucky from the circle, but I didn't really take 100% of the control of that. And also later on I got really pretty much pressures, but I believe that I can just refill and refresh myself and be more ready to the finals. Thank you very much, Axeleft, and good luck to you in the finals. Thank you. 谢谢. And next we will have Tico 10 from the Falcons.
Tico
Victy, come to
10.
the stage. Okay, Victy, welcome. And we know that you are now under a different name, back to the PGS stage. Like, what do you think is the differences, like, compared to last time?
Last time we were under Sonics, and obviously everyone's very familiar with that name, so it must look a little bit different for the chat to see us as Falcons. Falcons is a great org. Lots of support, so very excited to be representing them. They'll be sending a sports psychologist and a physiotherapist here for us, so excited.
Cool. And we can see that you really had a very solid performance today. And just, are you confident into getting a champion this time?
I'm not sure. We had a great day one. Today, honestly, I tried some caffeine pills and I've been jittery all day. I died first, like every game, so probably won't be doing that in the future.
Cool. We're just expecting your performance in the finals. And like during the final stage, who do you think will be the biggest obstacle for you during this who passed the championship?
I mean, coming to the event, I would have absolutely said Pero or Twisted Minds for obvious reasons, or DNF actually as well. They crushed their own region. But after watching the group stage, I think Daytrade is a huge threat. Every single player on that team was performing and fragging, and they had a really good role system. So I'm excited to see how they do in the finals.
That's funny because Daytrade actually has 0 role system.
We're just looking forward to the finals.
Daytrade straight up does not have a role system.
Is a really great dancer. Do you agree?
Absolutely not.
Oh, he is way too modest. Actually, today we practiced Victory Dance 146, and he just performed way too good. Yeah, we can just try. We can do it if you want.
No, absolutely not.
No? Okay. Yeah,
That's as much as they get.
Yeah, but we will just post our videos on the PUBG Esports on social media, so just be sure to always focus us. And don't you? Like, you don't really want to perform it to the audience? Maybe just one time. Yeah,
No. It took
no.
us like 30 attempts earlier, I'm not going to lie, so I don't think I'll nail it on stage.
Okay, just looking forward to the videos on the PUBG Esports social medias. I think you will get big surprise from Tigo10. Okay, thank you. This is pretty much our post-match interview, and we're back to the analyst.
Oh.
Thank you very much for those interviews. Come on, T. Next time, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Make sure to catch that. It's interesting.
Bella, much beauty.
We now know.
Yeah. Same with Lisa. I mean, I think if you're a stage host, you have to be a good-looking chick.
Take a look back at that game because
I think if you're not. Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't mean to fucking time you out. I like accidentally clicked on your name. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Get back 5 out of 5. Let's go.
I was like trying to scroll and read chat and I fucking misclicked while itching my eye.
Alright, well, it's warm as fuck. I don't want to be sat on my PC for fucking ages. So I'm dipping.
Fat finger. Look.
GG's, gang.
Fat finger to make up for it. There you go.
No games tomorrow. I will be here for day 1 of finals, but not for day 2.
Ban everyone in chat. Let's see. Haircut
Oh, well. See you then.
Yeah, he doesn't have his hair dryer.